Hellos, what is up? Sorry चिल्ला नहीं रहा हूँ क्योंकि पंकु सो गई है. ठीक है, कैसे हो चैट? Good mornings. How is everybody doing? Huh?
We talked about this team last year, the grit, the determination, the way that they pulled through in those big moments. That shined through yesterday. And
Hello chat.
Tenacity, I don't think has ever been in doubt with this G2 team. They're in an amazing form, even though they're in that self-described slump period.
Late, 2 minutes late यार.
Earlier talking about the kind of freeness that
थोड़ा मेरा alarm का left right होगा.
Shoulders now that they've qualified for Toronto. You could see in that post-match interview how much it meant to almost every single player, Valen in particular as well, because the weight of the world has been on these players' shoulders, the expectations and everything else that comes with it. Now you're a bit more free, I think, to play your own game.
Remax already Anki, Sidbay और Rusher by कर रहे.
Winning trophies, but if you recall last year, they were always doing it through lowers.
Love Banks, I love you.
Nail-biting runs. They just have to do it again if they want to go back to back.
And here's your series layout. You got Haven, Lotus split if necessary. We'll take a trip to Ascent and
Third Lord PRX final source Banks by yeah 100%. बस फ्रैक्चर तक ना जाए भाई. जो भी जीतो 3-1 जीतो प्लीज. फ्रैक्चर नहीं देखना.
But we're starting off on a map where it was 13-11 in favor of G2 previously. It should be
Hello,
an awesome litmus test, I think, to see how close these teams are, whether they're dead even, and whether MIBR have made the changes to just tip that edge.
That he said, love you to me. I'm happy. Love you, buddy.
See what MIBR has if we get to these last two maps. They've only played Ascent twice
क्या
this
लगता है?
year, and we're still playing the default comp and lost both times. I was not impressed
मजाक
with
से
their
हटकर
Ascent whatsoever. I'm hoping to see something fresh.
ऐसा लग रहा है आसपास फार्मिंग करेगा आज. समझ रहे हो?
Once in 2025.
But I'm looking at those the first three maps, I should say. I think we're going for a banger. Genuinely, this is going to be awesome to watch.
भाई जोगमो का वाइब है लेकिन.
Territory entirely.
लेकिन आसपास हम्बल है.
Infinitely familiar with at this point. Honestly, they played.
गेम सेंटर को बड़ा रहो चालू नहीं दो.
They're going to be well aware of it, and their map pool has looked fleshed out even at the best times. For MIBR, it is kind of this new ground, I think, that's being broken for a bunch of these players on this team. But as one player,
3-2 तो जाएगा ये. I think 3-1 जाएगा.
Well aware of what it's like to win in best of 5 situations.
Both qualified for Masters, yes sir.
This map is a great example between the differences in approach for these two teams. MIBR has started to play
Technically कौन जीतेगा आसपास में भी.
compared to them playing 0
आसपास जीतेगा. देखो इसको भाई. देखो.
They are still the squad in America.
ये होता है winner aura.
Is locking that agent on 5 maps, and I think that's the biggest difference between these squads compositions when you're looking at a super Yoru pilled G2.
I think you've also
जब भी वाइट टिक खोलता हूँ ये बंदा लाइव दिखता है. Excuse me.
And he has to dominate map 1 and start off really strong. He's up against ridiculous competition. But yesterday
ये मैच में किसको फायदा नुकसान अभी सिर्फ सीडिंग के लिए.
His name out of your mouth. Whereas
अभी कुछ वो नहीं है. अभी चैंपियन पॉइंट्स और सीडिंग के लिए सर.
And you're always looking at him as being the player to watch on MIBR. The whole roster is crafted around him.
Trophy, now it's for trophy and prize. Rest क्या 45 minutes.
That's going to be, I mean, my main thing that I'm looking for in the first half.
Verno and Ospas have been hand in hand leading the scoreboard for this MIBR team all stage long. This will be Verno's first best out of 5 at a tier 1 level.
EWCB
And I'm really
दो टीम सेलेक्ट होगा या तीन होएगा.
Can keep that performance up, can be that guy for his team, especially facing a G2 where he's going to be head to head against Trent, who has been far and away the best initiator in America.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, guys.
आज गोल हो जाए पूरा हो जाएगा. चुप रहो. गोल हो जाए. दो टीम. ओह तो इसमें से जो जीता वो EWC.
But he was brand new to it last time he played.
That's still a lot of pressure on someone, and you're going up against someone who's highly regarded as one of the greatest IGLs in the league.
According to players का सैलरी क्या होता होगा बहुत.
That IGLing aspect because you are tested mentally. I mean, the amount of calories you're burning, you're like a chess grandmaster.
जो जीता वो क्या सीन वो फाइनल्स खेलेगा. EWC के लिए क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा. सीडिंग में अच्छा सीडिंग मिलेगा. चैंप्स पॉइंट्स के लिए लड़ेंगे.
Goes out the window, and all you're left with is to try and react. Try and think about what the players are doing before it comes onto layers and conditioning. Everything's going through your mind. It is a tough test for untested IGLs, but I believe MIBR are willing to step up.
सिंगा में पिंग 100 के ऊपर आती है. विपिन डाल के खेलने का.
relied a lot on Leaf, on the other players to step up and help to lead. But I'm looking today.
Hello, Binks, medium fan, love you.
To be the leader for the team. Stop focusing so much on him as an individual and be the guy to lead this team to another trophy.
Bah,
This is
abhi nahi
a
ho raha na
best of
FF wala
five
scene.
against great opposition to prove that fact.
And if you just want entertainment
दिमाग खराब हो गया
factor,
था
take a
दोपहर
look at the ridiculous stuff that Jorg is going to get up to on Yoru. He's going to be going all over the place, teleporting into
जो
people's
3-4
spawns,
tab
setting up
खोलने
for
दो.
outrageous fights all over the map. So I think he's got to be bringing the whimsy to go up against the sheer might of Aspas. And you see him lock the Yoru again. It's a different style for both of these teams, it really is. But G2, I think they've got the weight of expectations on their shoulders.
Of course, but also the weight is kind of off their shoulders to the same degree.
दोपहर में भी नहीं था, ठीक है.
Hopefully with a good night's sleep, with high expectations, hopefully.
Fighting का problem था, don't worry.
They've met their own challenges. They've reached what they were hoping for in terms of goals. Now they want to see how far they can take it.
कल सन का फिनाले, हाँ, जो जीतेगा आज वो कल सन के अगेंस्ट खेलेगा बेस्ट ऑफ 5 फाइनल. और वो तो सन ही जीतेगा, वो बात अलग है.
We're going to send it over to your casters, and I think these boys are ready to go all 5 if necessary. Here's Uber Wyatt for the call.
भाई सोचो भाई, अगर आज G2 जीता, वो लोग कल सब कुछ लड़के क्वालिफाई हो गए टोरंटो. आज उनको खेलने पड़ेगा एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5, कल भी उनको खेलना पड़ेगा एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5. कितना गेमिंग ना, हाँ.
As this new team again in a lower bracket final. In kickoff, they fall to
Lotus
that third
किधर
place.
है?
Can they
इसका idea
actually
है?
do
रियाद
better
में.
this time? Can they make it into that final, or will G2 send them packing?
It's time, of course, for Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. It's MIBR here on Haven starting on defense. G2, a grueling day for them yesterday.
तो गेमर ही है भाई.
That it might be over.
वो होता है भाई. बर्न होता है इंसान.
A lot of weight lifted off of their shoulders. But when we're talking about G2, we're speaking about a team that last
G2
year
जीत गया पहला
were
round.
always finishing in second place, coming so close to winning trophies, and now trying to gun for their second already this year. Trying to win this lower bracket and get into the grand finals. Aspas under pressure, has to get out as the execute comes through.
None of the mobility available as
जीत गया.
well.
जीत गया.
His skin tone abilities. Slips away.
क्या
No,
मेरा
the
कर रहा
backside
हूँ?
as the fault line came through. There's an early challenge. They're already here towards Garage. It is Odyssey, the third with nasty work.
Oh, even the stun connects onto Jonah. He's just running straight through the salvo, and Shannon through spawn cleans things up. Started it off. Finding Jaw caught alone in sewer.
कोई सीन नहीं,
Artisan
कोई
just-
सीन नहीं.
He just decides to give you that type of performance.
It was over so quick, he forgot to stand up. Shell-shocked. This reminds me of the plot of Dr. Stone. In a flash, everybody is extinct.
Crazy.
Nasty.
4 right
Crazy,
kills, 3
crazy,
kills,
crazy,
and,
crazy,
Doc
crazy.
already a mild disappointment.
Good job.
Now
तो
remember,
रिचर्ड जो
MIBR
क्या है
coming
लगता है
into
excuse
the upper
me.
final, 75% pistol round win rate. It's definitely been their bread and butter for getting that early start, and that's perfect on the defense side here at Haven.
कितना एक्यूरेट हो बंक्स भाई, तुम
They have
लव
bought
यू
up very
यार.
heavily into this actually, MIBR. Look at that. 3 Guardians of
You know
Vandal,
Toronto
a
जा रहे हैं ना?
Stinger, and you know why? Because G2, they're going to be going
इस
for
बार
the
मजा आएगा
full force
Masters में.
every single time. I mean, you want to talk about 75%, same stat of G2 winning this exact round.
That's just brazen. Cortezia walks out and challenges that angle. This thing is though do go to work. Whittling
कैसा है
MIBR
बे
down to
G2?
3 players. However, as 2 Guardians and a rifle about to be trained at the remaining attackers. It's Trent and Leaf, the latter who's taking a bit of damage, and Leaf almost gets banged down through the wall. He's so low.
He's just too weak. The high bullet pen from the Guardian paying dividends. For the defensive side, it's forced him up to spike. This timing is so awkward, but
भाई वरना को लगा ही what the
It's all on Leaf
fuck.
now, tucked here in Cubby. Gonna gives a tap here, free orb. Leaf can't resist. And there's Verdo.
भाई क्या
Who's there
रीड
the
था
whole
ये?
time. Decent conversion there on that anti-eco round for MIBR.
that's exactly what you have to do when you're going up against
अभी
G2.
तक प्लांट की नहीं हुआ करके.
75% mark that they were at of winning these round 2 forces, it has dropped somewhat after MIBR just fully invest into
They
them.
pop it, guys. Still.
Guardians for the long range to counter the fact that those stingers just do not succeed.
That's
Taking
some
the
crazy
engagements
read.
down areas like C-Long, etc.
Leadership थोड़ा
Alright,
सा
well,
भी today
the
answered
hot
for
hands are
45
back out again.
minutes.
Cortezia seeing if he can catch it with his
भाई
face
मत करो
once
please.
more, I'm sure. These matches,
मत
no,
करो
while both of these
please
teams,
भाई.
of course, will be
आज
in
नहीं.
Toronto, the top seed means a lot.
आज
It always is
नहीं.
very, very important to come out of an international league
गया किसके सब
Take
तो
yourself a
प्लेयर्स
huge
बैठे हैं
advantage early on. In the past, it's allowed you to bypass the group stage. Spend all that time prepping, watching, studying, and getting yourself set. I do think that these matches also have a kind of quality to them. I don't know. I know you're not an anime guy, but you know, everyone's always running like who wins, like Goku or Saitama, you know, Gojo or you know, insert other protagonist here. It is definitely fun to take the temperature of these two teams. Now that they've qualified, now that pressure is off to some degree, because last time these guys played, it was Verno's first ever game with MIBR. And he acclimated very quickly, Wyatt. But even then, there's got to be a little bit of
स्टिंगर
wiggle room
कितना
there. It
एक्यूरेट है
takes some
वो लोग
time
बहुत
to
फोर्स
really
करते
get
हैं
them
भाई
up to full
आदत हो
speed
गया
with the
उनको भी
roster.
Absolutely. That was such a close affair. That was the first game that MIBR played with him, as you said, and it was a 3-mapper. They were the first team
मेरे को
to
समझ
push
भी नहीं आ रहा
G2
प्रॉब्लम
as
किसका है
the
लेकिन
second stage started, or rather first stage after kickoff started.
सारे प्लेयर्स तो
And
बैठे
just
हुए हैं
based on the eye test alone, obviously this MIBR team, even if they finish in 3rd place today, we've seen them get significantly better. They are not the same MIBR that we saw in kickoff that were making it to that point, but it felt like there was a gap between, you know, G2 and them. There was a gap between Sen and them.
हैं
And
कोई
of course,
प्रोडक्शन
look,
वाला भी
Sen
नहीं है
did beat them
Pretty handily.
गैर किसका गैर
Sen are in god form at the moment, though, so I don't want to knock MIBR too much for that.
दया
I would be a
पता
little
लगाना
more
पड़ेगा
concerned, honestly, though, if for them moving into Toronto, if today is not a close affair, if we get a similar result as we did with MIBR against Sen, then I think you could maybe start to worry a little bit.
Of course.
But I don't want to get ahead of myself.
आज जो
This
जीता
G2
हो
looking
सेन
incredible this year, already
वर्ल्ड कप
showing
के लिए
up in the
क्वालिफाई ना
international
हाँ
final. This man on the screen, a
Yep.
big part of it. But let's hear from the man himself. On what
अच्छा
he,
इसका सीन
Jorgensen, brings to
है
this G2 roster.
I would say people need to think of me on G2 as like that kid that came in from another team and just showed up on the core roster of the guard and closed out a trophy. Like, you know, I think I want to be a reasoning for them to know why they actually brought me into the team. You know, we fell short, sure, but that was still not enough for me to be like, yeah, guys, we got that trophy. You know, we still talk about to this day, like, oh, we got second. Like, you know, I don't want them to ever hear second again. Either we won or we lost. There's no second.
थर्ड हो
you know?
सकता है आज
So
आराम से
I think that's why I want people to know about what I can bring into this team and what I brought already.
या
And yeah, I think that's what I need the world to know.
है गुड तो है गुड तो है
What do you think this last couple of weeks has actually been like for this G2 team? It must be so jarring. Have such a flawless run through group stages, and then you hit a wall so early in playoffs, an upset
भाई
loss,
क्वेश्चन है
and all of
पूछो
a sudden the doubt starts to creep in. Will we be able to go back to a global tournament? Will we have a shot to
पाँच
redeem
बज जाएगा
ourselves after that
3-1
banger
लग
loss
रहा है
against T1?
We've heard from other players who have been
I'm
at
getting
the
aura of
absolute
3-1.
top of the scene that it's easier to get there and harder to maintain that spot because everyone is looking at your play style, they're taking from you, they're understanding how you are approaching the game because they're taking your approach. And that's been tough for
Just
G2.
saying,
but
अपन zone में
I
है
do really respect the fact that they've been able to maintain a level that they're winning all of their games. They have been closer, and it's just been Sen that have been able to come over the top
Multitasking
and
बोलते हैं
actually beat them at this point. And I think at some point too, we've seen teams
EWC
need
का
that.
क्या सीन है
You
इसमें
need
दो टीम्स हर
that
रीजन से जा
extra
रहे हैं
kick of
EWC में
energy that okay, they are right on our tail. We gotta
जो भी
take it up
finals
to
में
that
teams
next
रहेंगे
level
वो
now. And if G2 have a next level, that's where they're in God mode. That's where they're an untouchable team.
And in many ways, it's kind of serendipitous that loss comes at a
3-1
point
who?
where it doesn't eliminate them entirely. Right? It comes at a
Vibe
stage
आ
where
रहा है
a
MIBR,
double
vibe आ
elimination
रहा है
tournament where they
Vibe
get a
आ रहा
second chance. It's honestly, you can honestly look at it as being
EWC
potentially
मतलब
best case scenario.
टोरंटो नहीं
You
रहे
get humbled
टोरंटो
the way you
तीन
need
टीम्स
to,
जा रही
you
है
double down,
ये तीनों
you fix things,
सेन
you now
MIBR
realize
G2
exactly what other teams are looking at, and you're not out
और
of the tournament.
सेन और
You
इन
still
दोनों
get
में
to
से
make
जो
it to
विनर है
you've got a
वो
month
जाएगी
after
EWC
this
में
to
अलग
prepare
से
whether you're top seed or second or
अलग से
third.
क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी
Seems like if you're a team like G2,
You're definitely going to need a couple days off after getting clutched on by Ye multiple times to lose your undefeated map and then barely making it. You're going to need some time between now and Toronto when this stage ends.
all right, we had a network cable switched out there. Final checks in progress, and then we'll be underway once more on Haven. It will be our third round of this map. Both of these teams, honestly, pretty solid on this map.
MIBR
Of course, this is another map,
दामने
though,
ही
where
क्यों
MIBR
टेक्स दामने
kinda
नहीं
showed
रहे
their
सामने
tendency
रहे
towards classical comps, trying to put Aspas on the jet. As opposed to, maps like Lotus where they're trying keep on the neon wall,
Binks by
on their pearl.
ये जो teams है जैसे MIBR वो लोग
Aspas
अपने opponent teams को previous match देखते हैं
And you can never
कौन
really
से
go
map
wrong with
खेले
Jet on this map. Much of,
and
this is
all
one of the cool
they
maps on the
play
court now.
and
You do
hold
actually
and
have a
stuff
lot of
like
options
that
as to how
मतलब
you
read
want to
करते हैं ना
approach.
एक
There are
दूसरे को
multiple
क्या
paths that
करते
are
क्या
all
कर सकते हैं
very
study करते हैं वो लोग
relevant. MIBR kind of taking the more traditional approach, and it's still very valid. All right, we're getting back into the game now. G2, they are forced to save as they did their standard second round force that they are known for, but MIBR were able to convert that round in pretty clean fashion.
अभी तो
Giving them
eco
a
है
nice early advantage in this map.
Shenum is someone to keep an eye on with that Sheriff.
भाई ये अच्छा लगता है
Also
हमेशा
has a
गराज
rifle though
प्रेशर
to work with, even
पहले
more
जगह
deadly.
ना पूरा
This is the
मैप
Sheriff round for
स्प्लिट हो
G2.
जाता है
Ardazine with that very tight off angle, expecting a fair bit of action over towards the B side, and with that stealth drone, being aware that Jorgamo is testing Garage, they're in the right place for now.
Ooh, that flash didn't actually connect onto Aspas, so there was no audio cue for G2 to know that someone is actually posted.
भाई
up
read
in
on
the
point
wall,
है
so
बे
he's
G2
going to
का
pivot back.
Oh,
Cortez,
God.
he's pushed up. He just has the Sheriff. This could be tough. He does get the first, but he can't connect the second. Instant trade from Trent.
That was, though, the Sheriff player, the weakest buy on the entirety of MIBR. And they're ready in the back of C-side. Shenum already guns Valen down. Fault line comes through, but where's the
Blue
control
Bear.
util? They lost Valen so early. Now it's up to Leaf, who has snuck through in fairness, but has a heck of a lot of work still to do.
He wants to try and pivot through Garage now. 2 players on site.
बस
with
मारा
the
बे
Sheriff. Have to get some one-taps, but Artzin shuts him down.
clean looking
So
clean
far from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
MIBR
Those
का
Guardians
map
in
pick
long
है?
range fighting C-long.
अब Stinger
The C2
Force
trying
को
to push
support
up with
करते हो?
weaker weapons. They're just so
और
quick. I mean, this
vibe
was
आ रहा है,
really the best
confidence
opportunity.
feel हो रहा है
In
तो
fact,
हाँ
it was just Cortezia with the Sheriff pushed up, and they could get a 1-for-1. But already, Shenum and Artsin had rotated back C for support with such a quick pace that G2 were really put in a hopeless position. Now they are
अगर मैं
on the
G2
full
जीता तो
buy
काश
for the
दोस्त
first
पक्का
time in
नहीं
this
जीतेगा
game. The economy for MIBR very strong at the moment.
रिजल्ट की टीम नहीं है AWC वालों में वो तो तक मैं
Right,
बता
here's that fault
पाएंगे
line and a smoke, so starting to see some of that Astra util now. Verna will respect it.
stream sound increase
Pull
करो
offers a
और
little more. Aspas being moved from A long over towards this B site this round. Making use of that verticality, but Shenum gets plucked out from under him and he doesn't see a damn thing.
All right, the stealth drone is going to go into the B side from Trent. Jaw has A control while he still has his dimensional drift over towards C. So there are options for G2 right now in the mid round, but they are content just allowing MIBR to
गरम
play
हो गया
right
अभी
into
थोड़ा
their
सा
hands.
As they might be out getting impatient, pushing
क्या
up for
crispy
info.
मारते
They
ना
don't have a lot of easy ways to get that on this team. Beautiful shot from Ardazine. Joel caught with some util in his hand, but quickly
बाप रे।
Valen snaps back. And it's Cortezia all alone.
भाई क्या
When you already
crispy
have the
मारते
stealth
बे
drone, you get that sort of passive info. You do have Cypher, of course, but you might be able to take some risks to push up for info. Get one more gun away, though, I think, from G2, and you're feeling good. Can Cortezia?
ऑल चैट में ओपोनेंट से बात कर सकते हैं नॉर्मल नो
Try and secure
टॉक्सिसिटी
one of
नाइस
these
शॉट
angles,
है वो
isolate a
वेल
fight.
प्लेड वैसा
Just on his right, left and in front. Virtually impossible to win these scenarios. Never see it happen. Cortezia tries to
अरे
draw some
एंटी
aggro,
रे
but Valen
एक बार
finds
गन गिरा
three
था मजा
for
आता
the
था
round. And
Sha.
all things considered, G2 getting their buy in here.
एक extra gun
They
गिरा
take
तो
3
ना
rifles.
G2 have a
Economic
very
की
cool attacking
MCBG हो
setup
जाता
there when we're in the mid round, where they have the ability to pivot back to multiple sites because of Jaw on the Yoru, and having that gate crash over towards C just didn't end
भाई
up
क्या
mattering
मारा
because
भी लीफ
MIBR
ने
wanted to go for something proactive on this late in the game bonus round buy.
हेलो बंक्स भाई कैसे हो बहुत दिनों बाद सब बढ़िया मेरी जान के टोटे चैट जो लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं पहले लाइक कर दो बाद में तुम लोग सो जाओगे मैं नहीं
Just a perfect example of contacting for info getting punished by a team on a slower default.
Aspas has upgraded to the AWP here, and he's going to post deep A long, where G2 are really giving him no opportunity to play because they're always putting Nebula here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Aspas thinks twice about it, but G2 have snuck in the timing. The timing is right there. Like, oh
Bro.
my goodness, what a flick! Valen doesn't know what hit him. Like a ball out of the blue. Aspas deals with the first interloper, and there's more where that came from. First clone. Looks like that would have been shot. And there's Jorg finding
Bro.
Ardazine.
Bro.
Kill, but Aspas with a shorty.
Bro.
Such efficient use of those shells. Leaves it up to Trent and Leaf, and they are banged up bad.
Cortezia is wrapping on the flank right now as
Excuse
well. Slows
me?
down just at the perfect time, so Leaf can't hear those footsteps. Shenum on the swing, gets the first. Trent isolated alone.
Strong wind to blow him away. 7 points of health. Salvos in hand. No plant to speak of. Cortesia cleans things up. G2 sent packing again.
If you're an MIBR fan, that's exactly what you want to see out of
baby.
Aspas today. Had a very
out of Toronto. Yes, sir.
Poor performance against Sentinels. But just several rounds.
Same mere jaise shorty mara.
Pretty good. Pre-nerf shorty. Looking
Crazy.
That was quite uncanny, actually. Good to see Arsene getting, you know, into some Busio vibes there on stage. Timeout here.
मस्त खेलता है भाई आसपास
So the one
लेकिन
successful round by it,
consistently
they
मस्त
punish
खेलता है भाई
these
बंदा.
push-ups for info from MIBR, but those opportunities don't present themselves there in round number 5.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they just go into a very solid standard A execute. It's just dismantled by Aspas finding the perfect timing window to get into the smoke with the shorty. Jaws caught with the util out in his hands. It was just a very messy situation that he was able to exploit. By messy situation, I mean it was really just the tiniest transitional moment for G2 where they were trying to pop out of that dark cover.
Despite the pressure maybe not being there so much for G2, they probably still feel like this is their game to lose. I'm sure you can see it on the face of Josh RT. Yes, he looks less nervous, but he definitely looks adamant that they should be moving into our grand final here of stage 1.
Best of 5 best of 5.
I've never seen Josh look more uncomfortable when we're on the coach cams. He is normally so cool,
to say goodbye
so
to IGL ke liye. Yes, sir.
Agitated.
His body language was so different.
वही मैं बोलूं इतनी देर तक गेम तो नहीं होता.
Like a mild inconvenience, right?
For real.
Thankfully, there's no G2, you know, mascot to get crushed between his hands.
Language sexy boy.
Okay, Teo util here just to clear sewers, and obviously that same smoke up A long. It's Verno again respecting it.
Wants to get the information with the stealth run because G2 have been happy to on every single round. They place this Nebula A long, push up at least Jaw into this area of the map. It's just going to be a full-on A exec from G2. Here come the smokes. It seems like MIBR will be content just playing this for the retake. Can't blame them for that.
Deep in the site though, playing from hell is Jorgamo right now, and he wants a bit more. Again, great position for that Stinger to have value. A rolling thunder here could be devastating for these entrenched G2 attackers. Comes through right about now. Steel Garden also being active now to even the odds. That's deployed by Leaf. MIBR now can't capitalize on the stun.
That got a lot of connections there.
अभी Trent का भी nade है, Breach का भी stun है.
Jonah off this angle with the fault line. He's going to have to send that out and run. Still though, MIBR, look at the delay utility. By the time they get in here, they're going to have virtually no time to actually defuse this spike.
What is going on? The salvos stop MIBR from following up on that util from the breach, and now they're getting cut down by G2. Not even a full Stinger round, but have a look at this. Plenty of rifles to be recovered. Trent and Jonah P get their grubby little hands on them.
Oh my God,
Shenup is brought down with an op in hand. That's ugly.
Round nikala
the needle with that one. Jonah jumping across. I think maybe he took the leg shot actually. He's at 2 HP, but regardless, I love how G2 were able to position themselves in that post plant. I'm not mad at MIBR giving the site for free. Sure, play a retake there. You have the significant weapon advantage. But G2 responded to that by pressing forward, stuffing them in the choke points, close range with the Stingers, and it really also comes down to Leaf getting a Steel Garden off that connected onto, I think, 4 players, minimum 3. So you're just wasting time.
On 2 separate occasions, G2 have amazing util to respond. First to the Rolling Thunder, then to the Aftershock that was going to force Jonah out. Really sick stuff. Great reactive play from the attackers. A well-earned round. This time Verno wants maybe to ask for a little bit more towards A long, but it's another slower start from G2.
Oh, Cortesia punished, pushing for information. This is some vintage G2, getting the attacking off in the hands of Leaf and allowing him to just pick off defenders that are overplaying that.
Reminds me of that Chamber Leaf action. Can still get it done here as well. Jorg, deep into the seaside, backside smoked, and now MIBR have to put it together. Valen probably hears this. Disrupted the plant. Jonah P might want to try and just pave the way with a fault line here.
When he gets this plant, he's going to have the Rolling Thunder, by the way. Going to be even more difficult for MIBR to try and get back into this site.
Jonah's thinking about it too. Has it lined up. Hardazine also getting ready for some util of his own. Jonah lets it ring out. Rolling Thunder comes through. This will delay things a little bit more, and Shenom is set upon by Valen.
Okay,
he heard the TP earlier and picks his spot beautifully. Hardazine is going to try and clear this out now. Valen well aware of where he is. He crosses back to the right. He's out of there.
And there's only one decision to make for Aspas and
Valorant क्यों लड़ रहा
Inferno
है?
after the Rolling
Altos
Thunder is
बता
expended,
दो
and that is to save. And hey, at least they got it out, I suppose. Artsin would love to be able to take an engagement and upgrade this Sheriff, if he can.
I don't see him getting
G2
too much
rat
here at
play
all.
बहुत करता है. Rat play क्या?
Push down
क्यों
mid.
मार रहे?
Solid opening there for G2, but in fairness, Wyatt, in
Rat play
fairness,
एक ही इंसान करता है.
Cortesia serves him up a bit of a freebie, pushing that C-Long again. It's MIBR.
वैसे बकर भाई कैसे हो? आप सब बढ़िया हैं?
And immediately after that, G2 just have the easiest decision in the world to get into C. There's not going to be any trips, just accelerate.
Well, they have dimensional drift for
Right
Jorg
into
as
the
well.
site, Insta. It's way too easy.
बस भाई मैंने सुना
MIBR,
पिंकी दी ने आपको मारा.
awkward situation with the cash. Cortesia fully investing. Some players still have a little bit in the bank.
This is a nice spot.
They've still got this op from Aspas. Still have not found a round to have big
हाँ क्या
impact with
जीता?
it. He got
मेरे को
one
सिर्फ
pick.
पोजीशन बता देना.
What was that? 4
क्या हो रहा है हर
Yeah,
मैप?
go.
Round four?
It's been a while.
In fairness, they converted off that beautifully.
कलसन वर्सेस G2.
Now, though, it's a little bit of a different world.
पता नहीं मेरे MIBR vibes आ रहा है.
Aspas is not sure about whether this is going A. He thought about heading heaven. And G2 just probed
Strong
once more,
MIBR
trying
vibes
to
are
draw
strong.
someone from MIBR out. Waiting for them to get impatient.
Aware that MIBR are running a very different setup in this round, as Verno
3-0
has typically been
types.
over towards A, sending that stealth drone down long. But
लेकिन
it's
क्या कभी-कभी लेफ्ट रेट होता है
out.
तो 3-1 सोच रहा हूँ मैं.
Initiator util as they slow down in this mid round.
They probably guessed that Aspas is playing A long as a result of that. So far, those two have
नेक्स्ट
just been
टर्फ में
switching
तेओ
places.
नर्फ हो रहा है पता है.
And that was true initially, but not so much now. Deep in sewers. Artazine set up here to try and extract some value from the Stinger, and he might have an opportunity here.
MIBR were really expecting G2 to try and make some kind of foray towards B.
वो लोग को पता है मिड खाली है.
In the case, so now they are trying to rotate some defenders over towards A, where G2 are selling that presence and
30
pivoting
seconds
back to
left.
C. This is
वो लोग को पता है
gorgeous. The
fake है.
site is so free.
No, okay, nice for Cortesia. Finally forges out, but that wall is set for, an A hit. So MIBR definitely drift over that way, and that's value. It covers back C site. Eventually, G2 are going to try and clear into that area now. And Joda on a big wide flank. The time is ticking for Verno.
Just wanted to find a time to use that stun. It's not actually going to happen. Can Shenham back C long?
क्या करेगा दोनों
have
पे यहाँ से?
impact?
Timing. The timing. Professor V is on the hunt. He's on the march. He's coming from the rear guard as well. Little fault line. Verno nowhere to go right now, but Artazine's on the spike. Joda's going to get there. He just doesn't have nearly enough time. Caught inside the paranoia.
Well, बोला था.
Drags him into a living nightmare.
He found the
पहले आज तक मैंने
exact
ठीक है,
right
ठीक है.
timing window. He was all the way down C long by the orb, swings out, collects 2 kills, sitting at a
Can you
cool
explain
9
ये
and
सारे
4
इतने
right
सारे
now
VCT leagues है.
for the
सब
rookie
सेम
controller
टीम्स
player
है.
from Brazil.
Mostly
Yeah, it was just
confusing
in
है.
this moment.
Confusing कैसे?
There's two
No
होता है?
eyes on that.
Two timings happening simultaneously, right? Jonah on the wrap. And
Nice!
Shenom, great round.
Let's go,
I like
boys.
the
Let's
idea of
go.
trying to
Perfect
use that
round.
Currently आज तक नहीं ठीक है.
Cosmic Divide is misdirection, right? Imply an A hit, then pivot to the other extremity.
You have to give credit to Cortesia as well, who found Trent on the rotate in the mid round to set that up. But regardless, we're into the next where G2 still have a ton of
Mid
cash
ये
to
लोग को
play
free
with.
मिल रहा है
Going to be
बे.
buying for the
G2
next couple
को?
at least. Enough so that they still want Leaf to be playing with this attack side operator even.
Haven't really seen any early sewers play from MIBR since that round 4. And
Baap re.
Cortesia shows himself. Last round it worked.
एक
He got to keep
हल्का
pushing
pick
out this
लिया,
time.
off
He
से
shows a
मर
little
गया.
too much leg.
And now G2 have all the time in the world to work the map. Artsin is trying to...
Binks.
Oh, wow, barely escapes, just ducking his head below. He wanted to try and find a moment to even things up 4-on-4. MIBR
Stack
making
तो
a
है,
decent rotate
लेकिन
towards the
low
A
है.
side. Verno is on the way.
Shenom. TP's out. All is well. Artazine low. And at least they have a player in the side. A bit more of a sacrificial lamb, though. Verno's going to be there. Trent now knows he's about to get busy. Special delivery comes in. He's got to take the paranoia. Oh, my goodness. At the crosshair placed to perfection. But Verno's still fighting. Eventually cut down. But at 10 health,
में
this
दो
whole
मारा
time,
Artazine ने.
Artazine's been waiting to emerge.
एक bullet.
He has done the most. And Jonah gets sat right down.
1 bullet left. Stone cold from Artzin. Tucked into the corner.
10
Man,
HP
he is
पे.
having a game
How
right
does he stay
now.
alive there?
We haven't seen this from Artzin in a minute, but we've known he's been capable
आ रहा है
of it
उसका
because
क्या?
he will
Hashtag
just give you
3.
the maps where he is IGLing, playing a supportive role, and is the star of the show with the highlights.
I think he just tucks next to the dark cover because he walks on the side after getting dinked by Jonah in sewer.
Yeah, they backed up into that
Diman
spawn
ko
side,
Binks
and
ke
then he
run dekha
rotates
dekha
pivots
na.
back in after the Tejo missiles from Trent expired.
That is nasty work.
Some really good pathing.
Oh, I like this. Okay, a bit more of an aggressive smoke on the defense side here towards lobby. Jorgmo doesn't respect it, but also is the only player in
Guys, it's finished today. No
and he
Bakshori.
will.
Match dekh rahe na? Finals है.
Much of what we've seen from the opening rounds for G2, Jaw just typically hasn't actually been pressured to need to teleport away. This is the first time that's really been the case. And now that they have
He
control
said
of
खाली
the
full
MIBR
retake
rotating
और ये
around
लोग से अभी
towards
तक
CB,
एक
they know
retake
that
हुआ नहीं
G2 are going to be heading this way as
Technically.
they are making their exploration through Garage. This Armageddon is fantastic.
G2 have to split very quickly away from this, but Leaf is on the other side. He's a little more committed, but MIBR haven't capitalized just yet.
Oh shit.
Backside also an Armageddon. Both Tejo's unleashing, and it will be a C retake for
Retake the
MIBR.
NH,
Okay,
retake
great steal
NH.
guarded from Leaf. Just couldn't capitalize on MIBR. They're trying to flood back in, but they're getting stuck in this nebula. They can't move. Verno caught.
Yep, still stuck there. Briefly
Oh,
started.
God,
It would seem
babe.
that way. Shenham's going to trigger the shield wall here, and Trenton is looking for this. And they know Shenham's done this before. The late timing. This round, it's a little later and too late to stop G2 on the site. Sees the gate crash come past. Jorg might take a time in a TP to that to double swing this if they know Shenham is here. Barrel shown. Trent is walking up into that one.
नहीं ना retake NH
Looking
के
for
ना?
exits here. It's all but done as G2 are going to find
और
a
अगर
crucial
team होते
round
कम
number
top
4.
10 हाँ ना? Top 3 आना चाहिए
Might see
बे.
Jorg anyway step up, try and get the gun away from him. It's not to
Nice
be.
shot.
Shenham says, I'm taking this with me.
Gujarat bye. Thank you for the
Unbelievable
29 मेरी
impact
जान
from
करो
Leaf
डे.
in this series so far has really been a standout
देखते देखते लेट हो
for
गया मैं भी देख
G2
रहा
in my eyes. I
हूँ.
mean, aside from just getting all those kills, several of which have been first bloods,
2-3
catching
MIBR.
out aggressive MIBR players. Both Steel Gardens he's had have connected onto
मेरे
3
को लग रहा है
or
3-0
4 players.
3-0.
When that
MIBR.
Armageddon came in from Verno, when G2 were making their garage pivot into C,
What are your thoughts on new
he stopped
bundle
the
OP है?
capitalize off of it by setting
तेहो
up the
nerf
Steel
अच्छा
Garden
है
at
और क्या
perfect
Valorant
time.
में अब
Playing
reload
so
animation
well on
नहीं
the
आ रहे?
spice.
आ रहे ना?
That was an episode of Will It Blend, MIBR edition. Yes, the answer. Here's another
Best
big
of
push
5
up
yep.
for Cortezia. This time, though, being a little more patient about it. Flicking that cam. G2 have to know he's tucked here. Given the
Three
economy
खाने वाला
is
है.
shaky as it is, Valorant is ready for it. Only takes a lick of damage. And on the scene we go once more, uncontested. G2
6-5.
Cypher. And frankly, it's just not been working.
Refresh
G2
करो ना,
had the
refresh
read on him, and
करो.
he's been getting punished.
he the most aggressive
भाई नशे
by
चल
far,
रहे
but he's
हैं.
Aspas' Blade Storm. Okay, Rolling Thunder comes out, but Lee catches Shenham sleeping, and there's Artazine falling as well. Aspas is not really durable enough to go for this, but what choice do you have? Do you decide instead?
क्या कर रहे हो?
Yes,
Refresh करो ना.
to just exit the round with some dignity and a rifle.
I mean, look, MIBR, they do already have 6 rounds on the board.
6-6
You'll take that
लग
on the
रहा है.
defense side, Haven. That's totally
थोड़ा
fine.
feel आ रहा है 6-6.
G2 were in such a dire spot, though. All those MIBR
Next
rounds
round
came
Jogo
right
ult
at the
है.
beginning.
Valen ult है.
I
आधा
love that play
side
towards
काट
C,
के
getting
Jogo
Jogno
ult करेगा.
up
वो ult पे
into
left right
the
करके
spawn,
TP करेगा.
swinging, flanking Artzin after he
And
sends out the
stun
rolling
आएगा and
thunder.
GG 4v5.
They
Plus
isolate
retake.
those two
समझ रहे
front
हो?
players, just effectively ignore Aspas, who was flanking all the way down C long. Like, he gets this kill here, and then look at the response. There's Jaw fighting forward. They're fighting into garage. Who cares about Aspas? Let him run down long and waste his time. Have fun. We're going to kill everybody else first.
And this is the consequence of MIBR's solo Cypher on C pushing up at the
Love
early
for
rounds.
late night
It's gonna
stream,
stick
bhai.
with that
Love
one, so
you,
can never
Surya,
forgive
bhai.
it, But we have seen a bit of a pattern from Cortezia.
Chat
He
जो
is
भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं
looking,
पहले
taking
like
some
कर
big
दो
risks
बाद में सो
against a
जाओ.
team
Love
who's
you.
really hard to punish.
Look at the board.
Deep
Cypher has
आवाज
the
कैसा
most
है मेरा?
deaths on your team by 3. He's died 9 times already. Regardless,
As a
Verno, he's pushed up
singer,
way
मेरे पास
further than
3-4
typical
type
into
का
this
आवाज
A
आता है.
lobby, and he's caught in the salvos. That is dangerous. Jaw is sprinting around, getting info
मार दिया
with this cosmic divide up as well.
And this divide implies a potential B hit. That's why MIBR haven't flooded onto A yet. But here's Jorg from the top row.
And that's the beauty of the cosmic divide. You can get out of the teleport on
कैसा
either
है
side, and
भाई?
the defenders won't hear it. Double
Titans.
swing through
भाई
is perfect.
कैसा है भाई
Valorant jumping through the
Jogomo?
Falcon. Once again, G2 with a very clean entry. These attack side rounds have looked slick. Now they have that hammer control here. Aspas dealt with Leaf, so now you're on a timer if you're G2.
6-6.
The threat is pretty low. Shenom and Aspas on opposite sides of the map. And, well, G2 are going hunting.
मेरे को लगा था वो
another three
अल्ट
pieces.
वाला
That is
टिप लेफ्ट राइट करेगा लेकिन
baby.
मेरे को लगा
Look
सी
at the
पे
way they
करेगा.
set up that double swing. Jaws
Crazy क्या है
patiently
बेचारा मुने?
walking forward, and then Trent sprints around the corner instantly. Both of them are onto Shenum. The fundamentals of G2
Binks please ये थोड़ा VCT
have always
EWC का
just
सीन
been
क्या है?
picture perfect.
कनेक्शन ये बताओ.
And again,
ये
there's still
टिप
three players from
VCT होता है
MIBR
अलग-अलग
they're
रीजन
not
वाली
sure
उसका क्या
where
सीन
G2 are
है?
heading until it's a bit late.
Aside
देखो
from
सिंपल
Jaws
चीज
taking
ये है
that first
कि
fight, getting out of the
VCT
dimensional
का
drift,
3
every
होता है,
engagement
ठीक
there
है?
from G2
एक
is
मास्टर्स,
just textbook
एक और मास्टर्स
fundamental
और एक
teamwork,
चैंपियन.
the double push through the wall, the
3
double
बड़े
swing
इवेंट
on the
होते हैं
Shen. It's
वैलोरेंट
all
के.
just so well
क्योंकि अभी
So far, folks, we're getting what we wished
Esports
for.
वर्ल्ड
These
क्लब
two Titans of
वर्ल्ड
America
कप हो
are
रहा है.
trading blows.
तो
It's an
उसका
EVA heading into the
क्वालिफिकेशन
half. We'll
ऐसा
be
है
back
कि
right after
ये
this.
स्प्लिट जो अभी चल रहा है हर रीजन में उसमें जो टॉप 2 टीम्स रहेगा ना जो फिनाले खेलेगा वो लोग को स्लॉट मिलेगा AWC में वैलो खेलने. ऐसा है. इसके अलावा इनवाइटेड टीम्स है क्या नहीं है ये सब नहीं मालूम लेकिन ये टीम्स तो पक्का खेलेगी. क्या पहले तो आज चाय नहीं है. फन फैक्ट सी वाला योरू अल्ट कॉम्बो ऑप्टिक के थ्रू फेमस हुआ था और इन्होंने वो एनर्जी के थ्रू. भाई वो मस्त है ना वो सी वाला. थोड़ा गैप रखते हैं. बाइंड वाला अल्ट भी सेम है. थोड़ा गैप रखते हैं और अल्ट मारते हैं. डीले पे क्यों स्ट्रीम नहीं है? रिफ्रेश करो. 10 खेलेगी कल. पंको स्लीपिंग हाँ मेरे को 6:30 बजे जगाना है उसको. टेंस माउस बोलते हैं. क्या हुआ आज इतना एनर्जी लो है यार? पंको सो रही है बे.
Ends up putting us in an
और उसको
even game at the
सुबह जाने
half
का है ना
after
इसलिए.
MIBR got off to a roaring start. They win that first
6:30
three rounds.
बजे
It's a solid look in the bonus.
फाइनल में. हाँ क्या
Looks
आज
like G2 started cotton on. They do love a long game, these guys.
सुबह को?
There's always a joy to be able to watch Valen call an attack half of Valorant on some of these 3-site maps, especially Haven. Just the two where they worked the cosmic divides and in tandem with Jaws dimensional drift were so cool.
मैं तो बस पूछ रहा
See if
मुझे नहीं
MIBR
उसको
can
घर पे जाने का है.
replicate that great early start they had on the first half
Mikey.
here on the second, or if G2 can win their first pistol round in this series.
मेरे हिसाब से
Trent was
कल
one
है
of the standout
फाइनल.
players yesterday. Just a Teo 1 trick nowadays, but he makes it look damn good.
सारा फाइनल्स कल
He
ही
has to
है.
back off this A side. The hit is too fast, so quickly G2 get forced into a retake, and there is a trap wire to clear on the
MIBR
back,
का
so
एक
MIBR
रीटेक नहीं
knows
हुआ
this
था
coming.
ना बराबर.
There's no trip behind right now. Perfect son onto Cortesia. He is in trouble. Just gets around the corner barely. 3 flanking G2 players on his tail.
They're coming quickly, they're coming fast. Let loose the hounds of hell. Shenum trying to break out of what could be a bit of a pincer, but it's going badly. What a shot! Aspas though!
बाप
He's
रे.
gonna deal with 3. Another flawless pistol from MIBR. Now,
Plant
sorry,
भी नहीं
we
किया.
talk about how they've got great pistol rounds, right? Normally there's some strategy, some tactics.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a replay.
This is you get shot, you die kind of round.
That was very
फाइनल
much
बेड पे सोने
them
मिलेगा.
getting shot,
लव
very
यू
much
यार.
them waiting for the next round to play more Valorant. Oh my god! Clinical aim trainer.
Plant भी नहीं
type
किया
stuff.
भाई.
Fraud is like,
Just like we do it up, boys.
I'm afraid I
Exactly the plan.
I get to coach this guy. This is crazy. I have this guy on my team.
मेरे को
Aspas
लगा
is
वो
good
लोग सीधे
for
push
a
करेंगे.
free round more often than not
फ्रीज हो गए वो
sometimes.
लोग.
And there is another pistol round win for the team of Pistol
पूरा राउंड फ्रीज करके मारा
Gods.
बे.
Leaf is the lone player on C with a frenzy, about to feel a lot of pressure from the wave of MIBR
ठीक है,
utility.
G2 भी
No
retake नहीं
choice
कर पाई,
but
same
to
है.
give this site up.
Now Leaf says, understood, have a nice day. I'm gonna go find my friends.
फिर से 4 बंदे फ्लैंक.
G2 full pistols here. Little frenzy picked up for Leaf. And once again, there is a backside trap wire like there was in the previous round, so this will be telegraphed. Random damage on Verno. He'll be able to regen much of that shield though, and here comes Trent round the corner. No, not again, G2. Aftershock here is going to
impossible,
keep the
impossible.
classic crew at bay for now.
Impossible.
Out. This is a little bit dangerous, but no, at the long range, they're going to be getting it cleaned up. Good pivot from MIBR, and they retain the 3 rifles. Of course, they did come into this with just 2 pistols. You know,
watching Cortez this match, for a moment, I just MIBR.
Point out how aggro he was on defense and how curious I am to see how he's going to opt to play now on attack. He was a very uncharacteristic. I mean, he's too uncharacteristic. He is a very aggressive Sentinel player typically. But for him, that was, I think, over the line of what you would normally see and probably in his gameplay style. So I wonder if he's going to continue that on attack, if he's going to slow things down.
Maybe over the line of what you definitely left the C side of the map a little weaker after getting picked up early in many of those rounds.
All right, MIBR, because of that previous buy decision on the bonus, they've got 5 rifles into the actual bonus. Aspas dashing into the B site, waiting for that fault line to go. Leave, perfect timing on the swing. He's backside. Can he get anyone to help him?
Okay, Genome able to find Trent. He's getting involved now. Now, you see G2 actually filtering into B. This is going to be a cancel called by MIBR. They want to get out. Jorgamo might have a chance to get ahead of this. Or at least back into spawn. Yep, he wants to get across the map as fast as he can, and already G2 are in hot pursuit. Oh man, surely! They're right behind them. Arsene deals with the lead, but they don't expect the second. What about the third, guys? That's a no.
Precise. I love that from Leaf. He's playing so well right now. This is a Vice on Haven masterclass. Like, if you want to play this Asian here, study the VOD. I mean, I love the way he's able to get back into the site here, punish Aspas, and then he stays alive. Is able to wait out his teammate. Then he wraps around, gets this timing onto Cortezia. I just love it. And there's a little delay in balance. So they don't expect the second to be there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that decision for Leaf to wrap around was instinctive. There was no
best of luck for exam bagwala ve pratik bye. Best of luck meri jaan ke tote.
Aspas bounds like Bambi into lobby. Past those salvos.
Jonah waiting with the fault line off any contact, going to rip that for Jaw to take a fight.
Sua's presence here for Jaw, but with the ability to fall back with a gate crash. Aspas a little bit low. I think Trent just swung out and took a wallbang. Took a chunk out of the star player, but whoop, Aspas has 44 health more than he needs. Now 4 more.
45 spin usne kya mara?
Stun actually being able to be used, and there's no one to trade off Jaw. He's the one supposed to get the kill there. G2 feel like they need to double up and re-clear towards Sue, and in the meantime, Cortezia, much like the last round, is just trying to prod towards Garage, proc that shear wall.
Getting a lot of value, teasing all that Sentinel util out. But here's an activation from G2. They're going to move 2 up sewer. If Aspas is not quick about this, he'll get wrapped on, but the action is headed elsewhere. And Valid, Mastermind IGL is downed. Little to MIBR, no, it is completely open on C. Well, who cares about the objective? Aspas at 5 health just takes 2 more kills.
The old lurking jet strikes again. No, and Cortezia slowly through Garage.
He is him.
Second on the round.
Why not? He's down to 5. The duelist being there implies more.
Hate to see a round of lurking duelist validation for the masses. hate that for my ranked games. Aspas can do it.
Why don't we see ISO in this event?
Try not to get too many
क्यों इतना
ideas.
space create नहीं करता ना? As a single duelist कोई ISO नहीं करता.
Oh, it's
you will
so
never
nasty.
see ISO as the only
game
duelist.
in a big way. 12 and 7.
ISO is a good secondary
Storm
duelist.
ready to go.
G2 put in a
तो 2 duelist का setup रहेगा तो ISO खेल.
Right now, MIBR wants to fight for some early control of a lobby, missiles to keep anyone peeking from sewer at bay, that person being Jaw in this instance, but he's only there with the classic.
Dark cover will dissipate. This will need to be cleared.
Supporting duelist करके नहीं रहता, secondary duelist.
Healing back towards this site. There's no gate crash active right now for Jaw. Remember, we're on a pretty rough buy, so.
Same goes for Yoru. नहीं, Yoru खेल सकता है solo.
We've seen G2 win these kinds of rounds.
Yoru, Jet, Raze.
Here comes that standard execute utility. Aspas popping out of that cloudburst back site.
ये 4 solo खेल सकते.
Multiple flashes used. The breach. Paranoia as well. Cortezia in
clean,
trouble.
Clean,
okay,
clean,
he does get
clean.
his. Going to need some help though. Valent could collect a kill here, and he does.
It's that spacing, that delayed swing from Valent. Then it gets a kill, but Verno is going to be there. MIBR have every reason to respect G2
क्या
on
कर
these
रहा था
kind of
पुलिस
rounds,
ये?
but they have the
मैंने
protocols in place to shut down these wacky
ये लोग
buys.
खेलते हैं
And
लेकिन
that's a clean execution with 4 rifles to carry out.
They are looking very good
Jogo
right
mo
now
खेलता
on
है.
this attack half. It's just a matter of getting to
But
the finish line,
Vele
trying to close this
as
game
a
out.
single duelist,
MIBR,
big
they are
no-no.
approaching a number of ultimates after this round, cleaning up these weak buy players.
Nice, good round, guys.
I mean, cool, calm, collected. It's a long
रहना
series.
कद्दू नहीं.
We're hoping to be here for a good time in a long time, so MIBR.
बाकी
trying to
कोई
keep
भी
a lid
नहीं,
on it.
सिर्फ ये चार.
Aspas always like that though, let's be fair.
Wants to take some.
क्यों लग रहा है ये
control
लोग
towards
सी जाएगा
B.
और ये डायरेक्ट बी से सी जाएगा?
This blade storm in his
नहीं बे.
hands.
थोड़ा
So
ज़्यादा लग रहा
confident
था.
he has 6K, and he's just got a stinger and the blade storm. I respect it. Dashing into the C site, pressure on the IGL Valen.
He's missed Valon, they're going over towards the left, tucked into the back corner. The knives don't connect,
Come
but
on,
Cortezia
Dre.
does. Reliable as ever, the newcomer. Leaf now has no choice but to sit inside this, what would be deployed cyber cage. King's in front of him now, he knows Cortezia is approximately there, and a spray through from
Baap
John
re.
P as well. Just triangulating the position, the professor
Velo, pick
is
up
on the
lines,
mark.
please.
Some massive confidence from Leaf, not giving up position in that dark
Valo,
cover.
pick up
4-4
lines
retake.
kya hai
There's
bhai?
the stun into the salvos. Shenham in a lot of trouble, going to take some damage, has to teleport away.
Utna
Yeah,
padega.
MIBR now rattled in this post plant, but they're still trying to hold these anchor spots. Aspas will get first contact here. He sees them come, but Jonah finds another one. The operator of Jaw goes to work, but Artisan's already found himself 2 shut down. And now it's up to Verno. Often the
तो
last
सकता है.
alive in these scenarios because he's got the tail.
Heal और blind वाले ये
Those
एकदम
salvos are
पुराना.
speculative. They don't
Bakwas,
stop the
bakwas
defuse.
वाले.
And Trent should swing on this, but Verno might have shut this down.
टाइम नहीं
No
है.
time
There's
for
no
Trent.
time.
Beautifully done. Cool as a cucumber. Like I said, last time these
कुकुम्बर
two
क्लच
played,
बे.
it was the first game for Verno. Surely there were nerves. This time, though, he's a
Cucumber
cog in
clutch.
the machine.
That
मेरा
wide
बस
swing
सोचना
was
पड़ेगा रे.
perfect to get Trent's crosshair.
आप मेरा उठा लो.
misplaced, get the
प्रेस
free kill on
करके
Jonah trying
मैं
to stick.
आपका साथ
You can
दूंगा
see
ऐसा
as
टाइप
well,
कर
actually,
सकते.
Verno had the idea of trying to go close enough
Pick
to
up lines.
Garage, so his missiles would go through Garage and make it seem like he was actually playing there. But that didn't happen, so they knew he was actually at C-Long, and then he played around his own mistake by wide swinging
That's
and
wild.
breaking Trent's crosshair placement to get that free kill. That was
Huh?
so sick. Great adjustment.
So far this half, G2 have gotten one singular round. And that was against MIBR's bonus. Since then, they've struggled. They've struggled early.
या फिर ये पिकअप
And even
लाइन
these
कर
post
सकता
plants,
है.
they've not
अगर
been able
तू
to break back
किसी
into
और
the map.
बंदे को देखती है,
Close
तो
one
मौली
there,
से ज़्यादा मेरी
very
गांड
winnable.
जलती है.
Those are the kind of rounds that, honestly,
वाला?
you have to secure more often than not if you want to take a game away from this MIBR
आँख
squad.
मार के ऐसा.
Balance look good,
ये वाला कर सकता है.
but time to time, just like that previous round, completely overwhelmed by the pace of MIBR.
Anything which works with the value कर, ये वाला कर सकता है.
Now pay attention when we get back
Surya
into
bhai.
this. First look at, obviously, that was a round, should be a round worth 2. This should be getting to MIBR.
या फिर $10,000
to
का
match
super chat
point off
करो, that will
Verno
also
clutch.
work.
G2 don't have the money to buy here. But then when they get to their actual full buy, MIBR have not had to use their ultimates. They've been stocking them up. Verno's about to have his Armageddon with just one more kill or a death or picks up an orb or anything. So they're going to have both initiator ultimates to potentially close out the game when G2 are actually even on their full buy.
It's going to be a crazy round because G2 are also
Hi,
very
hi,
close to those key
1972
abilities, but they have to rush in them,
pick up lines
unlike
there.
MIBR, who can leverage them to try and
Are you
Get
spiked
themselves a
because
guaranteed win.
my heart starts ticking
Cam
faster
cleared.
every time you are
cage
around.
dissipates, Leaf ducks away.
हटेगा
Sack
तो
for
spike.
MIBR here, and there is a foray from G2. They've seen a
Artifact.
lot.
दोस्तों
They get some damage on Verno, but that's it.
Oh man, you could see Verno really wanted to chase, but given he took 100 damage of his own, he just
ज़्यादा पास आ गई तो फट गए.
The inner canine just
Picking.
telling him to go for it.
ये अच्छा है बकवास.
Cortezia just watching for anyone looking down mid, trying to get into window, and there's someone at window. That's Valen tucked close, hoping to find a moment where he can backstab, pick off one of the rotators. Maybe Verno last in the pack, a weak Verno as well.
ये वाला
This
कैसे
gets him
है?
ahead of the trap
Are
fire.
you a sniper?
No
क्योंकि
early
मैं
warning that
zoom
Fallon is wrapped
करके
around.
zoom
Oh,
सकता
but he
हूँ.
turns around, Verno. He Spidey senses clearly tingling.
That's some Gen Z pickup lines
Fallon
right
hits him
there.
with a 1-2 punch.
That is going to give
Huh?
G2 one rifle to work with. Shannon pop that from the shadows. to
भोसड़ी
get
वालों
deep
इधर
sight
फाइनल
control.
चल रहा है.
I mean,
पिकअप
he's
लाइन
pushing
चाहिए
it
तुमको.
forward, but he's going to be in some serious trouble.
This is what Jorgamo was doing on the attack side as well. Shenom getting into G2's face.
3v3.
Coming up the works. Steel Guard now to, in theory, put them on more even footing. So a 3v3. Secondaries out. Cortezia deals with Valen comfortably enough, though. Jorg, his rifle sings. Cortezia now has control of his Vandal once more, but they're on the other side of the boxes.
Shit.
We're at half. They get off of it. Here's Cortezia.
Yeah, very tech.
An unlikely round to win. G2 on an awkward buy.
Huh?
Crucial thrifty.
That is a plot armor
Yeah, man.
G2 round if I've ever seen one. Valen wins that 1 versus 1 against Verno. Great timing that he found. I like the decision for that aggressive play. I'm surprised they weren't even able to trade under Shenom faster there, honestly. Leaf just whiffed a couple initial shots with the Sheriff. What a tap
Kya
from
mara
Shaw.
be.
They pick these rifles back up, and again,
Let's go.
another Steel Garden from Leaf that just gets massive value.
It's क्यों
And
plant
then he
किया
throws
लेकिन
the thorns at Ospas
क्योंकि लोग
feet,
लड़
so
रहे
he
थे
can't
ना
come help
City.
anyone on site. His util has just been perfect.
Watch out. We've got 4 initiator ultimates on deck. This is a round that is going to be potentially messy. But if Jorg finds a first pick,
ये
with
लोग
his
पिकअप
contact
लाइन दे रहे
push,
सादे
it might get a little
आधे से
simpler.
ज़्यादा लोग
All of a
सिंगल है.
sudden,
हाँ?
calculus gets unraveled.
कभी आईने में देख के सोचा है क्यों दे रहा हूँ मैं पिकअप लाइंस करके?
That one's tucked. So close on this corner.
I like this a lot. Push ups here from Jorgamo though. Flash
Close जा
out.
रहा है.
Buy him in the
3-1
space of
G2
Valen now.
ना.
Kind of resets the
3-0
situation.
MIBR.
Forces MIBR to pull back. Gentleman's probing. And Trent refuses to give him anything for free. Hello! He gets on out. Definitely a bit of a jump scare from Shenom, and he does get out of cubby though.
Now there's a minute left on the clock, a lot of time wasted, and yeah, MIBR, they feel like they have to reset, so they're going to send this stealth drone over towards A to get information, but it's not going to ease up G2's positioning because Leaf has actually got vision on lobby. Here comes the execute, here comes a rolling thunder just to get into the site.
G2 are playing full retake though. That's the plan with all his initiator ultimates. So Adazine's the one left out there, and they're all starting to come down. Taken immediately by Valen. Spike left out in the open. No plant just yet. MIBR have got to fight back into C for control, but Leaf is on a timing. And Shenom, sharp as he is, keeps the round alive.
Technically
God,
2v1
the
है.
checklist is long in order to come out with a dub, and Valen says, just tear it up. Forget about it.
रोहित भाई, thank you for the
Forced into
membership.
double
मेरी
face.
जान के
Shenom has
रोटे.
been really on fire these past 2
Astra,
days.
only
Even in
one
the loss
thing can
against
pull
Sen,
us
he was
together
the
is my
standout
star.
player. Continues that into today. Top fragging in the
आपका
server
सेट है
right now.
हमारा क्या? मैं वाला पिकअप लाइन
teams
नहीं किया था
period sitting
मैंने.
at 18.
आयरन पिकअप लाइन किया था. सिंगल ओवर.
Nice, boys. Got to be a timeout here from MIBR.
समझ रहे हो?
This is probably where you
और
take
सूर्य
it.
भाई 50-100 डॉलर की
Now,
सुपर ऐड करोगे
Leaf
ना?
obviously very
तो
vocal
सबकी
there.
नजरें आप पे
Now,
टिके
yesterday,
रहेगा.
we didn't talk about
याद
this much
रखना.
on air, but Ender gets in their comms. We can
कौन है
actually
ये
put heads
बंदा
on and listen to what the players are
हैंडसम?
talking about.
50-100 डॉलर यू फेंक के
Have a
मार रहा
conversation
है.
with him. He says, you would not believe
Plus
how
cast those
loud
membership.
and almost aggressive Leaf has become in the comms. Everyone at
You
G2
two
looks
IGL
nervous.
who?
Leaf is
Valen.
constantly saying, push up, take fights, let's get ahead, stop giving up ground for free, really trying to rally them. A big part of what keeps them alive in a series where many of those guys, experienced as they are, were feeling the pressure.
Language
Oh, look at their
with
coach. The coach was pulling his hair out.
Yeah, that's really the first time we've seen G2 all year look nervous, look stressed. Felt like even more so than when we saw them at Bangkok in the finals.
अभी अपन जिंदा है कि नहीं?
So obviously there's a lot of relief there, but
They
they're
were
still
scared.
they're still gunning after the second trophy to add to their cabinet after getting the first one, winning America's kickoff.
भाई
You
एनर्जी
heard Jorgamo,
क्रेजी
he said
खेलता है
no
ना
more
लेकिन.
seconds. It's either win or lose from here on out. They want another crack at international glory. Losing in a best of 5 is not good enough.
They're going up against a very hungry MIBR that have improved with the addition of Verno, that finished in 3rd at America's kickoff. They don't want to finish in the same spot again today.
The hope of Brazil, man. Showing us that there's so much going on under the surface in that region. See this young talent now shine
किधर है?
on the Americas stage. He's
Bye,
round 21
please
for him.
give
MIBR
shout out
still
to my
looking for the
wife.
last ball, and Aspas
Pritisha,
runs headlong into
Pritisha
the
ji,
people. He
big shout
headbutts it.
out to you, big shout
So
out to you.
simple, and it's executed to such perfection.
W.
Again, it's just the timing on
आपकी
these
wife
double
भी
swings
देखती है.
out of the smoke off that fault line, and now a triple reclear. This could be dangerous for Valen. Double swing, but it's absolutely dismantled by G2.
लेके
Never
मोटी जा रहा
doubt
बीन.
the G2 crossfire. Trent
हाँ
behind
क्या
him, ready to
girls
work with him,
हमारी
and he's about to find
$27 नहीं रही,
Might still
50
be
रे
remnants of
कपिश
MIBR.
भाई.
Now I know what you're thinking.
27 में वो लोग
expected him to
आधा
last two
देखेंगे
players
तेरे
going
को,
the same
समझ रहा है ऐसा.
Well, you might be right. They've got plenty of individuals to distribute again across the map.
Kavish bhai, thank you for the 27.99 Canadian Australian dollars मेरी जान के रोटे.
No reason to play into this. They are going to
जब जॉब मिलेगा,
to get topped.
जब जॉब मिलेगी ता होगा.
G2 pull off this win.
क्या? जब जॉब मिलेगी तब होगा पक्का. समझा.
Upper bracket. Like, how do you stop these guys?
Oh,
बच गया बे, बच गया.
They just make these comebacks occur out of thin air.
this is excruciating for MIBR. Trying to tap, trying to plant, and all that util. Leveraged at them.
Plant ही करने नहीं
Aftershock
मिल
here will
रहा
keep them off the side for now. They give Artazine enough room to plant. Clone comes out, Artazine takes him down. Firing squad, they're waiting for him. Take him low. Artazine still has the stones to swing into that somehow.
निकाल
But the
सकता है?
brings out. Jaw cuts him down to one.
अरे क्या मारा बे ट्रेंड ने.
And G2 are rapidly catching up.
Love from Darjeeling, brother. Love you too, big bye.
From Trent, but it's all of the early round team play from G2 that puts them at such a significant advantage.
Yeah.
And when we see it back on the replay,
Energy,
it's
अरे
just that
भजीरो
stun into
उधर
long,
उधर.
double swing through the dark cover, and
उधर.
that rather to get this first kill. Yeah, right here. Two
उधर बोल
players
रहा
through,
था एनर्जी
Ospas
क्या खेलता है
isolated,
करके.
triple reclear. MIBR go for the double swing. Crosshairs are already on those
मल्टीटास्किंग नहीं कर
angles.
रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
Actually pulled apart.
मेरे अब
from
तक
the-
$2 मिला के 200 से ज्यादा हो गए. ना ना.
What was it?
मेरे हिसाब से $2 मिला के
Sadly,
$6 हो
we'll
गए
never
रहेंगे
know.
मेरे हिसाब से.
MIBR are fully invested.
Jerry,
No
bye.
heavy
Thank
armors,
you.
all
Thank you for the
regen.
$2 में जान के टोटे.
Guardian for Shenum. G2 are about to tie this game up.
अगर
They
ये
were
राउंड
down
हारा ना
11-7, and
अगर
on
ये
the
राउंड
round
MIBR हारा ना
that
100
they
टक्का
first
लिख के लो
won,
होती है.
they were on a
100
full
टक्का.
eco, and they are rallying back into a close game again.
That was sharp. Valen
क्या
went
बारह
to that
बे.
left side. So Aspas gets deep. And Valen's been in an awkward position of having to be the solo anchor against a lot of these MIBR fast hits. But hey, plenty where that came from for G2. They will test this. To in heaven, Leaf has time to correct. Zayn Gabagool, what are you looking at, Aspas?
हाँ?
Bam!
One enemy remaining.
Artazine at half health here, and it's just
Rare
left.
Aspas miss.
Good crossfires here for MIBR. Gets them one round away from taking Haven.
They keep
Rare
it
Aspas
very
miss.
simple on that one. Just hit the A site, set up some effective crossfires. Scary for a moment when Ospas can't convert onto Leaf.
Best ना.
Okay, it helps when you
Best
can open up the
CCV
site
है.
like that. That's pretty useful.
Banks bhai, thanks for the regular watch parties. Hope to meet someday. Love from Bhubaneswar, Odisha. एक गिली चुमी हो जाता. गिली
Well, they
चुमी
keep
to
it
Avi
simple,
6
and it
bhai.
absolutely works out. Now
Love you,
G2
मेरी
to
जान
force
की
onto a
बेटी.
few stingers. One
Thank you so much
hero
for your
op
kind
Jaw
words, bro.
to try and drag this game into OT, or MIBR are going to start this series off.
Thank you so
1-0, taking their own
much.
map pick.
3 stingers. It's going to take a lot of work here for G2. Suffice to say, Shenum just got some information about where Leaf is. Trent trying to get ahead of this now. Big fault line. The spam, though, doesn't really account to much. Aspas dashing deep here. I mean, geez, MIBR adamant about maintaining this A control, and they'll have it, even if they got to fight further. That's a trade. Trent playing his life as he often does. This has slowed MIBR up now as a Nebula blooms in front of them.
Uh-oh.
Too suppressed there. Has a feeling there might be a third in that corner as well. This is going to force MIBR to slow things down. Cortezia, I was waiting for that. He has the neural theft, finally found a moment to jump and activate that.
Got every reason to go elsewhere now, but you're still going to get the spike. Oh, and they've left Aspas here again, the lurking duelist play. Or will they decide to stay? It's a pump fake! Cortezia emerges. Fella now realizes exactly what is afoot. When either these things go to work, it's up to Jorg with an op. And he's virtually in a different postcode.
GG, baby.
For the map, he has got to go wild.
Both of his enemies are pretty weak. If he can actually recover a rifle, should hear that TP, should know it's possible that someone is in heaven, and with that dimensional drift, will know it as a guarantee. Shenum spotted out.
Fast and Furious 12, Brokio drift for Jorgamo.
Fake teleport.
Emerges now to see very little. Shenum is on the site. He's made sound. Shenum trying to keep himself scarce here, stay out of the line of sight. Jorg has to check his left. He tries.
अरे कितना close था वो Anzum.
Looking for a bit of magic, but MIBR with the
अच्छा
dispel.
खेला यार.
And a great start in this series. Hard for the G2 kind of go off the ball in that second half.
अच्छा खेला ना
It felt
दोनों
like
team.
G2 were going to make one of their patented comebacks and have the resilience to steal away
भाई ये देख
MIBR's
के
map
लग
pick,
रहा
or
है
at least
कि
bring that to
पूरा पास मैप
OT
जाएगा.
when they won that eco round, when they were down 11-7 out of thin air. But MIBR at the
Second
very
खेलेगा
end, they were able
AWC?
to play A pretty
टीम में कौन
straightforward
कौन
couple
खेलेगा
rounds
मालूम नहीं,
executing
लेकिन
into that
10
A
क्वालिफाई हो
site.
चुके हैं
Bruno
AWC के लिए।
connecting some seriously impressive shots to bring them over the finish line in that second last round.
अंजुम
And
बोला
they've
बे,
been
तो
able to take
अंजुम ही
their
तो
own
मारा
map
हो।
pick Haven.
The map starts with Azim kind of popping off, and it remains a theme throughout. Some great timings from Shenom in these post
No
plants.
scope.
But I've got to say, the
No
IGL
scope is
really
Anjum.
having a great performance from MIBR. Some snappy stuff, walking up onto the A side, just randomly headshotting, valorant
आज
through
map
smoke
लग रहा
definitely
है।
goes a long way. And Shenom's looking excellent. I'd say during this playoff, he's been one of,
अच्छा
if
मेरे को
not
एक बात
the
बताओ,
standout.
कौन कौन यहाँ पे ऐसे लोग हैं जो सुबह तक स्ट्रीम देखने वाले? प्लीज याद दिलाना मेरे को 6:30 बजे, ठीक है? तुम लोग मेरा अलार्म क्लॉक हो। कुशल राज भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 89 मेरी जान के टोटे। मेरे को एक बात बताओ कुशल राज भाई, आप अपने बीवी के सामने, मतलब बाबूजी के सामने ये 89 वाला सब सुपर चैट कर रहे हो, बाबूजी को थोड़ा भी बुरा नहीं लगता कि ओह माय गॉड दैट्स सो चैप्स करके? हाँ, मैं एक प्रो मैरिड टिप देता हूँ, प्रो मैरिड टिप। जब भी बाबूजी देखते हैं ना, मतलब बीवी, मतलब किसी और की भाभी, सीधा मैक्स सुपर चैट करने का, मैक्स। उससे क्या है ना, औरा आता है, औरा। जस्ट सेइंग, समझ रहे हो? 6:30 बजे क्या होगा? अरे मेरे को जगाने का है मेरी बीवी को, उसको घर पे जाना है, खुद अलार्म लगा। दैट्स अ गुड वन, दैट्स अ गुड वन, दैट्स अ डब्ल्यू। मैं पूरा स्ट्रीम वॉच करूंगा। लव यू बेबी। रुक जाओ, वॉशरूम जाके पानी लेके आते हैं।
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tentar domínio, Aspas passou muito cedo. O Artezinho consegue a tocar. Artezinho, é sempre ele.
Coming through, Z2, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Welcome back, everyone, to, well, okay, Brennan and Mimi are still tossing the race grenade around. You got G2 getting ready to go. Don't stop. People got to see you tossing the grenade around, right?
Sorry,
While
sir.
the bananas are being consumed by MIBR. Feeling good after that last victory. And the best part about all of this is we forced Mimi and Bren to throw that plushie
We've been doing it for 40
the
minutes.
entire time.
Yes.
Commercial break,
40
that
minutes.
whole moment. Best thing ever. Welcome back, everyone. MIBR, they're up 1-0 in this series. Oh boy, this is going to be a long one, I have a feeling here. And it really does start off, I think, Brent, we got to talk about the pistols here. You good? You feeling all right?
Mimi's on edge because she doesn't know when I'm next going to throw this.
She
so
doesn't know.
that's what I'm enjoying
When I
right
least
now.
expect it.
But yes, I mean, continuing this narrative, right, that MIBR are just really excellent on these pistol round wins. They absolutely dominate the opening round for our round one. G2 go for their signature force into the Stinger buys, which they also dismantle, and they keep it even going into the second half. Statistically, one of the best
63%.
teams we've got in terms of converting these pistol rounds. It is genuinely a core reason as to why MIBR have been so dominant.
And G2 have actually been losing quite a lot of pistols recently. They've been dipping under that 50% mark. You saw Aspas hitting ridiculous go shots. I think this is going to be a tough match overall to win if so many of the pistols keep going the way of MIBR, because we're expecting the overall scores to be close.
Yeah.
So it's only small things that make the difference.
Well, I will definitely say that what helped out nicely in that first pistol was Artson hitting right click a couple of times and getting himself a couple of kills, but also Mimi playing really well on top of that, making some damn good calls. A lot of pressure for him.
Yeah, this is only the second BO5 he's had as an IGL. Remember, they started the year with Noswer taking the role on this roster. Then midway through kickoff, Fraud sits down, talks to Artson, who he's been working with on this team for quite a while, and kind of recognizes that they're really aligned in strategy, the way they see the game, and kind of encouraged Artson to take the risk and take on the primary IGL role for this team, which he never filled before. And by all metrics, it has been great. Top 3 in that first kickoff, now here again, performing and one map up in this lower final, and well leading, also going out there and being the guy putting up numbers.
Yeah, he had a great individual performance, but I think Haven is always the map we look at as like the test of the IGLs and how they're going up against each other. And the fact that he didn't get outclassed by Valen's calling, the fact that he was able to hold his own, find good moments for the team, figure out what was going on during the tech timeouts, the TAC timeouts, and the adjustments being made. He's done a really good job today, Artzine, already.
He's so key for this team as well, because he's really good at English. He sounds fluent when you listen to him speak, and also Portuguese. So he's kind of the go-between sometimes for this roster, where they have one American player coming in. He's calling pre-rounds in English. He's also talking to his teammates in Portuguese. He's doing a lot behind the scenes, while also, you know, performing and being great with the calls as well.
Talk about the right man for the job. Honestly, that's what it sounds like to me. Like a guy who's got great rapport with his coach, can speak both of the languages necessary, and is an effective communicator. Well, that gives you an awesome map win there on Haven. So MIBR feels pretty good about that. But the interesting thing though here, Brent, was what we were seeing from G2. They were still taking those risks, especially on those thrifties.
Glimpses of that tenacity, I think, as well, that gets them to this point as a team overall. And there you go, you get the nade back. So the thrifty wins genuinely were saving them, despite the fact that they're losing the pistol rounds, which is a massive disadvantage in a game like Valorant, where it is first to 13 rounds.
Especially with that scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thrifty rounds themselves showing that they are still have what it takes, even if it's a rough map beginning for them, to be able to drag it back.
Interestingly, both of these thrifties that we're showcasing, round 7 and round 6, and round 19, they both came immediately after Josh RT had taken a tactical timeout. So I'm not sure whether he's giving them a specific strat
rarely misses. In fact, he has
or whether
missed
he's
only
talking about long-term adaptations, because after round 19 they started playing C retake a lot, and that really worked to get them back into the game. Either way, the combination of the players plus the coach having impact was getting that close, but they still only got 10 rounds, and that's while winning a couple of big thrifties that flipped the economy. So they didn't actually get across the line. It wasn't enough in this map.
The thrifty that always matters the most is G2's attack side forced buy if they lose the pistol. MIBR that down, and I think that was really the difference maker to pulling.
Excuse me, इसमें एक पिकअप लाइन नहीं, आप डायरेक्ट उसको ही पिकअप कर सकते हो, समझ रहे हो भाई? औरा है सूर्या भाई, औरा है। दैट अच्छे पिकअप लाइन्स दो। हाँ भाई, ये कैसा है? आर यू लोटस? बिकॉज आई वॉन्ट टू अटैक यू फ्रॉम एवरी साइड। औरा हाँ, औरा बेबी, या फिर ये वाला वेज वाला ये देता हूँ। आर यू लोटस बिकॉज यू कैन ओपन डोर टू माई हार्ट्स, नहीं योर हार्ट्स। लॉल, लास्ट में लॉल बोल देना, फंबल किया तो। एज अ गर्ल आई रिजेक्ट एंड रिपोर्ट दिस टू द पुलिस। हैं, पिकअप लाइन रिजेक्ट करके पुलिस के पास जाते हो मैडम आप? भाई जेंजी लोग बहुत आगे चले गए बे। हमारे जनरेशन में ना वो होता था, पिकअप लाइक पसंद नहीं है सीधा ना, ऐसा करते थे। जिंजी लोग आगे चले गए भाई। बग्स भाई जब पिंकी दीदी नई थी तब किसी से शेयर करते थे लो करने पे भाई, कुछ नहीं शेयर करते थे भाई, दोस्त लोग बैठते थे और मजे करते थे, सब थॉट्स आती नहीं थे दिमाग में, दोस्त लोग के साथ बकचोदियाँ काटते थे अपन, समझ रहे हो। हम लोग का 3-4 जन का दोस्त का ग्रुप है ना, इतना क्रेजी था। वो निखिल को तुम लोग जानते ही हो, वो मेरे को आज तक मेरे को कॉल करके गाली देता है, एक दिन निकालना लवड़े, मिलने को एक दिन निकालना प्लीज। आज से निकालो, 1 घंटा नहीं निकाल पा रहा हूँ मैं खुद के लिए। हे गर्ल आर यू अ केजे मैन, बिकॉज आई कैन बी योर रेस चैट। कोई अच्छा पिकअप लाइन्स दो ना उसको रिप्लाई करके। मेरा पिकअप लाइन अच्छा था। हाँ भाई ये अच्छा है। आर यू अ जेट मैन, नो, वो नो ही बोलेगी, समझ रहे हो। देन आई कैन बी योर जेट मैन बिकॉज मैं हूं तेरे आसपास। ये थोड़ा लंबा पिकअप लाइन था, थोड़ा वो बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, बिल्डअप वॉल्यूम बढ़ाना भी।
Same story as what we saw in Haven, right? It's Valen solo anchoring a site, getting overrun very quickly, and reinforcements just not being there. G2 trying to get active, of course. There's going to be a bit of a heavy mound fight coming, and Artazine now knows it. Their arrival's been heralded by the flash, by the drone. Artazine has nowhere to go. He's going to stand and fight, and better hope he gets out alive. Not to be. Headshots for everybody, apparently.
भाई ये जीत गया भाई, ये
joins the long list of players down by cranial impacts.
It seemed
$4
like
तुझे मिला पिकअप लाइन में दूं, excuse me.
3-0 for pistol rounds.
By the way, love you यार फिर भाई, thank you for the $100 यार. Love you मेरी जान के रोटे. $1,000 में अवरा 10x होता है, 10x, just saying.
The MIBR team, let's just see this on the replay. This was Ospas, what's going to be that initial
देखो
kill.
technically मैंने सोचा नहीं था 100 मिलेगा.
At him to be doing a hell of a lot of that, playing Neon against.
You never know.
Ultimately, did not matter. Leaf connecting some sick taps.
Yo, I'm insane.
And you're going to want to be in a map like this after a tough grind on Haven.
ये सब नहीं चलेगा.
That's just what G2 are looking for. MIBR down now to 66.6% pistol win rate in this series, folks. A little lower than the average as of late, and there's G2. Already start with Leaf right where he's got to be. He hits him where it hurts. More ghost action from him. Verdo is at least able to extract a frag. And that spikes on the wrong side of the
ये पिकअप लाइन अच्छा है.
I don't know how Leaf was able to
Hey,
get a second.
can I drone for you? कि मुझे तुझे टैग करना है.
Still able to get arts in. Jaw cleans up the last few.
आँख मारना important है.
Take a look at the status of his ult. He is just one away from a dimensional drift on the bonus.
Seeing them happen pretty darn fast.
ये वाला बाप.
So important on this kind of map for that crazy
Hot
mobility that you have access to.
How did he get away with the kill on Arts? I mean, if he doesn't get that, there is a chance for MIBR to then scale into the site and maybe get the spike down. Probably not going to win, but they could have gotten some more cash. So time to jump. Honestly, does have some decent level of impact that he's able to get that second one while stunned up.
हाँ अच्छा था.
MIBR, we saw this yesterday. They love to fight. They want to fight Rubble or hard hit B fast with the Neon. Already up towards Tree. Chalk has a peek, doesn't like what he sees and decides to wait for a chance to get value out of the Stinger.
Matter of fact, he's just going to
भाई लोग दरवाजा खोल के वापस लड़ेंगे वाला क्यों वाइब्स आ रहा है मेरे को?
To be in fighting players back Rubble with an SMG.
Look at all this stall. A lot of time being brought here. And this isn't to
लेकिन
say
बहुत
that
सारे
MIBR
utils खत्म
are
हो गया.
committed to A, but they don't actually have any inserts anywhere else on the map. So G2 now can move up. MIBR's information is now no longer current.
For these two G2 players, though, do they really want to push
It's Ratty
that far with these weak weapons? Trent is exploited, and there's really no opportunity for Valorant to trade that far away with the Stinger either.
He was holding the line as if that was the plan, though. Maybe just undecided about where to put himself.
हाँ?
Could have crossfired, you know, in that same position that Trent was, I guess.
And now MIBR did some good work, dragging rotates away from this A side. He got util out of Jonah earlier. His fault line is back up, sure, but he is positioned close and he's alone.
Professor P. Oh, it's tough. The Neon runs past and Aldazine dispatches him handily. Valen will head to pit. Probably happy he's not the first one on the site this time around. Actually gets to play the game. Isn't quite armed as well as
I may like the Phantom more, but I promise I will never ghost you. Yeah, अच्छा.
Skyward
Yeah,
sees everybody drop down in front of him, which is the clone. He guesses
ये वाला दो
correctly.
plate.
Some fair damage from Leaf. Into the 1 versus 3. We're not going to think better of trying to take that. Duel doesn't want to throw his gun away. They matter a lot more.
कैसा dodge करते हैं ना? नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी ये G2 जीतेगा.
At the moment, able to convert. I like the way that they were able to double back on that round.
Hey girl, are you Tejo? Because you are explosive as fuck. Oh, भूसे के.
What's the plan there for
Tejo लड़का है.
And then once he's removed,
are you Tejo?
G2 feel like they need to rotate back.
Single ही रहेगा Rickle Roy.
B and C side.
Why 2 controllers in both teams? 2 controllers is common. ये map में 2 controllers या फिर 2
Josh really becoming more emotive.
Again, there is pressure in this game. This is, again, these teams are very hungry to win. That top seed means so much. Aspas gets a tickle there from those salvos that come in. Jonah P now has got the big iron.
Bhai, बहुत utility.
Okay, could have been deadly that.
MIBR, again, similar to the last round, are opting to put all of their emphasis on A early and allow anyone from G2 to push up behind them. Obviously, with no Sentinel, they don't have any of the passive info that you could gain from having tripwires. They are going to be relying on just fully hard re-clearing everything together as a team. And again, a minute on the clock, they're going to do just that. Last round, they caught Trent playing close, but on the full wide, G2 are not going to be getting that aggressive.
Yep. Poison's off. So Jaw saw something that makes him want to pull off that A line as well, alongside with Professor P, is Leaf at
CHUMMI ने आई, what is this behavior bunch by? CHUMMI ने आई मतलब अच्छा वैसा.
Nice
पूरे भाई गिली चुमटी मेरी जान.
Okay, plot armor gets across the gap, no worries. Again, Valen struggles in this B position.
Love you, buddy.
They had gotten the pit out from Leaf. I love this from G2. They've stacked up 3 players on B. Enjoy. You can either go into the pit or you're going to come into the stack right now.
Huh? नहीं लगा बे.
Yeah, either one. It's going to be brutal. Jonah wants to try and spray him down. It's a little awkward though. Verno punches him. Jorgamo has to try and gate crash out. He gives up that space, but Trent's using baby door. He needs to wait though for his opportunity. Wait for Jorg to get back on the line. He dimensional drifts into the site. And there's Trent with the timing. Off the flash, it's perfect. Just like they drew it up. Funneling MIBR over to B with that Viper's pit on C.
That is a beautiful defensive play, and it's critical as well that Leaf
G2 ने लगता खेला. Love you Surabhai, love you मेरी जान करोड़े.
30-odd something on Viper the other day. Getting this kill against Art Zin and then being able to back off, put up the cloud, and then sends this pit as well. I mean, look.
What was
kidding?
क्या move है भाई Leaf का.
He's playing so well today.
क्या read है बे Leaf का. क्या play है भाई.
Funneled into B, knows they have to go through the door. All right, get on top of the box. Get another angle to get a kill. He's so cerebral.
Valen wants to be more proactive on this C hold. And he'll let Jorg early doors to help him out here. Okay, there's Leaf striking again. It's just a solo player. The lurk is down now over an A. This narrows things down drastically for G2.
He's up to 10 on the board now. The entirety of the map feels like it's under the control of G2. They're pressed up on mound. Leaf controlling towards A. Double facing with Trent Aspas trying to get forward.
Does get over the rubble, over the mound.
किसने कर पा रहे ना MIBR?
So now there's some control of this
इधर भी
part of the
fight
map.
नहीं ले पा रहे बे.
Okay, just like the previous round, Jorg sort of swings that and then pulls off entirely.
वो लोग को ये पता है कि 2 बंदे तो ये पे.
Just in these like mid-round pushes up, this time though, playing a bit more passive, converging on that A side.
Right जगह पे जा रहे, लेकिन
hard and fast.
वो लोग का retake insane हो सकता है.
He's going to rip it straight away onto the C site. It's dodged by Valen. This is still a 4 versus 5, by the way. But G2 will be happy to play retake.
Battle of the util under the sun gets employed there. Yeah, looks like MIBR are going to end here. Valorant happy to pull off the side entirely. Now, no big util ultimates from G2, but they've got plenty of initiator to work with.
What are they going to do now, MIBR? Do they try to fight for some space? Try and catch off G2? There are 3 players coming from Mount Gas. They want to fight into Waterfall.
It's closing though. This is getting dangerous. Jonah can't push into Waterfall quite yet. There's Verno dealing with Leak. Jorg has to break through here. Numbers are even. MIBR's last 2 stacks up here at Waterfall, and it's a dangerous proposition for G2 to defuse. Valorant steps up, and Cortezia sits down. It's on Aspas now. Fast lane in. Jorg gets it to half, then gets off. Another tap. This is going to keep Aspas honest. Keep him wondering. Oh, what the heck was that? Pops up. Fortunately, Valorant's played whack-a-mole before, apparently, and has enough time for the defuse. But I tell you what, seeing Aspas, you had to believe it was possible.
that should not have been doable.
That is like
any means of how the game is supposed to operate. That was.
It's like watching Arsenal on a zipline. Try and shoot. The same thing.
It really is. Oh my god.
Again, players like Aspas make their own rules.
Yeah.
Sickening.
All right. Collecting my thoughts for a moment. Leaf is just.
उत्कर भाई नॉर्मल सिम पे पूछा था मेरी जान की रोटे.
He's got G2 in a solid early position.
These are costly rounds though for G2. Fortunately, MIBR is in a bit of an economic trough while theirs is teetering, so it shouldn't hurt them too much.
Bitrate कितना है? 15,000.
Still going to be sent out by Trent towards the B side. Finds out that at least no one is playing close. Certainly weary that a G2 player could be on the tight angle here, but
that is Jonah P spraying past Jaw's head there. Okay, he's spotted out. So cat's out the bag. Bucky's back in the pocket. Off we trot.
Verno hoping to catch him with the stun, but it just goes a little short. While all this noise is being made, though, and the Teo is shown presence towards A, it's an MIBR intending on hitting the C site, hoping that initiator pressure drag rotates, but it hasn't.
Okay, the fast lane gets Aspas in, spray! It's wayward, he finds one though, and Leaf is perched up!
By
clutch on these boxes, and he's sending him off to shipping!
Clutch Leaf, bro. Clutch Leaf, bro.
And Alberto and Artezine with 2 stingers under extreme
duress.
By
Leaf ने क्या खेला ये round?
This Odin have got to extricate themselves.
कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे बे MIBR.
Oh, buddy!
On the frenzy flank, Jaw cleans them up.
By MIBR कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे भाई.
Lotus masterclass. At no point are MIBR getting into a site where they are at an advantage.
Can we see Tishan and Binks fighting in future?
Great setups here. Leaf tucked in the corner on the box. It doesn't even matter that Valen goes down early because he's in that position. Trent rotates in, sets up the crossfire from Waterfall. They have delay utility from main. They're being swarmed from behind. It's so excellent.
And they
सब बढ़िया. Chat 2000 लोग देख रहे हैं. 2000 like कर दो मेरी जान की
रोटो. It's a fast lane thrown up by Aspas that makes it impossible for MIBR to see that box.
भाई कंगरू बना हूँ. कभी आपकी कभी स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ.
Works against MIBR and is swept away. And yeah, a justified timeout now.
Love you to मेरी जान.
Been able to get the guns back in hand.
They are early on definitely making you believe that their loss on this map the other day certainly was just a one and done, and that will never be happening again. Gameplay on defense so far is really stellar. That being said, though, we still need to get them on attack because yesterday.
By 3 times asking who is best player in Valorant. Goodbye.
But honestly, at this rate, what are they going to need on attack? 2 rounds? The way that they're playing, they might not need many to get over the finish line.
Again, it's the same question marks. The same questions levied at the same individual. It's Aspas on the Neon. Can they really get this guy going? He's fast. He hits these sides very quickly. But G2 are never rattled by this. They've always got a contingency, a protocol to deal with that bat out of hell that flies at them every round.
This is going to be a force up from MIBR, who are sitting on a few ultimates. Could maybe even see out of the timeout.
Pipon is best player of Valorant. So ja Piyush bhai.
That from the shadows to get behind the defensive team on C. G2 are on fighting forward.
Oh man.
Well, wants to get that dimensional drift. It's going to be suppressed. Can't teleport away.
Bot line comes in, but do they know there's another play here? I'm not sure. Oh! Aspas runs past! Jono! Able to find 2, doing the most! And it's an unreasonable impact to have at C after being stunned up.
Stunned and suppressed. He can't get Crash away. He's stuck there.
Shoot, brother. That's all he needs to do. Just squeeze the trigger finger. And MIBR now
Timeout
cut
के
a
बाद
trip, lost
ऐसा?
at sea.
God, that is MIBR getting nightmare flashbacks to what Zekin did to them on Yoru in positions like that yesterday. Succumb to so many multi-kills from their opposition on this map.
And again, it's Aspas who tries to get running literally early and then gets cut down. Late re-explore there for G2. Verno is not ready for it.
Try तो करना
Gotta be
पड़ेगा
safe with these
वाइपर को
boys.
यहाँ पे एक मारने का.
60 HP for Artsin. Shenum is pushed up very far towards A.
Yet to frag.
The only chance that he can get his first on the board right now onto Trent, but it's not looking
Yeah.
likely. Sprayed down to
क्या
A.
prefer
Hit by
stun
the
दिया
special delivery
भाई?
and they didn't hold the spice. He's feeling it.
22 seconds remaining.
सेव कर रहे हैं लोग
Do
इतना
MIBR
करके?
try to get into the site at this point, or do they hope that they can just save the guns and
How?
move on to the next round? With
Look at them being
That is the
corralled.
choice.
They are being...
No drone nothing. वो लोग साइड पे ले रख रहे थे ना वो util.
You know, G2 don't have the greatest economy at the moment, despite being in a large lead. The rounds have come down to 1 or 2 players surviving, so they don't want to go too crazy hunting. Okay, just some predictive spam, and Shenum goes down.
Okay.
Okay क्या? Gun गिर गया.
Now again, important kills for MIBR, I guess, but the economy of G2 is really getting rolling now. Let's see this back. Oh.
They are just so locked in on Valen, running away back towards the site, that they pay no mind to the potential of Jaw to be staying there.
Got your get back. Just a demonic chuckle. But this is G2 conditioning. Like now, there's a
मैं दो
second
चीजें
player
एक साथ देख रहा हूँ.
flying off that
बस
own.
love is real, buddy.
Hey, they're doing it again. 2 players pushing.
3.
Oh, Jaw, oh, buddy,
3.
shut down. It's the trade by Valen.
Big investment here for G2. It's got to have to
blue
pay off.
blind.
Arzine stuck in that corner. Doesn't have a way to get out except smoking himself off or getting
कुछ
smoked
नहीं
off.
कर पा रहे भाई.
He's able to get out. Trent. Shenum through the wall. Trent set to stand up, but always
हर
G2
चीज
stacks
का
up in
trade है
2s
बे
and
G2 के
3s.
पास.
Verno and Artsin, the last 2 remaining, swung on by Jonah, but he is denied of a kill, and it's down to the 2 versus 2, 2v1.
Crispy with it is Valen, but he is cut down. It's Leaf, the one player you do not want to have to clutch against.
अब
Against his up-and-comer, cerebral IGL in Arzine.
Look at the amount of angles that Artsin has to be concerned about at the moment. Leaf could be coming from anywhere.
Bam! What a shot!
W
What a
Artsin.
clutch!
W clutch W read
MIBR getting much-needed second round on the board.
Desperately. G2 committing a lot to that C fight. This was the round. I thought it would be the one out of the timeout, but the one after, where Cortezia went for the from the shadows teleport behind enemy team. He immediately goes down.
हर चीज
off
का
that
trade
play.
बोलते
He
हैं, no
was
trade by G2
read
language.
by G2. They win the fight over towards Mound. And Artsin brings them a
क्या लगता है
desperately needed
comebackable है?
clutch. He goes off on
Technically
map 1
देखा
Haven,
जाएगा
and
तो
he's
अभी
going
भी
off for them
6-6
on map 2
possible
Lotus.
है.
This is the depth of talent on MIBR on display. They have a roster full of players who have the potential to be the star on any given day.
But I think they
बस
like
क्वेश्चन है अगर
all to be
आपको
fighting
वायरस
at the
से
same
बुझने
time.
के अलावा कोई गेम में Esports प्ले
That's not
करने का
happening,
ऑप्शन
though.
मिले.
Okay, Leaf
तो कौन
takes
सा
his
होगा?
chances
Ludo.
there. Aspas able to bring him down, and any chance of reprisal cut off. G2 throwing Armageddon in the way. Verno has his build up in this round, and Valen takes the timing. Okay, it's messy, very messy.
Trade देखो भाई.
Jonah P is the last one standing with the Odin. No armor to speak of.
MIBR का ना
No
लेकिन.
lifeblood in his veins.
Can't be mad at G2 for trying to force the issue there.
Equal है.
When MIBR were just congested in Baby Door, and they were certainly not the favorites to trade that out in their favor. But
ये
they
गया
did.
इसने गोल्ड की
Aspas
बेइज्जती
tucked in that
की.
corner.
अब
He gets
इसके
his first
लिए
kill on Leaf.
हेट
Trent wanted
कैंपेन
to
चालू
trade,
ही करना
couldn't do
पड़ेगा.
it. G2 just want so desperately to get the kills while they're encircled.
पीयूष भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. एक हाथ से आपसे फोन पकड़ा जा नहीं रहा. यूं करके फोन पकड़ के सेल्फी ले रहे हो कांच के सामने. हाँ? हेट फैलाओगे ट्विटर पे. शर्म फैलाओ थोड़ा सा गिरेबान में देख के.
To this half. Look, you're not loving getting 3 on Lotus on attack. You're hoping for a lot more. It's an attack-favored map typically, but so they are taking what they can get as G2 are pushing through their own spawn. Shenum on watch.
Not bad from Shenum, and he's done
Not
enough
bad,
there.
not bad, not
There
bad.
was a wrap from G2 pushing out of B. There's always something happening on that part of the map. And MIB also were aware. Trent's got a rifle to hand now. Cortezia drops
W
down.
blind.
Paranoia out, stays safe behind rubble.
यार भाई हो गया मेरा अरे
timing, gets that extra frag.
क्यों 8 फेल आ रहा था करके मैं
That
तोड़ा
was a chance for G2 to go for this.
The off-angle
Leaf
swing.
collects onto Verno here.
अरे एंटी रे
Hand straight to head there, bit of a scratch.
सॉरी
Verno had to flick awfully fast.
खास दोस्त मेंबरशिप लो वहां पे टूटते नहीं
Drake
है
here playing with house money essentially. The round is all but lost for G2. He'd like to try and do some damage.
Might as
एक
well.
को बाव मत बंक भाई
Round with the
लव यू
rifle
यार
does
फिर भाई
collect a third, but is shut down. MIBR finding a
Comeback
lot
आ
of
गए।
success after the timeout called.
हाँ?
Fraud putting them in
अभी
position
15 पे अपने को 10
end
पे
this
आने का ना
half with a respectable minimum 4 at this point.
टेक्निकली पॉसिबल है
Oh man, that could have gone ugly.
That could have been disastrous. If Leaf gets that kill,
And he has upper control.
recovers the rifle.
15 पे नहीं
Not
रहे
even
अपन
close, baby.
Yeah, totally
ये मैच पे
different
15 पे
situation. Look at the amount of ults the G2 have right now. Is Leaf going to try to use this pit straight away just to control C and the rest of the team stack up towards A? It's possible.
He's actually getting info first, so he doesn't want to use it unnecessarily.
डबल
Big fight though
टीटी
for Rubble. We
बहुत
like to see
बारी
these. Here comes a rolling thunder though. Catches Cortezia out. Now Spas though holds his own. Jonah isn't able to capitalize at all. Trent tucked
Oi!
down, takes a fight.
Oi!
Spas on the move. He goes careening into the door. Armageddon up here for Trent now. Jorgamo.
ओई क्या मारा
Might
बे
even be able
ट्रेंड
to
ने
combo that Armageddon with some of this information from the dimensional drift if they really want to risk it.
Yep, he's yapping, relaying it. Leaf might even have been looking at this flank opportunity now. He can double up. Verno dropped down. Here's that Armageddon. Played off perfectly by G2. Well worth using the
Nah.
ultimates in this kind of
ना
round.
ना
And it gets them the result they were looking for.
That was a beautiful combo.
G2 का मैप है
And Jaw gets out on the backside of Rubble,
हाँ,
doubles
G2
up
का
with
मैप है,
Leaf,
100
they
टका।
fight together. Could have been dangerous
100
for a
टका ही
second
G2 का मैप है
because Leaf was on that flank and they were totally
भाई
unaware,
आलमुगेदन
but
भी
it
देखा
all works out
हर कोई
according
वहाँ
to
पे
plan.
मरता तो भी
But you have to
आलमुगेदन
give
से
credit
मरते
to
थे वो
Trent.
लोग
Bam!
That's a sickening shot onto Ospas.
Aspas getting a little more active here, but no more involved. Dropping in these early rounds, and again, you want that Neon sometimes to make that space, so you at least trade them, but with the walls up everywhere, it can be messy.
Again, this is MIBR, all 5 players fighting towards A early.
Last round of the half, they're just going to go for it. Cortezia here. From the shadows, gets him in position now. Relay bolts there.
W.
Aspas burns Valin down. And they might want to keep pushing on this. They check the corner. Trent's spot from last round has been vacated. He's playing a bit further back as Artazine deals to Jonah. There's a wrap here from Leaf, but it might be a little bit too slow. And the Viper's bit won't
टेक्निकली
get
देखा
value
जाए
this
तो
round.
7-5
Here's
is
Trent
not
again.
bad
Stunning. Lines him up. Special delivery catches on the Verno, but he too is stunned. Down to 7. And Verno will finish the job. That buys enough time
भाई
though for Leaf to
किससे
get in
मारा
position at
वर्णन ने
least. There's an
किल
attack side. Viper's pit on A, impinging into tree.
Leaf could try to counter pit to get into tree if he wants, or just fight close. Art's in with the shorty right there, but he's caught.
Even now in numbers, Leaf ready for it. Shorty to hand himself. He dives into the pit. It's a hit, but not enough damage. And Aspas with his own shorty.
Anti था
Looking
Leaf
at
से
MIBR out of that attack side half with 5 rounds. Maybe not as much as they're looking for. G2 choke him out a little bit at the start of that half.
MIBR were looking
Double
barren
Nitya.
halfway into this so far. And out of a timeout call from their coach,
अब
Rob,
आपके
they were
पास
able
यूज
to
कर दो
string
प्लीज क्वालिफाई होने के
several
लिए
rounds back.
मेरे को नहीं लगता कि अपन
And now they can have a go at
top पे
this.
ना पाएंगे chat.
I'm looking forward to seeing what G2 can bring us on attack today. That is where they struggled against EG yesterday. That
बहुत
is where
tough
they
है.
faltered and lost this Lotus map for the first time in 2025. It has been their undefeated home ground.
MIBR to grind in that first half, excuse me, they get themselves to 5. That's good enough for now.
भाईजान
Quick
आप
break,
किसको
we'll be back
सपोर्ट
with the
कर रहे
second
हो
half and conclusion
ये
of
वाला
our
मैप
second map,
G2
Lotus.
G2 इजी विन थर्ड मैप दिखना पड़ेगा कि कौन जीता जो भी थर्ड मैप जीतेगा वही फोर्थ मैप जीतेगा वाला वाइब्स है रेड बुल
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Pam 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 pam. ओके अभी अपन 16 पे है। देखो कम से कम 14 पॉइंट चाहिए। 14.1 मैच में मेरे को नहीं लगता होगा, समझ रहे हो? चाहे तो बंक्स में एक गिलास मत करो यार, चाय खत्म है।
One round in that first half of Lotus, and they
सीरीज कौन जीतेगा क्या लगता है?
It was looking pretty dire.
G2 लग रहा है
Fight a lot of close rounds, and
थोड़ा
eventually
स्ट्रॉन्ग
forced
तो है
G2 onto a couple of ecos, and then get themselves a 3-round run to get 5
भाई की और
rounds
बड़ी
in
लंबी
that
चलेगी
first
इस
half.
मैच।
It's
Well,
decent,
that's
good
a
enough for
W.
now. But you know G2 are going to be bringing
Eliminator
the
का
heat
भी आज
today.
है क्या?
Go on the
दोपहर
attack
को?
themselves.
Back on Haven, MIBR were able to win both pistol rounds, getting off to a hot start both halves, and they closed that map out. So far on Lotus, it's G2 who are up 1-0 as far as pistols go. So let's see if MIBR can even that up here.
Freezer MIB बोल के ये सब बोलना।
We do have a bit of a crossfire
मैं
here.
हमेशा
There it is
सच के साथ
before
रहता
the fault lines come through. They come from everywhere, by the way. It's just too good. Oh, buddy. Another beautifully executed MIBR pistol round. And not even Trent can ruin their day. Stunning stuff. Breach and Teho Util, and of course Atsbus there to follow up.
That is exactly how they drew it up. It's just that simple. Walking right into the trap. Fault line, salvos, Osbos, immediate first tap on the jaw as well is just so sick.
And the G2
My
fault line
question
is
is
not great.
ये
It's actually very easily sidestepped by Atsbus.
सबसे कॉमन ट्रैप प्ले
If
है।
you can guarantee 3 out of 4
हम लोग ने
times you're winning
जितना
those pistol
लोटस
rounds,
से करेगा
it puts you in
ब्रिज
such a good
के
spot in the
साथ
series,
तो
and it
ये
puts MIBR 1 round from evening up the game.
दिखता ही
Might be
रहेगा
the
कि
fastest
बी
round
पे
we get in this entire
नियॉन
series, for
देखता
being
है
honest.
बाद में यूटिल
G2,
डब
even though
होता
they
है।
don't get the spike down on attack, they still want to force. They have
इससे
stingers,
G2 ने
light
काउंटर नहीं
armors,
किया।
they're ready to go.
One thing we saw from MIBR when they were on defense against Sen was that they did want to fight Rubble a lot.
और
They
मैं मेरे
got this
टनल्स
Neon.
कंप्लीट हो गए।
They
लव
want
यू
to get value
बड़ी।
from Aspas, obviously being able to come from odd positions.
Now this is a position that Osbos wants to be in. He's the guy with a Vandal, taking a longer range look at this main door when G2 come out, wants to be able to spray at range.
Paranoia in the hands of Cortesia. We forced off here, TPing away from those salvos. Only takes a small amount of damage and ends up TPing right behind Jorgamo. Tap on the shoulder and a headshot with the stinger. Keeps it even in this round.
There's a chance maybe Osbos can throw that Vandal over to Shenum trade for the Stinger, so a guy with full armor can
और तुम लोगों को पता है
get the best
स्टिंगर भाई
weapon
G2 का कितना
available
स्ट्रांग
in
है।
the server right now.
पीयूष भाई थैंक यू फॉर द
Going to
मेंबरशिप मेरी
get some
जान के
information
टूटे।
towards B for Trent and allow
Haters
G2
से lover
not
तक का
to
सफर।
slowly creep towards this A site.
All things considered, you're holding a bunch of stingers in your G2. You're pretty happy to get so much space taken there on A Rubble already.
Yep.
Now you're within striking distance of a site. You use one more wave of that initiator util, and Bob's your uncle.
Slowly walking in, they're not even going to rip that fault line. Verno could be in trouble. They're closing the distance right now. He wants to back up. He's going to have to try and stun himself. Shenum on the swing to protect him, however.
Had the right weapon for it too. Snakebite doesn't really hit. And G2 trying to save that util to stop MIBR's presumed flood. So they get in the side for free.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए लो तो है MIBR वाले।
This flash, that'll be the last piece of util they have left. Salvos as well. Now it's just going to come down to the gunplay. Can MIBR trade out for each other effectively?
Cold steel, white knuckle grip on these guns for G2. These things have got to sing. Aspas for one. Trento's able to get into the game now. The 1 versus 2, but look how low they are. A bit away with spray and he'd have it. Classic out. Aspas catches him through the corner of the masonry. And we have ourselves an even game.
Barely getting away with that, scraping by. G2 had such an explosive entry into Rubble when we saw Cortesia put in that high-pressure situation early on. Goes 1 for 1. That's the absolute best you can ask from this guy. Look at what's happening, man. It's
इस सेटअप को कुछ लोग गॉड स्पीड भी बोलते हैं।
Shenum does great work protecting Verno.
ये मत बोलना आपने इन्वेंट किया।
And then legit, it actually comes down
ये
to them having better
और
weapons and getting
C का ट्रैप
better
प्ले
spray
ये
penetration
मैंने
through
ऑलरेडी
the wall.
स्ट्रीम पे किया। Just saying.
Now,
Just saying.
something that's fun to look for from MIBR is they'll take that Rubble fight on A, they'll do it on C as well. They'll fight from out, they'll do it round after round, but They're going to be set up for it again this time. It is Aspas meets Valen.
Bardi
Head to head.
Aspas mein.
Still a bit of an awkward one for G2 weaponry-wise. Sheriff's for them. Singing out well enough as Aspas got caught by an aftershock in the end.
Despite having these bad weapons, the fact that they pick up 2 players from MIBR is a testament to how explosive this G2 entry is into Rubble. It is fantastic stuff. Leaf has inserted himself now into the location of the map where the defenders spawn. So we'll see if he can find the timing to just backstab someone, get a rifle, and hey, maybe there's a chance for G2 yet.
G2 have been spending more than teams tend to do after losing that pistol. This is why they've yet to get rifles in their hand. Well, Sheriff does just as well. Sheriff now plucked out of that position, and that opens the door now for Jonah to come right on through and get that spike in.
And instead of going for the gun, Leaf is going to opt to try and get into another unexpected position to just get a free backstab kill. Or at that, I mean, hell, Jonah could leave his site if he really wants to.
And he might.
Yeah, that's going to be the decision.
And again, he's happy. He says, I've drawn out a lot of this initiator util. Of course, it's only Teho and Breach that are left, so I've got to be wary of that. He got a bit for free. Oh, buddy! Tucked in the corner. This guy's been magic today. Verno with a special delivery.
Oh, he's just so scared that Jonah is going to swing off of Leaf's contact.
And Jonah's gone elsewhere, bro. He's gone to A. Verno now has to extricate himself.
1v1.
Rifle the hand for
Let's
Jonah.
go, Professor.
Armor. He's in a decent spot.
He knows where Verno's coming from.
He's in the perfect spot too.
Let's go, Professor.
Biding his time. Patient killer, but the barrel will be... No! It turns away!
Check nahi kiya.
Crumbles to dust right before MIBR's eyes. It's another Sheriff round for G2. A ridiculous one to win, but hey, that's just what they do.
Leaf was everywhere on the map. They could not locate him on his flank efforts, and he just gets away with 2 free kills in that 2 versus 3. He played that situation so well. He's at 22 and 11 right now on the Viper.
These kids are getting cooked. That was actually
willing them into this grand final. I mean, hell, he willed them into this lower final yesterday. He's gotten them over the finish line. He's gotten them into Toronto, and now he wants to get them another trophy. Well, Artson says,
that's a
nah,
shot.
never mind, I'm just going to spend me down with that shot.
Justin, we had almost forgotten what Artisan's been able to produce this series. He delivers a quick reminder. Okay, Teo Util's going to clear the upper spot. Shinom now knows he's about to get a good look. Trent will be able to reveal him, and he'll have to move away from this aftershock. Slow and steady. G2 expending that Util now on the way in. Clone. Oh, what a relay bolt, though. Not able to capitalize on it. Shinom down. Verno here with the Sheriff on the corner. A lot of shots coming in through the boxes as G2 want to overwhelm, and they do. They are hungry to get this lead extended.
Just so many little things that G2 do right. Jaw waiting for Jonah to be the one who actually swings out. A guy with more HP so he doesn't go down, lose his rifle. Now they're into the 4-on-3 and what a timing to catch it to Artsin.
And he had the Rolling Thunder. He was lining up some of that util. Completely smacked back down, and now MIBR have got to consider just how much they want to
Excuse me. That's a nice little peek from Cortesia.
2v3.
Go to teleport into the dark cover.
Cortesia's going for it quiet so far today, and
ये क्या ball से play था बे?
Aspas is going to do something crazy there, and Jonah P established order in the sacred timeline at C2 now, building that lead up once more. MIBR at least have a chance to buy
VCT के चक्कर में मैंने Primordium ले ली. अच्छा है Primordium.
So we can look at this. He lets Jonah be the first one to round the corner against that Sheriff, so he doesn't go down to one single body shot. And from there, he's just on cleanup duty.
I mean, at that point, you're improvising. As MIBR, you're TPing onto a side as Cortesia when there's a fast lane up. Now, though, more to work with, and still that breach ultimate kept by Artisan.
Aspas going to play off of the standard one-way dart.
Maaf karo, theek hai.
Towards Mound. Hazard's in to throw a fault line for him if contact is taken.
Door toggled by Aspas. Enough to see the drone. Verno also checking with his own over towards the A side to see if there's more than just the token lurk. Aspas down to 5. Magic number for him, though.
But
off we run.
4v5.
And in the meantime, Leaf had been slowly trying to get his way up towards A, but was caught by Verno's stealth nerve. And now caught himself as he tries to find a timing window through the wall. Absolutely punished for the hubris there.
The most casual of walks I've ever seen.
Spells his team into a 3 versus 5, where now it's Trent who's trying to explore, trying to find an opening, but everything is being covered by MIBR.
I mean, you have no info. No way of gaining it.
Technically, अगर next round भी MIBR जीतता है,
he can still keep putting pressure next round with some of these weapons. But now Verno and Arzine both develop those ultimates.
अभी तक तो clean खेल रहे हो लोग.
Has a look.
इधर वो लोग सब जगह fights आ रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तक executes और fight straight सब on point रहा है.
Arzine here will be big.
Yeah, some damage would not hurt. Right call here from Arzine though. Backing off, going to play very passively.
This is final. This is lower bracket final.
10 seconds left.
Fundamentals looking good for Arzine.
Nice try.
Jonas
जैसे बोला कास्टर ने.
Next up's Verno. Spacing I wouldn't say is sublime, but Verno's got the moves.
जैसे कास्टर ने बोला.
Nice slide outward. It's a one-round game now, keeping it competitive. MIBR on this defense side are getting a lot more done than they could against Sen.
Yeah, they've done a nice job on that round there of just applying that early C-mount pressure. It was this fight with Aspas.
Ults देखो, ults तो ठीक है, लेकिन वो ults को dodge भी कर सकते हैं. अरे योरू है ना.
Feels like it's time for him to go. Because he had already gotten spotted out by that drone, there was a high awareness to his presence if he does try to push forward. So
योरू में ना वो लोग dodge कर सकते हैं.
Lean back here a bit.
Pauza.
Actual
all right,
big bro.
I'm giving Verno like it. I'm giving Verno like an 8 out of 10. Aspas, of course, perfect marks.
He's the OG. He's still learning.
There's like a little hitch. There's like a little hitch halfway down.
What if he ला रहा है?
It wasn't smooth the entire. Yeah, there was a little.
भाई लेकिन ये actual में वो वाला vibes नहीं दे रहा है grand finals वाला.
Still his rookie year.
I mean again,
जिस हिसाब से दोनों टीम खेल रहे हैं.
They're very cute. Well, Verno Zine.
जून एंड में आएगा चैंप बंदर ठीक है.
With him changing.
बंग में आपके हिसाब से current VCT player कौन है? जो लोग खेल रहे हैं VCT.
Aw.
It's cool, man. It's just, it's cool to see something that rarely works out. You know, and what I mean is like a foreign player coming into a team that previously been speaking probably Portuguese, but I mean, we know everyone on MIBR, we talk to them all the time. Like, their English is awesome. They've welcomed Verno with open arms, and it seems like it's a match made in heaven.
Best VCT player, goodbye.
Is it enough to get him over the line on Lotus?
Luckily for them, they were able to save 4 of those rifles. One
दे रहा है, क्या दे रहा है?
So they'll be able to buy here and buy the next at least. And they might need to buy in the next because G2 have a hell of a lot of
भाई
ultimates.
लीफ अल्ट है, जोनपी का अल्ट है, फाइट लेने को या पोस्ट प्लांट खेलने को.
Round again, this dark cover is being thrown
MIBR
down
is gonna get cooked.
But it's Jaw with a dimensional drift going to run through B, send the great gate crash, towards the door, getting a lot of info towards Waterfall. What does the C setup look like for MIBR?
Okay,
they get into the site.
No way! Oh, the clone! Aspas not ready for that at all. Smacks down. Jogamo now needs to respect this aftershock. And gate crashes on out to a relatively safe place. Here's now the Rolling Thunder. It's wave upon wave of util from G2 and Cortez at least deals with Leaf.
क्या खेलते
But Arzine holds his ground.
How does
G2 are out of there.
How does he go 1 for 1 and now Jaw is caught by
Bro,
Shenum?
क्या खेलते भाई
Jaw
दोनों.
put them in such an excellent position. Saw the Cortezia. He had made that teleport forward. That's
This
why the
बताओ
Rolling
best
Thunder was
player
sent
marinate
out,
for
and he
second.
still goes 1 for 1 while stunned. And then Arzine, instantaneous follow-up. Beautiful trade from him. He is so on point today. This might be the best game we've seen from Arzine since the first game, actually, of this stage, where he dropped some unreal numbers on the breach.
And he's doing it without a judge. It's been real nice. But that Cortezia kill might have been the pivotal one. Again, the money's just teetering here for G2. It's not in a good place at all. Trent's out of util entirely. Drone spots it. There's Jonah.
Crazy read, bro, Zenom.
Trent will try and drag himself out of these salvos. He can. 1 versus 3. It's dicey. Already Arzine's down. He'll fall back. Trent, can he? So hard to catch with Verno. Will sink his teeth in. Once more, we're tied up.
Close गया ये तो.
G2 had all of the information. They made
6-1
the right
था ना?
plays there, but the gunplay from MIBR, they are just shooters, top to bottom. This entire roster, late into stage 1, when you were looking at the stats comparison of their players to the entire field of VCT,
भाई
they
मेरे
had
को
the
सच्ची लगा था
tightest
निकालेगा
distribution of stats. All of their players were
जो ना भी
putting
sexy
on
लर्क कर रहा था.
star performances on any given day. And right now,
Zenom का read थोड़ा सा
Shenum picking up a huge
बस I'm
kill
new
over
to
towards the
Valo,
A side.
Sensi
Arzine
कैसे
with that
पहचानेगा?
rapid
Mouse
trade.
हिला के feel
Cortezia
लेने.
somehow finding his in the stun.
बराबर left right
There's
जा रहा
just
है
no
क्या?
one on the squad you can go up against and not feel like you're in danger.
This Lotus map is building now to a pretty explosive climax. Round 19 coming up, and our teams are 9 apiece. And like we mentioned that previous round,
नींद आ गई सो जाता हूँ ढंग से. Good night.
just a guardian at best for them.
Wow. Past several rounds, Leaf has met his match over towards that A side. Again, fast trade, Aspas hungry for more.
And he knows he's got the advantage. He knows he's got the better weapon. Might be one of the sharpest individuals we have here in Americas. But he still respects the numbers from G2 and backs away. But implies with that fast lane that he might have gone in the waterfall direction. So we'll see if they check this. Weird angle. Pulls the trigger a little too early.
What?
Still gets away. Plot armor at least for Aspas as well, it seems.
One enemy remaining.
Here's Trent. Sheriff, just the Sheriff out there on mound. The
Shot
human tornado will sweep him away.
बचा
We're not
वो.
in Kansas anymore, Trent.
Eventually, just surrounded by MIBR, closing in on them. I just want to draw attention to the first kill. This is Shenum again, over towards this A side. It's been him a couple times. Bruno on a prior round where Leaf has stopped getting value. They are disrespecting his efforts to get space on A alone as the Viper. They are having none of it. And what is the response from G2? Well, they're going to send their entire team over towards A and fight for this hard. They are so good at this explosive entry. But actually, they're going to take it slow this time.
That's my best
To
hope.
the way earlier in this half they were trying to get
But
into
if
rubble.
not,
They're preserving that util maybe for this second wave, the second push-up. Cortez here.
Fnatic जीतेगा तो भी अच्छा
Paranoia
लगेगा.
in
Booster.
position. It's only him and Tree right now, though.
It's been a long time since Fnatic win.
This might be the timing. Sidestep there. Here comes an Armageddon from the defenders. Eventually, you've got to get moving, but Jorg knows he has some time. There's Valorant. Aspas dealt with now, heading into Tree. G2 brimming with confidence.
Yeah.
Tony Artesian, and he wants to get forward. He wants to get ahead of this.
They made that trap play look like a joke. Valen just walks forward with Jaw and they dismantle the defenders. They're trying to find kills off the Armageddon. That looked like it required less than no effort to deal with.
And where's the trade opportunity? There just is none. G2 just walk up to MIBR, take 2 kills, walk away scot-free. Shenum again in a really important position. Last round was the opener. Now it's a second wave. Heads go rolling. They do. But eventually Trent can shut him down and still puts G2 at a player advantage. And now MIBR have to come together. Once more though, it's both their initiators flashed with util.
This round is of the utmost importance for G2 to win, and despite having the man advantage, you know they're going to want to use ultimates to get this over the finish line. So there's that Viper's Pit, and just in case, Trent is still sitting on the Armageddon.
Artesian's been a bit slow on this, maybe checking his back line. Armageddon comes on through, Verno knows he's got to step forward and he finds himself the one. Eventually falling to Trent's ultimate though. And Artesian with 1 flashpoint, 70 points of health, and 2 players to bowl over now, has to step up to the plate. Nothing to see, Decay down to 1, time working against him. He'll spray, he'll speculate, he'll hope! The hope won't get you there, G2 even it up again.
And finals banks, हाँ क्या?
Walk away feeling moderately content with getting
well, on the bright side, that's more streams.
Round, forcing G2 to have to expend both of them to get the
क्या rank
win.
पाया अपन? But
They're going to be frustrated that this trap play they set up was all for naught. It was the right idea. They were playing back rubble. They did walk out. But they could not capitalize off of the G2 positioning.
Management
Thrown into disarray by all of their utility.
They weren't pressed G2 by that Armageddon coming in or any of the salvos. They just stepped out of the way and stuck to the plan.
They looked so disinterested and unimpressed with everything that had been thrown at them. It's kind of funny, but all right, MIBR, they are in a pretty tricky economic spot. Nothing.
Shenum has a pit to funnel potentially to B. So that's an option. Obviously sees the drone coming now. Obviously wants to avoid suppression. He does.
Bit of a late re-clear. Makes sure, to break it with the classic as well. Just no, I don't have the rifle over here.
क्या बोला गेम साउंड में सप्रेस होगा क्रॉसफायर हो सकता है ना?
Leaf unfortunately can't hide the fact. Aspas steps out, just takes a raw fight. Eventually help comes, but the timing was bizarre.
Leaf is cooling off. Trent at least comes in for the trade and a little bit more shuts down Verno as well and allows the team to pivot here towards this A side.
Mr. Consistent is Trent. Cortesia, man on a mission. Like Solid Snake with only a paper clip and Maybe a rubber band to work with, just the classic.
का आवाज आया.
Or can he cobble together? That stunning from Shenom though. All of a sudden, things look a bit more doubtful for G2. This is an important round. It's so pivotal. Shenom though is just stunned up. Great special delivery.
He is stuck in a one and done position that G2 are able to take advantage of. Trent, life on the line there. Oh my god, if Artisan picked that, it looked like he was going to.
Imagine peek karta to, bro, Artisan, bro.
Cortesia. Team P's. It's a fake one, and he's standing right on top of these salvos. It's looking dire. It's looking grim. The upshot is that he can buy in the next round, so let's see what he can rustle up out here. Some vittles, some grub, no. An early
Bro, lag gaye.
Another 3-piece for Jonah P and G2.
Lag gaye. We are going all best of 5, baby.
You said it. If there's ever a player that's going to step up that they can rely on, it's going to be Trent. Especially in 2025. He has just always been there for G2 when they need him. Finds the trade relief and then gets the advantage on top of it by winning a second duel towards B main.
Decision making में left right हो गया.
Have their choice of where they want to finish, which site they want to hit. MIBR forced into the timeout. Earlier on this map, back in the first half, when their first timeout was used by Coach Fraud, he put them on a run. They got 3 rounds in a row to make their attack half decent enough to stay in this game, to hang around. And that's where they're at. Let's see if he can do it again and get them over the finish line. Steal away G2's home map, which they've only lost one time on this year.
But it was recent. Proper recent.
It was yesterday. It actually just happened. It's the last time they played it is yesterday, and they're still having nightmares about Gay clutching on them with a sheriff, winning 1v3s.
MIBR,
hello, by normal simple please.
After
Love
a
you.
slow start to Lotus with a big pistol round win.
ये क्या है अभी?
And since then, they've managed to gather some crucial rounds together.
Next.
7-5 half.
Next एक कपड़ा लेंगे.
Recoverable for them. They still are behind the 8 ball to a degree.
जिसका acting में आता है वो overacting करता है.
After the teeth, they've got a dimensional drift for Jorgamo here as well.
Trap play chat.
Boss just the stinger, but of course
this
that's
is
because
B
he
and
has
C push
the
play.
Overdrive going to try and get some serious value with that ult, and it looks like aggression.
Base में घुस के मारने वाला play है.
All 5 players right at the barrier drop for B and C.
Aspas wants to be forward. G2 say, we're ready for it. They played the slow default, expecting the push up, and there's more where that came from, apparently. Jorgamo gets behind. He sees that last player at Mound and Artesine. Oh, buddy. Into the waiting arms of Jorg.
GG. 13-10, 2
Bad news for MIBR. The money's in shambles. They take a huge risk. A gambit off Aspas that doesn't pay off.
Completely falls flat.
पहला shot Chris ने मारा बे उसको slide में.
Awareness that a play like that could be coming. That is a pretty standard play in the playbook for everyone on Lotus defense, especially when you have the Neon running that early BC pinch, straight running at the attacking side. They were stacked up, ready for it, and it looked like Jorgamo hit a stunner shot onto Aspas to really just shut that effort down in its entirety. Verno relegated to a slow, sad save. G2 can afford to hunt a little bit.
We saw the stats coming into the game, Verno with a higher KD than Aspas, even though it has lower ACS. It's because we have a lot of rounds like this. Verno is the Teo player, needs to be hanging around late in the round, so often survives, has less deaths than his contemporaries. That's a nice little pick on Leaf, but doesn't really furrow the brow.
So basically, Venom को भी early ult मारना पड़ेगा C.
And it's up to MIBR to cobble
2A,
something
2B
together.
खेलना पड़ेगा ये लोग.
God, that is lethal for
Basically.
Jaw. And then Trent just spamming through the dark cover, which I also just love that that's being placed again, just displaying how
monitor size
of the situation that's
क्या
headed
पागल
their way.
monitor size मेरा
1 away from tying up this series 1-1. RG2
ये बड़ा
on their
size.
home map of Lotus, intentions of getting out into rubble early. Going
Now
to be
then,
slowed
27.
down by that initial fault line, and Valen taking a ton of damage. That Guardian high bullet pen through the wall.
Yeah, Artesine, good spray early in the round, and there is a vibe that's been already set up on C. We do sometimes see teams pivot into this pit, and you can clear it, of course, with, I don't know, a Rolling Thunder. Jonah P has one of those. Drone comes out on the B side, he sees the gate crash comes in, so Shannon not sure that G2 have been put off this idea of going C.
MIBR have rotated over towards
बराबर
now,
तो किया है
they
अभी
have some
तक
fair
MIBR ने
information close A with Cortesia.
2A 2B और एक
Wow,
C
they are just going to rolling thunder Shenum right out of this.
He's likely to be caught by this unless he can tuck in that bottom corner. Unlikely he gets there in time. Trent opens with a drone. Here's a lot of util to flush the pit out. They know where the Viper is, and here comes the rolling thunder now. Shenum got to be forced back. Now, can't do much there. Jaw's able to run him over. That pit will dissipate now as the defenders try and get set up here in Waterfall. But Lee, he's already so far forward. Jaw on the site itself. Just lazily steps out of the way.
How are you doing, boss? How's the games? Games is looking pretty much even. Everybody's playing like me.
Spray for Cortesia. Finally gets in the game.
Well, as you can see, this is some clean retake right here.
Just as it looked like it was all done.
Hello, Miss.
Steps up and keeps him.
Miss, how does it feel to be a part of SA2L and getting love from so many people? Getting right, buddy, and doing super chat of just $2. You, brother. If I was in your place, $20,000. You को क्या बोलते हैं इंग्लिश में? Like this. Hey Miss, welcome to the stream. I hope you win and do more of the pan stuff. Cook stuff. I'm broke, boss. Need pay raise. Pay raise? Huh? If you qualify for Ascension, then I will give you a big treat. Very big. This much big treat. Very big treat.
Series or overtime here on Lotus, where G2 would be
Sound
at risk
दिला रहा
of
है
dropping
कद्दू
a
का।
consecutive map. Bated breath here, and you can feel the tension in the room. Armageddon available for Trent and Rolling Thunder for Artazine just around the corner. It looks like we're set for a good old rubble fight. Off we go.
Instant fault line going to come through from Artazine, and now G2 trying to scale out.
Jaw gets deep, but there's no one there to meet him. Aspas apparently found him.
Uh-oh.
That's dirty. He was
Artazine
pushed forward.
के पास ult है.
sent Jorg so deep and
45 plus breach ult, easy retake.
Now you can see Trent having to run back towards spawn. They're
OT.
worried that someone from MIBR could be pushed up out of C, pushing up out of B.
Oh, they look nervous.
Call SSA easy, bro.
They
Need
look
to win it. Bring
extremely
SSL well
nervous.
to international. Love you.
Paranoia for
There are
Jonah.
some imposters in chat, some velocity coaches roaming around.
Side of the map.
Huh?
G2, they have to reclaim.
Make sure to knife
everything.
them,
They have no
okay?
control amount. The dark cover just expired. They're just going to have the pure contact. On the
There are some
opposite side of
snacks
the map.
here, snacks.
Okay, here comes that aforementioned clear. Aspas is too clean! Too clean!
Holy
And in the
shit.
perfect round to get going, he gets it done. Valen disoriented, surrounded inside the poison orb. And Jenna will put him to bed. This one's headed to extra innings.
You have to knife Damara and say love from Godspeed.
50-50, and either side completely crushed by the MIBR defensive setup. We demanded that Aspas
Have many
show
more
up today
celebrations
after such
for
an
when we
uncharacteristic
win more games.
underperformance
Yes,
against
sir.
Sentinels yesterday that's gotten them into this lower bracket
Yes,
spot.
sir.
And he is making
And next
good
time you play with
on
IC,
that
tell him
promise.
Evoke
He
is the best coach.
Stepping up 24 for
I love
17.
Evoke as a
Sick
person.
2K
Very
on
genuine
that
guy.
final round.
Haphazard rubble fight though for G2. They send the vanguard of Jorg forward first, and he doesn't check his six.
कोई बताएगा मिस कौन है?
Just
आर्यन
gives up
भाई
a kill
उसके
for free,
सामने मैं
so they
आपको
can't
गाली
recover
दूंगा
from
अच्छे
there.
नहीं लगेगा उसके
Kinda
जानने के
mentioned
बाद
at one
बात
point,
कर.
Leaf had 10 more
You
kills
and me
than
need
the
to
next
talk.
highest player on G2 and was at 22 and 11. He has cooled off. MIBR have his number.
He's been a double-O agent so far. After that, here's Trent Shenum getting taken down. He looks to probe on B, but G2 are very proactive this round. And quickly, Leaf starts to move into a backstab position. This is going to draw Verno away from Mound, but seems very lightly held for G2. They want the retake.
Oh!
On the flank, just going to keep him in his place with that. Molly doesn't want to take a fight to him. Martin in some serious danger from that spam, and he does go down to Trent.
Spike is down though. MIBR down to 3. But if Aspas is alive, anything is possible. Here's Leaf on the other side of the door. Verno, buddy on the move as well. Cortesi though finds one, and here we go once more. MIBR
possible chat 2-3.
in a position to punish a defuse attempt.
Possible, Aspas.
And Aspas has arrived once more. Jonah goes low from that one, walks into a
possible.
Oh, come on. Now.
My God.
Daddy's home.
And that is why Aspas is the GOAT of Valorant. Unbelievable 4K.
Holy shit.
Uses everything he's got in his arsenal.
Is him, buddy.
Shorty, enough kills to get the
What
overdrive.
The fuck?
A elbow, a sharp word. Flick of the wrist and it's job done. Oh man, that gives me chills.
Trent looks stunned at what just happened. That was a 5 versus 3
Possible.
advantage for G2.
Oh, buddy. Gotta be a tense timeout for G2. Even around 24, they looked a little bit shaky.
Hey, Miz, we'll play
especially
together
after the
soon,
draw,
huh?
no
As
4
soon
AD
as
work.
the matches gets over,
How are they feeling right now?
we'll play together soon. We do queue to rate
Some of the
it.
narrative coming into this game was that the stress was off them a little bit. They
Okay,
played
go
tomorrow,
sleep now. Hope
but it means so
stream
much to them
goes
to get
well.
such a
Good
big
night,
leg
everyone.
up.
Good night,
Clearly,
mate.
this
Take
game
care.
is one they are so hungry to win, but they have let bit by bit.
You
brick
guys
by
are strong
brick,
now.
MIBR
See you on the
build
server.
back
We were
into this
strong
game.
before
And
also.
now, they're one
I
round away
see
from
what you are
taking it and going
doing.
2-0.
I see it. Ah,
G2 taking a moment to
don't
just
hate on my
calm
ex-players.
themselves down a
You
bit, let
coach.
the frustrations ease out of their
Like
minds
players
from that
like
last
coach.
round, knowing you were in position to have that 13-12 lead, to be 1 round away from getting to that 3rd map, tying up the series 1-1. But now they are on the precipice
to Redent language
of being 1 map away from knocked out in 3rd place. MIBR could get this series up to a 2-0 lead if they can convert this 1 defensive round.
Aspas forward on Mound, but he's got 2 other players to back them up, other crossfires to hold. Relay ball thrown out, and man, the correction is stunning. He'll slide forward, completely unhinged. But Arzee, the safe pair of hands there, will at least trade.
He made a correction. I don't think he could see a thing. He just knows he is locked in.
हटाओ Hawks के
Perno is
आने
controlling all of
से
8.
stronger हो गई.
In these situations,
तो मतलब आप किसको हटाने का प्लान कर रहे थे? आपके इसमें?
the one getting too aggro. Yes, he is.
ना एक और रोटी.
Leaf bides his time, finds the kill.
One more roti, buddy.
And now 2
One more
rounds
roti,
in
baby.
OT in a row. It's G2 with a
Yes, sure. Let me know. Dancing. Good night. Take care, buddy. Good night, miss.
And this time, MIBR are without their star player. Aspas fell after that kerfuffle on Mound. So Shannon and Artizine have got to bring the heat.
Those guys are looking like number 2 and 3 right now on the team, though, if we're being real. That is still a potent duo to go up against, no matter what your advantages are.
एक को तो door open करना पड़ेगा. No way वो लोग दोनों एक ही जगह से. W.
Wasn't involved heavily in
W.
that first fight. Not in a position to really use that util anyway.
Hudson just has to use his fault line to try to get back into B main safely because he needs to
W.
get through the door.
Jennings though is creeping up on this line. All of G2 grouped here in Baby Door. And no one's looking to wrap around.
Oh shit.
Snakebite here could be pretty rough as well. Artizine doesn't know if there's anyone upper. Paranoia comes. Oh, buddy, this two on the line. That's tough. And it's Shenham. 1 versus 3. Leap to step up first. The spacing's got to be perfect here for G2, but they've got the numbers. And Shenham doesn't feel confident for a defuse. That's
अब
one
कौन
down,
जाएगा?
but it's more where
अब
that
मैं.
came from. That's
ठीक
2.
है. अब तेरी बारी.
And
Time
still
नहीं
no
है.
time to work with. Valin knows it. It will fall. G2
Door बंद
somehow
कर दे.
survived the
आराम
round.
से चिल्ला.
That just ends up being a 3K for the stat sheet only. G2 playing to their advantage of time and numbers to close that out in textbook fashion.
मैं चिल्लाया क्या?
OT continues. That unbelievable round from Aspas going up in smoke.
Just a memory now. Just one for the highlight reel. We have reset things. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Aspas in overtimes on Lotus, well, we had a record-breaking performance from him last year. 47 kills the current America's kill record. And speak of the man.
So fast. Oh my god, he's still going.
Oh my goodness. Jonah flattened. And there's only so far the insanity can go, apparently, but it's still a player advantage. Oh, I say that. Player advantage dissipates very quickly. Young Verno always finds himself in this position.
That's just the clone running forward. Has to
Advantage के MCBJ कर दिया.
Face towards Baby Door, needs to get the spike down against an enemy Taeho. Currently Trent doesn't have those missiles, but they will be cycling back up soon.
एक gap down नहीं बैठे, ऊपर नीचे बैठे, side by side बैठे.
Still a minute to figure this out. All the util that Verno was going to have this round is back on deck.
6:30 बजे याद दिलाना है या नहीं?
Excuse me. याद दिलाना है. Not a factor here in overtime, and it's something Verno normally opts for.
6 बज गया फिर आपको बंच हुआ है. Excuse me मत करो यार.
Jaw is all the way wrapping.
I mean, Verno's
through spawn.
He's allowed for a lot of time. What's the plan
30 seconds
here?
left.
30 to play. The spike's been known and noted by G2, so no risk of them just drifting off to other parts of the map.
He is really hoping that someone on G2 would overplay this situation and show themselves it's not going to happen, and it's resulted in time just dwindling so low for him.
Yeah, no time here at all, really. Got to push into this fight, and it's taken down.
गजब pre-fire मारा ना.
Foregone conclusion. Takes us another minute to
कौन जीत रहा है? ये जाएगा पांचों मैच.
Now G2 get themselves ahead. Win that defense side round to convert now for the map.
Aspas was going crazy on this entry. That first kill onto Jonah was so sick.
भाई ये भारी पड़ा ना.
In the blink of an eye, you're talking about them having man advantage, and suddenly G2 just
क्यों जाते हैं
3 different angles and get 3 different kills, and all of a sudden it's over. I mean, even Fraud, you see his face there. That's the exact moment where he realized everybody died in an instant. It's like, what just happened? And that was my reaction too. All right, G2 1 away from tying up the series.
Characteristic 3-player mound fight setup. This time G2 don't want to test. The stakes perhaps a little too high. They'll counter smoke out the one way. Head for pastures greener. That's the A side, which looks like Stardew Valley by comparison. It's just Verno.
Gets the stun onto Trent, but ultimately very irrelevant. He is going to be under a lot of pressure and knows he just needs to get out of here.
Neon Upper sees those salvos come in. Leaf will surely follow them up, and Verno on the move, still clear. Oh, buddy! Rips them apart.
Oh
Cortesio does drop Spike. Out there on the A side, though, loose as Verno gets it dropped. And now Artisan's here to back him up. Fallon is tucked. Now the waiting game is MIBR want to flood back in. It hurts them. It works against them. It's up to Verno.
Verno बचा GG भाई.
The Spike's headed away. It's been recovered, and again Verno has the clutch this time to save the map.
The whole team showed up to support Verno, but then they just did too much. They already had the advantage. Forced G2 to make the move. They wanted to end that round right in that moment, but it's left Verno, who was the hero at the beginning of this, finding that 2K in a nearly impossible situation against Trent, who has missiles and the Armageddon at his disposal.
Surely that is too much to ask for. Surely that is too much. Verno here. Once again has to go looking. Gives it a tap, and the Armageddon is expected. Verno lingers, hoping someone plays off of it. It's G2 after all. There's no way that's happening. Time getting shorter. Salvos here. It's a foregone conclusion. A deterministic round. Map win here for G2. Verno can only await his fate. It's signed and sealed. G2 take their map.
They're fundamentally strong. I
so
love it.
huge in that last round to get them 3 kills, bring them over the finish line. MIBR in prime position to keep that OT going, but they overplayed the situation, and the Taeho from G2 punished them for it. He ends up with 28 kills on the map out of nowhere. Trent tops the board for their team. Aspas with a sick performance, even for his standards, but it just wasn't enough. G2 took one loss on Lotus. They got knocked down, but they got right back up. This still looks like it is just their go-to home map. The way they play defense is
3-1. अभी next map जो भी जीतेगा वो series जीतेगा. लिख के रखना.
This jump shot from Aspas was
ये map 5 में जा रहा है. Next map जो जीता वो जीता.
First half where G2 were able to punish, able to exploit. Jorgensen with stopping power like this made it really hard for Aspas to be successful as an attacker. Drawn out that first half. It was really difficult But of course, MIBR, they break back. That second half comes in, and they win the pistol. And we've seen this before. They start to run away with these rounds. Ridiculous clutch moments now. A really competitive map. This is going to be a great series from here on out.
Yeah, it looks like we're on for a 5-map banger, if I'm being honest. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but these first 2 maps have been incredible. And you still just have to respect MIBR for pushing G2 to their absolute limit on Lotus.
Stay locked to the channel, folks. If you focus here anywhere else, we're headed over to the desk to break down this map number 2, and then map 3 in a best of 5 for that spot in the finals will be coming up.
पूरा गेम बाप खेला. हाँ, क्लोज कर सकते थे MIBR. नेक्स्ट मैच जो जीता सेन के साथ ग्रैंड फाइनल में, हाँ यस बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है. जो भी ये सीरीज जीता वो सेन के साथ ग्रैंड फाइनल. ये लीग से, हाँ जस्ट सेइंग कि PRX क्वालिफाई होने वाला है. जस्ट सेइंग, ये बात सिर्फ मुझे पता है. दिस इज लीग्स. और मैच है क्या? आ जाइए, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है. अभी स्कोर 1-1 है. नेक्स्ट मैच नहीं, ये बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है. वही ये मैच, ये सीरीज. भाई भूख लगा लेकिन कुछ खाने का नहीं यार.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tentar um domínio, Aspas passou muito cedo. O Artezinho consegue a tocar. Artezinho, é sempre ele.
Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
I am here with Josh RT before the next map. We got only nail biters coming into today, so I got to ask you first, what do you think the team was missing on map 1 of Haven, and what do you think they brought back so you could pull map 2 into your favor?
I think we were missing some proactivity on defense. I think our attack, we were just kind of reading them really well. Like we knew how they were playing, but on defense, like we just didn't know enough. Before you know it, we're down in a hole, and it comes down to these like tight rounds where obviously every team can win like a C post plan or whatever, right? So I just want it back into our control, and that was my message going to map 2. It still was a little shaky, I wanted more decisiveness from my players, but they're stepping up. It's good.
Are you ready for more rounds, more overtimes, more maps?
At this point, it's expected. I'm so exhausted, man. I'm so exhausted.
Well, all right, best of luck in next map. Thanks as always.
Josh RT gonna start looking like me after a little while there. My guy's gonna be losing his hair. But hey, Josh RT will go kind of hard with a beard. In any case, though, I mean, look, G2 picks up a nail biter of a win. It goes to OT, 15-13, of course. And well, I want to talk. There was one round in particular you guys wanted to talk about, right? That there was that round 11 in particular. Mimi, you already.
It wasn't on camera,
dropped
you
the
didn't
radio
have to
night.
show it.
Come on, man.
It wasn't shown on camera.
It wasn't shown.
But now
what do you want to talk about here with this round 11?
Yeah, so I think the last time that G2 played this map, when they had their first loss of the year, what they really struggled with was being a little off kilter in some of the chaotic team fights, especially their C retakes. And this round, I was really impressed with the way that they navigated the chaos. They're down in a 3v5 after they lose Jonah P here, and because they're one of the teams that is super committed to this Yoru, they get a ton of value out of the ultimate whenever they have that online. Here they have a round where a fast flank is coming in from Leaf. They're ready to go with an ultimate through from Jojimo. And despite how crazy the start of the round is, G2 is really good at recognizing the ults they have, taking that moment to slow down and set up a play like this. It's all perfectly coordinated.
Yeah.
Out of the ult goes Jaw, Leaf steps up on the flank, the ult, it's just all put together. And this was missing the last time we saw G2 on Lotus.
It's little elements like that where they just temper it, they wait it out for a moment, waiting for Leaf to get time on the flank too, to just add that extra piece.
And
like they don't rush into it, the
man.
Armageddon. They could have spotted two players there, isolated at rubble, tried to make a play. Could have tried to do it. A lot of teams would do that, but they wait for the right moments. That patience, I think, is a key reason as to why G2 are a scary team, why we call them such a disciplined team, I think, as well in Americas.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, let's not also ignore the fact that, speaking of discipline, you also had Leaf that was really thriving in that game because of those plays, right? They were setting him up nicely in some of those, but also some of his lurks as well, Brent.
He was dominating, I think, in a lot of the aspects here. The opening pistol round, which MIBR have been so good with, this gets lost, honestly, if Leaf isn't able to pull off these two kills here. And he was an absolute menace, honestly, for the first half of this game and a little bit beyond that. He slowed down towards the tail end. Don't get me wrong, he did slow down, but part of the reason, honestly, is just Leaf taking over on Lotus in general. He's been such a big performer when it comes to these playoff games for them. That extra element that the team needs in crucial moments.
Yeah. And when they play this composition with no hard sentinel, like the Vise that a lot of other teams play, he's very often put in positions where he's solo defending C, or on attack side, he's solo lurking up B, and he has to do a ton alone. This is his stats from 2025 just on Lotus. And I want to sell you on this guy being the best individual Lotus player of this year thus far. Every time he plays this map, he is put in tough positions and he performs. And if you look at their series yesterday, that losing would have meant not making Toronto. He was the one that was stepping up on that Lotus loss there. He was stepping up that whole series. Leaf is a true big game player, and his performance, in a lot of ways, won them this map and tied this series.
By far the most reliable hand in all of VCT. I think that very few will argue with that. Stats kind of back it up as well. Guys, incredible here. Lots for Coach Fraud to have to deal with as we get ready for map 3. I know we got Rivington standing by to get his thoughts.
सबसे consistent है वो.
I am here with Fraud ahead of map 3. Night and day performance from the last match and close matches in this series. What was the focus for MIBR coming in to make sure you could really bring the match to G2?
Getting strong starts. I mean, we didn't get a strong start on Lotus there. We were down 6-1.
6-1.
We were able to bring it back, but I think on Haven that really helped us out, like starting our halves really good. So that was a big focus of ours.
Really thank you for the $2 मेरी जान के टूटे.
And also we spent like 2-3 hours last night.
Aspas has the highest KD across all regions this
season. Talking about our game plan, some of the mistakes that we were making. So, you know, it's helping us a lot, but we still got to tidy up some stuff and hopefully we take it serious.
Anything you gave him imparting that wisdom at the beginning of the day, you let him know before they headed up against G2 in the lower finals here?
Just to put faith in the practice and the game plans and stuff like that. If they're not working or we have to make adaptations, I'll pause and I'll make some changes. But overall, just really
Release भाई मैं भी खेलूँगा एक बार
watch
parties खत्म होने दो या फिर afternoon stream को कभी हो गया तब खेलूँगा.
Go at it.
All right, best of luck in the series. Thank you.
I think looking ahead over towards Split as well, Valen, that player on our screens right now, is going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure with the way that MIBR play. They often are trying to set up Aspas himself with stuns, drones, everything being thrown at a solo Smokes player anchoring on Split defense. MIBR are starting on attack here on Split. We know their game plans. I've been watching them do it all stage long, where they are exploiting the defensive setups of these teams. Valen is the one who has to stand up to it.
Well, we've got a lot on our hands here, and Split is on the docket. Don't go anywhere after this short break.
Second भी बाप है. Second भी बाप. पहले क्या मस्त नया लेट नाइट होता था ना. हाँ ना ऋषि भाई, सोचो इतना मैं खेलता था और फिर भी the audacity of a noob to say she is better than me in that game. The audacity, bro. The audacity. हाँ, भूत बना देता था मैं लोगों का.
Explosive ending as well there to Lotus, a map that very easily
Pickup
could
पे
have
याद
also
करते
slipped through
sneeze पे नहीं.
G2's
हेलो,
fingers.
sneeze से भी
See
कुछ
that
होता
relief
रहेगा
on
ना.
Josh's face that they've managed to secure that, turn this into virtually a best of 3 from here on out. Now a split on the docket next.
Listen, we were looking for Aspas to come to life today. He absolutely did that and more on Lotus. That was an all-star performance from the greatest of all time. His Neon was fantastic. Can he carry that over to the Jet now on Split?
Just saying,
where
एक और FPS
very
game में
different
top rank
tales
पे हूँ.
for either of these teams on Split. Yesterday, it was G2 coming back into the series against EG, beating them on Split. For MIBR, it was them losing their series to Sentinels. And yeah, they almost made a comeback.
बंदा 2K लाइक ने किया है अब तक. Bombs terminate. 2K लाइक सुबह तक हो जाता है.
They feel good about the map to the extent that they picked it. So
a big problem for MIBR yesterday on the attack side Split was they fast hit these well-anchored sites by Bang and were just slammed by the double initiator utility. Aspas was getting caught, stunned up, taken down by salvos, you name it. He was subjected to it. So coming into this comp, we expect MIBR to be on a pretty similar look.
क्या है बे,
It's
production तो
another
है.
more classic types of comps here. And
Redo खत्म हुआ तो और 4 घंटा लगेगा
it's
चलेगा.
MIBR
एक और बार Radiant जाके सब haters को चुप करा दो.
Aspas on Jet where he thrives.
फिर बात कौन करेगा मेरे साथ?
Still integrating the necessary meta components of the breach. Tejo, Aspas is in so quick off that fault line. The salvos. He tries to reposition. He's gunned down instantly.
Aspas though has to linger, caught inside some of that util. Now the activity comes from B main. Jorg wanted the long range fight, but Aspas on the ghost a little too crispy with it. G2 down to 2, both though are in the vicinity.
Goes for the jump peek, so Verna could follow it up, get an easy kill. Jonah pressured by the drone, forced back as the spike is going down. Verna with the trade again.
Yeah, Trent, unexpected I think there for the attackers. But they'll eventually be able to get the spike down properly. And Jonah will play off a flash and a recharged fault line to come in for a retake clutch.
All right, Shannon posted up in hell. Verna would love to draw the attention to him, and he does just that. No awareness of Shannon's close-up position in hell. All too easy for him to pick up that kill.
एक बार सीरीज Radiant game एक बार खत्म तो होने दो, champs खत्म होने दो. फिर करेंगे gaming वापस लंबा.
On pistols,
pretty good. 80%. We like that.
Not bad.
Here's that play. Aspas quickly into heaven. The numbers really favouring MIBR towards the end. Shannon flying in wait.
Hello, lineup
on this attack side.
Yeah,
Already.
updates.
Phantoms for Aspas and Verno, they are going for it. G2 don't fancy a stinger by here.
Hello, Mobile का भी first Indian Radiant हो जाओ. आने तो दो वो. अभी तो time है उसको, 1 साल है.
To wait out anyone pushing down mid, and he may just get his wish. Valen has pressed up into that corner. Surely MIBR re-clear that.
Leaf is spotting for him. So now, how does Valen go about it? Off angle! There's the flick. Aspas always seems to have it.
Bye.
Snappy as you like.
Job किधर गया बे? पता नहीं.
He knows
Girlfriend के साथ.
Stunner had to put the spray down after that.
Living life.
Had to. All right, pivot into B main now from this MIBR team. Should
क्या मारता है ना रे? Reaction time देखो ना बे.
Unthinkable with that shorty, but the thinkable would be that he goes 1 for 1. That's his hope.
Extremely thinkable that. Okay, there it is, 1 for 1. You call it. Dr. Valorant has spoken. And that's it really for G2 on this site. Come back in now as Sheriff Shorty and a classic
It's a tough ask. Now MIBR would just love for either Cortezia or Shannon to go ahead and pick up that one stray weapon.
अभी चालू होगा 10
So
दिन
the two
में.
guys with
12
the
दिन में.
pistol, MIBR want to be able to buy as many rifles as possible for that round 3. But they're not out of the woods just yet.
Stun और nade है. Backside पे करेंगे वो लोग.
You've got a bit of time. Fault line there. They're definitely committed. G2 now will try and unravel the hold. MIBR have on this B side. There's a fight happening in B main. Jorg though just doesn't get any step to it whatsoever. Classy stuff from Trent, but now the odds really feel like they're working against him. Cortezia low. Don't do it to him. Okay, buddy. Sometimes it's good just to, you know, sit and think and not react straight away.
Oh, Cortezia was just a moment away from being able to carry that rifle over, but he can't. So G2 will be more than happy.
Kind of get away with murder there.
Absolutely. They'll be happy with all that economic damage that they were able to.
Oh, that was close.
The deal.
We did get that from Jorgamo yesterday. Ridiculous knife kill.
Caught. Oh my god. That's too funny. All right. MIBR, what are they cobbling together here? They've got
knife hota.
a couple rifles on account of the players who bought nothing. They literally have just recreated last round's buy into this one. Oh my god, Chaw. That spam was perfectly placed.
Yep. Well, Artazine though, Sheriff player, so not something you're probably writing home about if you're MIBR. I think still proceeding apace. You just haven't had any good progress through the middle part of the map. Smoked up by both sides. Aspas might still look to operate around that dark cover as he peeks into the corner. Jaw, of course, has to respect this Teo util. He'll have some to play off himself. Still a clear mid as far as he's concerned.
अरे तो एक महीने खेलने के बाद पूरा टीम थोड़ी चेंज करेंगे पांच के
play around the smokes that are being cycled top mid.
That rifle gets cycled over to Artazine now as well. But if you notice, it might be haven't made any big lunges across the map. They're still trying to work on mid. Trying to construct this G2 hole, but Jaw is everywhere. He's credited with both kills in the round.
Yeah, off angle
was to get this space in B heaven, playing on that common off angle. It's just such a strong one, however. Inferno is shot down. Now without being traded by Cortezia. Oh, TP was a little too far forward.
It was on the corner. That little mechanical misstep is easily punished by Valen. And there's G2 walking out with 4 rifles from their first buy.
Now we'll get to MIBR's full buy, rifles for all 5, not just 3. Jaw was ruthless with his willingness to fight in mid there, just spraying through the smoke constantly. Holds that little gapped angle on the left. You can kind of leave open with the dark cover if you want.
Yeah, he sort of
have someone post up.
He reposted back into that room after the salvos came through, and Aspas didn't have a timing to punish it.
भाई साइड मिल गया फ्री में.
All of MIBR gathered up outside of A.
MIBR को साइड मिल गया फ्री में.
Artzin has the lineup ready for the standard fault line here into heaven for Aspas to play off of. Doesn't connect onto anyone, but they've gotten this space.
Okay, Aspas should be able to get to Rafter here. Should he choose? No, it's going to be backside instead. Followed up by some of those more common defender sides cleared out by the salvos.
We're into a full 5-on-5 retake situation now. No ultimates on the board just yet. Cortezia has opted to play very far forward in this dark cover. He's about to be revealed, and Aspas wants to help from the other side, but he's flashed up, exposed.
Knives out, but this is getting a little awkward, even for Aspas' liking. Yeah, he's got to concede the position. Verno knows now they're getting chased. G2 starting to get aggressive here on ramp, and it's getting ugly for the attackers. Verno gets his, but at least got an off angle. And Artazine cowers alone. Takes one, but that's all she wrote.
Well,
there goes the money of MIBR. Things get a little more uncomfortable now.
The Brazilians were just unable to fight for any space of significance. It was really only Cortezia up in there. And then you could see, yeah, Aspas is trying to fight up ramp at the same time, but it just doesn't work out. G2 overwhelmed them with numbers. The flash onto Cortezia was perfect. Fraud feeling some early frustrations there.
It feels a little uninspired for MIBR. Like, as soon as rifles have been a factor, they milled around mid a bunch that previous round. Aspas down early. They mill around A main, and G2 overload ramp with 2 players. So the message might be, MIBR needs to be more proactive. At least play at a higher pace. Aspas tried, but there was nothing to find.
Oh, gathered up outside of A again, or MIBR. Frankly, we saw a lot of straight up 5-man A play against Sen from them yesterday.
Does Jonah get spotted on that shoulder pick? It's likely. Gate crash set up by Jorg. There's a pretty heavy mid focus for G2. Just one token defender in heaven, which means the push through A main is technically open.
G2 were so convinced of something happening in mid, to the extent that Jonah was also ready for a fault line there. But now off that jump spot, Caesar's in. That is going to give the game away. The breach is over on A ramp. G2 are pushing behind them already.
Jonah has board about 7 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the position of the G2 players in Seward. They're
Viper को कुछ करना पड़ेगा बस.
Okay, Valen denied.
Valen will still get there on a decent timing though. MIBR, I think they're trying to set up in Raptors, but here comes Jaw. Shenum, the loose hit, now down. All of MIBR trying to group up here in heaven in the site respectively.
Nice.
He's off the boil. Passports gets the
this Armageddon is so good. It's forcing all of G2 out, but Jaw's collecting the kills backside.
Jaw, I mean, G2 will fight in the sun or inside. Doesn't seem to bother them. Aspas and Kutesiye here now have to go for it. Aspas, just a wayward bullet would take the man down. Now it's up to Trent. All of a sudden, this has fallen apart. Aspas knows approximately Trent is heaven side. 7 bullets left. 7 kills for Aspas in the game. What a point of the takedown!
Oh, the extra step taken to the right.
Converts for the Red Bull clutch. And a pretty important one at that. Now MIBR can start to build that bank a little bit more. Look how this played out.
Aspas is on fire today. Getting that first kill, and then from heaven, eventually just needed one bullet to connect on Jaw while he was sticking it.
What was it, like a crouch into step? Sick movement. Knock, knock.
G2 still have enough cash to buy, though everything is going to be on the line for them here.
And now that sort of mid-play they were conditioned to expect that last round is actually happening here. Aspas gets that high ground. Boing, boing. I like this though, getting active on the A side, G2. Shenum gives it up. No insert left here for G2, but they're happy enough.
Because all of that pressure came though, MIBR, they are ready to take space elsewhere on the map. And they've worked up mid, they've worked into Male. Leaf has been a nuisance on this exact off angle on a
strong
round.
वाला. ये एक kill confirm वाला है भाई.
Fall down, reposition.
ये सिर्फ blind pick में ही वो होता है.
Standard aftershock there. Trent already off that line. Armageddon coming through. MIBR got to be quick about it. Lee just picks them up. Says, have you learned to eat your greens?
Live munition. Trent forced back by the sun temporarily, but only 40 seconds on the clock. The rest of G2 all running over to this B side, just denying anyone even being able to pick the spike up.
Across that fault line is nasty work. Set up by Jonah. Averno, again, well, we've seen this one many times before.
Your eyes look tired, Bunks by so jao. Abhi to neend nahi aaya.
There, Heaven. It forced the MIBR players forward, and Leaf had already repositioned into hell. He just had the perfect setup
10 seconds left
to get those kills as they were forced out into the open.
Both map close by सारे maps close है बे.
Forcing the 2 G2 players out of screen.
कोई ऐसा नहीं है ना कि हाँ ये लोग जीत गया.
And you know, there might have been a timing window there for MIBR to just accelerate through Male, get into B, but there were maybe 5-6 seconds of wait time after Shenum had absorbed that aggression on A that allowed for Trent to get close with these repositions to occur. And by the time they actually went in, they were forced in, and then G2 were set up in some good positions to deny them.
Reasonable time to take a timeout here.
Excuse me.
MIBR probably with enough money to force Guardians if they would like to. Or just like
पूरा finals वाला vibe दे रहे हैं.
The Rolling Thunder here for Artazine is on deck. Yin Shenum
What do you think it will go to
the game as
map?
they would have liked ever since the round 1 and 2 after another classic standard MIBR pistol win.
3-2
it's been a
for
little quiet
G2.
on the attackers front.
ऐसा rhyme होने वाला है मेरे हिसाब से.
This is going to be MIBR now.
ये defensive map है ना हाँ. Defensive map.
Back into this. Fraud has already had some very successful timeouts for the team in this series. He was back on Lotus. Actually, at the beginning of their attack half, he called his first timeout for them, that they were able to win a string of rounds after that. See if he can have a similar
On
effect.
the
in
head
early
पर कुछ
phase
black
on
लगा है.
Split. Though MIBR not nearly in as dire as a situation as it was early on Lotus.
And it might be time to start to see some of that mid-rounding come to the fore. Artizin's in a hell of a matchup. He's played, what, 1 BO5 as IGL on this team? And Valorant, of course, more recently, was a global final in a 5-mapper, calling that one against T1. And yeah, many, many of G2's games go the distance. That's been a theme for them last year as well.
मेरे चैट कभी नहीं पढ़ते अब अपने पढ़ा तो स्पैम कर दूंगा प्लीज love you too मेरी जान की रोटे
every single team every series and aside from that loss to Sen in the upper bracket they have met those challenges beaten them that's why they're making it to the final that's why they're still in this tournament no one has made it easy on them though
मेरे साथ कुछ किधर कभी नहीं हो रहा
this time that characteristic mid push from MIBR is going to be a little stifled with the Viper's pit set up. Jog is on the walk.
ये बंदा मिस भी नहीं करता है भाई बैठा रहेगा अभी इधर
Cortezia though much more well behaved than he was on that Haven map and still it's not enough. The discipline was there but Valen steps up and forces him to fight.
We saw Sentinels yesterday exploit Cortezia being on his lonesome in B main frequently. He needs to not succumb to that same fate against G2.
He's the one to try and get active a lot in these early rounds. Might need some more variation though as Aspas is just hammered with so much util. This is definitely shades of yesterday's game for MIBR. Losing that loose player on B, their fast hits getting stuffed by util. It's like a nightmare that repeats itself.
Crazy
I love this from G2 out of the timeout. Cool. We're going to buy the op. We're going to push up into B main, take control, do something different. And whatever plans MIBR had heading into that, we don't even get to find out what they looked like to any percentage of an extent. I mean, they were just immediately dismantled.
That first push. Cortezia, they're just losing out to Piggy's advantage, perhaps.
Aspas looks like he was stunned up there by Trent. Valen just gets the spam. It's just, it was as good as done when Aspas is isolated in the site.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
First time I chat read kiya love you Binks I love you too मेरी जान की रोटे
we see what Frog was really calling for. They try and run it again. Aspas goes for a fight. Those stingers are plenty now for MIBR. Really like a kicked anthill on this A side of the map.
Jonah's caught close right now. Yes, he has this wall to tuck into, but it's going to go down. They're surely going to clear this.
Oh, yeah, Verno. Whoa! Out of nowhere! Verno just pole vaulted on Jonah. And here's Aspas getting amongst it.
He's gotten into the back lines and Artzin cleans up the last lead on the flank shutdown.
Very cool. Thrifty there for MIBR. Say that without a hint of sarcasm.
पूरा G2 को लेकिन मालूम पड़ गया रहेगा जब ऐसे इको करके पुश करते हैं और जीतते तो कैसा फील होता है.
Yeah, they picked the right side. Finally, someone from G2.
Birthday wish कर दो यश भाई many happy returns of the day मेरी जान की रोटे.
They were in the range of that fault line to get caught. Aspas finds the initial kill and then just sprints into the back line.
It's like you come home at 3 AM and Aspas just turns the light on and is sitting in the armchair. I've been waiting.
11 and 6 se be Aspas.
Set up in their spawn.
Oh my god, instant fight now from G2 in main. All of the players stacked up with that util.
Again, it's been so nice. The combo of Trent's util is there. However, perhaps the defenders have overstayed their welcome. Verner's able to cut them down the sides and even up the odds. Jorg can't post up on that rafters angle. Artizine slaps it down instantly.
He just didn't expect him to be in the site that rapidly. Valen weak, Verno hungry for more, knows he got the take and wishes he bought a Vandal. It's down into the 2 versus 2.
Spike though is down. MIBR trying to play off this together. 2 flashes as well. In hand for Artizine. And Leaf has finally arrived on the scene. The cavalry's here. He's very healthy. But he's got to put it together with Valen, who's still snaking his way into screens. Well, not so healthy anymore, is Leaf. Wants to try and take this fight without backup, by the way. Valen is not there until now.
So much damage done to Leaf. Both G2 players weak.
Time is ticking. Valen slammed, and now G2 have only Leaf to account for.
Oh, and he just barely gets into the range of the stun.
No time at all. Leaf at 11, Artizine artfully dodging the corner.
Just staring at him.
Just trolling the guy.
That's 2 in a row
for MIBR.
These hits on A are starting to look real nice, but I love the response early from G2. You said it, they overstayed their welcome. They find 2, and they've committed here close. And as soon as that wall drops, wide swing from Verno. The players that got G2 the advantage fall themselves.
2 round throw.
And just little things over and over cascading to their defeat in that round, because then
मेरे पे अभी उतना पैसा नहीं है स्टूडेंट ने प्रॉमिस है फर्स्ट मेंबर सब्सक्राइब आपको करूंगा लव यू मेरी जान बेटे कोई से नहीं आराम से
then we're suddenly into a 3v2
इनकी बकी और स्टिंगर अलग कैसे चलती है हां ना वैंडल जैसे चलती है बे बकी स्टिंगर
the lead now on attack split
भाई का
Something we heard from Josh Arty in between maps is that he would have liked to have seen his boys be a bit more
या फिर मैं ज्यादा हॉट हो रहा हूं आजकल
a little bit more adamant about getting forward or a little bit more confident, and that's something that Leaf was trying to call for during the games yesterday, as Ender had the cans on, was listening to their comp.
भाई G2 अभी डोमिनेट नहीं कर पा रहा सब काउंटर कर रहे हैं इनको काउंटर कुछ नहीं कर रहे
that same level of confidence isn't there, or maybe it's too much in that kind of round. They've got to find a
पूरा
balance.
टाइम नहीं काउंटर कर सकते परफेक्ट वैलोरेंट नाम का चीज नहीं है
dropped 28 and 12 on playing the Viper, an obscene stat line.
He started so well in this series, but the second half of Lotus.
Yes, bye. Thank you so much for the membership. मेरी जान के टोटे कैसा है रिस्तु
You know, unbelievable, nothing bad. He's playing just a solid game at the moment, but when someone is playing at a level that astronomically high, you have to keep your eye on them and just tally where their performance is going.
Yeah, is that more obvious if he goes off the boil, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Phantom or Vandal, which is more reliable? Vandal one time.
To heaven, and oh my god, the stray bullet. Leaf killed by the missile as well.
Literally shooting in the dark.
सीधा save.
And Leaf ended up getting picked up there.
सीधा
lingering,
save.
I think the rafter side got taken down by a salvo. Here we go,
सीधा
all over the B side.
सीधा save.
This round is just as good as
सीधा
done
save.
unless G2 are able to catch someone from MIBR unaware.
Will Trent check this as well? Or is he confident enough that Jorgmo crossing...
एक और आया.
Will have given him all he needs to know.
Jandom भी like
In
तू
comes
कुछ
Verno.
देख क्या रहा है?
Back at 2 Brutus. On Jonah. And already it was looking like it'd be unlikely they'd try with 3
बोला एक आया
guys.
पीछे ठीक है.
Even
अरे
less
एक
so
और
with
आया. अरे
1.
तू क्या देख रहे
I think
तो
Jonah's
फिर?
seen enough.
They went forward just hoping that someone on MIBR would overextend, that they could maybe find a kill, find a way back into the round. The odds were always going to be stacked against them.
Love you, Binks. I love you too.
Well, it looked like he was going through the motions, but Jonas crispy with it. Oh, okay. Put that away.
That timing is so crazy, and he's shut down by Cortezia.
Happy birthday once again, yes, bye. Many happy returns of the day.
Money on G2. This is now starting to
बस
snowball.
भाई जान के टोटे मतलब क्या होता है फीलिंग है वो फीलिंग्स का मतलब नहीं होती.
That shot on Valen is so silly. It's so ridiculous. And then there were follow-up missiles that came through from Verno. Find the kill onto
मैं चैट ही नहीं करता हमेशा फुल स्क्रीन सॉरी कोई सीन नहीं यार.
Random moments just tend to fall in your
Red
face.
Everton बंडल पे क्या विचार? मैं सुना है कि अच्छा लिया नहीं है लूंगा मैं.
Yeah, not with the amount we've seen.
बंदा कैसे मेरी जान के टोटे?
Times over the years, do they? But they should be random. That's not how the game should be played.
भाई ऐसी फिर से गया क्या मेरा?
Buy into this, just making sure they have enough to afford.
गिलीज में हर्ष भाई गिलीज में डू.
Last round of this half.
Love you.
Aspas spotted egg. Gets ahead of it.
सुपर चैट से एनर्जी पे आती कुछ भी बोलो.
Quite feel confident. Handling what he feels is probably a large
मेरे को
number of
लगा था
MIBR
सिर्फ
players.
चाहिए.
This is going to force Jonah out to the open, but he's ready for it. Apparently, cosmetic stun. Anybody? Artisan on the line. It's going to be
Gun ले लेता वो.
Now Jorg, with nothing but the ghost, has what? There's no way, brother. Please.
I mean, everybody is just blinded up by the paranoia.
Okay, let's just settle down. Leaf here gives his position up, and Verno is able to convert. Not too shabby for MIBR.
ये कौन सा Valorant है?
That was frightening for a moment. I think that paranoia connected onto 4 players, one of which being
22.
Going to attack. It is
Fuck,
miserable.
20 seconds पीछे था stream.
At a deficit like that.
As has been the case in many of these rounds. Aspa, there it is.
क्या देख रहे हो
Leaf
तो फिर तुम
returning
लोग?
to that heaven position after giving it up because of the util.
Live
Aspa's
feed.
not ready for it this time.
And it
Where
is.
is this TP headed? Maybe just for info, into screens cancelled.
It is.
Cortezia sees enough, and this has got 2
It
players
is.
from
Thank
G2
you so much for the $100. मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you.
Gathered up running through B main. Not an area of the map that they've
Love
been
it, it is.
heavy-handed with.
सॉरी जोर से
Prior
नहीं
to
चला
this
सकता
final
पिंकी
round,
को 1
Valorant
घंटे में जगह
repositioning in
निकाल
Mail looks like he's going to be able to catch Shannon. The spray is wild, but it pays off.
Still 3 up now.
लव इट इस चैट सब लोग छुपा दो टिटिस भाई को
As that Armageddon comes in, Jorgamo dances amongst the napalm.
भाई उसको अल्ट मार के उसके अल्ट में फेंका
And he can't see a darn thing.
हाँ
4 players involved in that kill. Jorgamo with the credit.
4 ultimates used, and the round is also won for G2. They'll be happy to leave
Thank
the
you
half
so much.
with that final
Titties,
one,
bhai.
but they won't
That's
be thrilled
good, Smith, bhai.
about
That's
it just
good.
getting them to 5. You hate to start your split
W.
attack side down. MIBR on their map pick. Looking much better than they did yesterday earlier on against Sentinels.
भाई दिन का पहला $100 है हाँ दिन का पहला $100
I'm just jumping up and down while he's full stunned.
टेक्निकली सूर्या ने 99 दिया
gets
था
affected by like a fault line as he gets on in there. Well capitalized on it, I've got to say, and in keeping with the previous 2 maps, it's been a competitive first half. But like Wyatt said, GG would have liked a little more than 5. A pistol though in the second half. Fix that right and good. So stick around, let's see if that's the case for the second half of Split.
समझ रहे हो
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced,
वो सबसे पहला $99 था
I mean, yeah.
100 पहला टिटिस शर्म करे थोड़ी सी क्या करे भाई बकचोदी करके दिन काटना है अपने को और टिटिस कितना खेल रहा है तू गेम अभी 2 दिन से खेला नहीं यार तन बदन हो रहा है मेरे को जब से रॉकेट फ्यूल मिला है भूल गया बंदा मेरे को बे यही करता है एक गेम Why no Sentinels come for this map? क्योंकि Sentinels कल खेलने वाला है फाइनल्स और वाइपर को एज अ सेंटिनल जिसे खेल सकते हैं तो नर्फ के बाद क्या लगता है अभी इतना पिक करो उतना होगा नहीं ब्रिज तो मेटा वर्क नहीं करेगा ना स्टेज तो में करेगा अभी नया कॉम लाने में और एडप्ट करने में टाइम लगेगा स्टेज 2 तक तो करेगा तो पैसे पे कि चला गया क्या टीटी सालो
The best surely being set here from Americas, and honestly it's interesting because a lot of those top teams from other regions, EDG for example, not gonna be there. It's gonna be a wild time.
We do have the lone Canadian, Jonah P, on stage right now. Feels at home on the rink with the Zamboni smoothing out the ice. The one
thank you for the almost $2. You are very close, buddy.
Yeah, hopefully he gets a bit of a hero's reception as G2 have had to fight pretty tight. Does that look a bit late?
भाई गाड़ी हॉर्न भी मारता है?
Get there, bro. Okay. Maybe there's some bumps and mounds on the ice. No worries. That QR code, folks. Get you those tickets are on sale now, or AXS.com for those.
आज ignore क्यों मैंने कर दिया ignore. I love you, Rushil. Bye.
It's about the pinnacle of Valorant.
That is a stacked tournament.
I still don't understand how this is elimination work, but मजा आता है देखने में हाँ.
We could get this as a nice little repeat there at some point.
Jeez, that would be wild. And again, remember,
we'll get MIBR against the best teams in the world from all the other regions, though. We haven't been able to see that happen yet. I'm so excited to see all of those potential matchups.
ये मैप जीत गया.
Getting Aspas back in an international.
अब मेरे को देखना है एसेंट में वापस से वेले वाला करेगा कि नहीं जॉब. वेले कर गया तो हार गया.
No early smoke here.
वेले के सामने वेले कॉम नहीं चलेगा.
Come up. Gate crash cleared as it's faked by Jor.
Bear in mind, right now, MIBR, they are up 4-1 when it comes to pistol rounds in this series.
Gift भेजना है तो कैसे भेजूं?
Aspect of the game, getting those early advantages.
देखते हो वही मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा गिफ्ट है.
Leaf looks like he wants to get touched.
इसके अलावा आप काश तो उसमें
and maybe just stay. He is the insert player on ramp side, but this has kind of been read by Shenum.
कल फाइनल कौन ये दोनों में से जो जीता
versus doubles back, catches the player that was hoping to be the thorn in the side of G2.
There are still 50 seconds to play with for this G2 team. They are spread across the map. You have a Leaf inserted over an A ramp. Aspas keeping his eye on mid right now. G2 could quite literally be anywhere. They've decided to pivot back to Leaf, who's been uncontested in this area of the map. There's going to be so much pressure on Artzin.
How's the trigger discipline looking? He's about to get a lot of options. Jorgen was able to switch around, very quickly dispatch him. And Leech's got a good spot to play off of now. Pick the boxes left, go down to 30 and back away. He's done his job. This will confer heaven over the MIBR to make use of it. Inferno wants to try and clear ramp. Lest there comes a late re-hit from Leaf.
Oh, does he clear this?
There's no way.
Boss. Oh,
there's no way he's clearing this.
It looks like he wants to, man. It looks like he does. Oh, but the right click, close range.
Idea
just knows.
That should end the round.
Idea था.
Nothing to work with now. Cortesi is.
देखिए आप कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप के क्या पर्क्स है व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे यार जहाँ पे मैं बात करता हूँ बस. ज़्यादा पर्क्स.
No definitive way into the round. G2 crucial, absolutely crucial pistol round after a little bit of an anemic first half.
और उसमें 6 लोग हैं. You can beat the 7th one. Kala for a reason.
Beautifully done. Very simple. I like that. In the mid round, they just
ऐसा loyal salesman काम मिलेगा सुबह 5 बजे भी लगा हुआ है duty पे. Love you यार.
It leaves MIBR
कोई sales किन्हें लेता है इतना अच्छा नहीं है ना.
Caught and then from there. Okay, well, no one's actually.
Ball 2 सेकंड में टूट जाता है mid में. Our next man done scene है.
Get a free A site execute going.
Again, look for more of that mid rounding from Valen. Something that really has put G2 on the map, literally.
The entirety of the market.
Final center for this match पूछा reason ने बताया रूट स्ट्रीमर. अरे वाइपर को as a sentinel खेल सकता है.
If the MIBR defense
double controller खेलते ना तो sentinel की जरूरत नहीं.
Then he could just tell the rest of the team, okay, they're legitimately every single player is here, just go into B. That isn't the case, but that's one of the ideas with that kind of setup.
He trends back over towards mid. There was a gate crash set on the other side of the map for Jordan.
तूने race की clip ने दी मेरे को कितना गंदा खेलता है रे.
Pretty fundamental now. Take that mid control.
एक बार अपना flow gameplay देख और race का देखना.
Drone comes past.
आत्मा जाएगी आत्मा.
And you have Leaf just taking point as the
उसके मारा है
Viper
बीच
because
में
he's
mid
got
में.
to go. So just down to go hunt for kills.
Yeah, I mean he's deployed all of his util over on the A side of the map anyway. So
कैसा है चेफ?
If anyone should go hunting though for real, it is Jaw. He's got the stinger. He's the player on G2 that's closest to their ultimate.
But technically G2 ये मैप जीत सकता है. और अगर ये जीता तो तीसरा मैप मतलब चौथा मैप G2 जीतेगा ऐसे. समझ रहे हो?
And look, on this map it's wild. Being able to get into a site.
का knowledge तो कमाल है. Excuse me.
No, we even see like Omen ultimate expended to that effect.
Already आ चुका है भाई. किसी और के साथ खेलूंगा मैं. Flex बोलते. हो गया एक बार आ रहा है. 2 बार कौन आ रहा था?
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to work out too well, but hey, he gets 1 orb. You know?
Sure, that is one way to get an orb. So G2, as expected, convert this round fairly comfortably. And MIBR will make sure they get cleared off the map and buy up now and get serious as we head into the attack side bonus.
Looking to see what G2 are going to.
Third map G2, fourth MIBR.
Got a couple legitimate rifles going against him.
मतलब ये G2 और इसके बाद MIBR.
Investing it all.
नहीं.
Looks like they may want to put some emphasis
मेरे हिसाब से ये G2
this first defensive round.
और इसके बाद भी G2.
That fault line lineup being set up right now from Artzin, Ospas and
Kala for 2 reasons. Like
stealth drone for the contact info.
Valen gets across but does get pinged out by the stealth drone. Just the
भाई
timing of the activation
move था ना.
And that setup looked similar to the pistol round, right? Fault line ramp. Maybe you
सब
get a player
कुछ
up there
dodge
inserted. They've been kept pretty far back onto their side of the map still. Now mid is the next question they'd like to levy.
Oh, Shenham is in serious trouble. Yeah, needs to get out of the way after being scanned. But because they have routed him from male, G2 are happy to just contact, slow walk, and take the space on the map, set up for a B split.
The pace difference is so massive between these two in terms of how they hit B through heaven. Aspas would have been there 10 seconds ago already. Diving in on that jet. G2 patiently scaling in, and there's Trent.
Yeah, and then Trent decided the time for patience was done.
by G2 by.
And this gun round for MIBR has fallen flat so far. Ferno's in no position to have any impact, and Aspas, there's no way he could be asked.
This is a straight up save situation, not even a let's walk forward and see if someone can find a kill, and then hey, maybe we try to. No, we're just saving.
ऐसा
No
round
other
कैसे जीतता है भाई
options.
G2?
I do like how G2 played that round. They absorb all that aggression on A, and then they just pivot so quickly into that mail take. The second they realize
want to
that
see
Shenum
you play.
ran away, that they hear his footsteps going
Same
back
here.
towards stairs, they just get into that space to the extent that Trent realizes, I'm going to close the entire distance just running with the
भाई
center
आर्टिजन
right
ने
now.
आफ्टर शॉक
And in
मार
the
के
meantime,
रुका
they're
दिया
coming
था
out
बे
main.
हुक से
The
भी
other
रुक
two
जाना
players
चाहिए था वो
divided in that split.
ऐसा
It's
ऐसा
so
पुश
well
करते
done.
पता नहीं
Yeah,
भाई
they're playing off the stealth drone in the mail room very often.
Oh my god, Osman,
little bit of food action there from your boy Jaw. Valen cut down, but Venom is low. No one else really there to go for him, and that's Aspas' gun ripped away from him.
He's up Ivy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That is a dank reference. Importantly, the rifles that MIBR were hoping to hold on to, they just could not carry out of the round. Beautiful play off the fault line. G2 do eventually explode into heaven. It's just the tempo is very different to what we saw from the Jet comp on the MIBR side, but it's just as effective.
ये लोग वैलों में कुछ और गेम खेल रहे लग रहा है
For an A hit, it seems.
इससे ना कूदते कूदते भी
Go ahead and get Jonah onto the line to stun
फुट
a
कैंप कब
ramp.
जा रहे हो जल्दी जाऊंगा जल्दी
MIBR on the full eco round. At this point, damage doesn't even feel particularly relevant. Look at the G2 cash.
Little TP on out there, sheepish from Valen, but he
W?
lands on the spot
Right
that
in the
Verno
middle.
had targeted
ऐसा नेट था
with the salvo. Oh, that's an ugly one still. It's fairly lowly.
प्लस वहां से stun भी दिया था ना
Dimensional drift should, in theory, get you into the side scot-free, but Verno still finds Leaf.
He's the only one in the side fighting. Everyone else was caught off by that snakebite. They were just relegated to standing in main, watching their teammate lose a 1v1.
Okay, but hear me out. Jordan has been able to get into screen police off that dimensional drift. There are a plethora of defenders set up that are trying to fight for this, and oh, it's going horribly wrong.
I listened and I shouldn't have. It is fallen to pieces.
Don't let reality get in the way of a good narrative, White. Just don't worry about it. Forget about it.
Not only do they win the eco, they recover 5 rifles from it. They call that a swing round.
Yeah, I would call that the biggest stimulus package we've ever seen. Flawless thrifty, and all the rifles were covered.
What happened here at the beginning? I mean, yeah, Valen is just forced to TP. He goes right into the salvo. Leaf is running in because Jaw is in there in the dimensional drift, which was used to lose an eco round. But then the rest of the team can't even swing in to help Leaf. They're all cut off by a molly.
Nice. Let's go. As G2 take a fight.
At this point, I think Vandal चलाने नहीं
up on that corner.
क्या देख रहे हैं हम पता
With better
नहीं
spacing, they come out with something there, but
ना पैसे का इज्जत
big risk to take it. It
ना
blows
guns
up
का
in their
इज्जत
face in the worst way possible.
हाँ
Fortunately for them, their economy was out of control. If it had been in a tighter situation, MIBR would be in crazy control of this game all of a sudden. But it just resulted in a situation where both teams have multiple full buys ahead of them. Valen is just the
अच्छा
first
प्लान था
step
ना
again.
लेड में टिपी मारना
We're a minute 30 into the round. These guys have to execute with no smokes.
I mean, that's Jaw. He'll always take that fight.
भाई
He just runs in you. Cortez here. No chance to see a barrel shown there. Artizine deals with Jaw. And that B presence now
बेचारा
essentially
आखिर घूम रहा था
nullified.
कोई
Trent
था
is
भी नहीं वहाँ पे ट्रेड
pretty
लेने
tentative about stepping out onto the site.
That is a situation where you're in B site and, okay, well, they could be facing me from spawn, they could be facing me from heaven. We can't close any of these views off. We have no smokes. That was a window for them to try to get in. The second opportunity
Bro,
is
the
Leaf.
timing,
He's worked his
bro.
way into the MIBR backline. Could he find an opportunity to get a kill? Maybe
Bro,
even
the
a multi-kill.
timing, bro. ये
This is
round
about
कैसे
as
निकाल
in the
सकता है
cookies are as is
G2
humanly possible. MIBR just really respects that A side of the map. Their information over there is no longer current. So they'll split.
30 seconds left.
30 in the round. Eventually, they're going to happen on the right guess. But G2 don't quite know the status of the A side itself, if there's an anchoring presence or not. We're about to find out. Here comes that heaven fight. It's definitely on its way.
3v3 है Viper
Verno also
बहुत
has a bit
दूर
of
है
a re-wrap of his own, but may not have the time to wait for Shenum.
That man is on the run through the attacker spawn right now, trying to double up with him. Paranoia comes through elbow. Armageddon is going to cause a lot of delay for MIBR to try to get back in. The G2, they are investing into winning this 3 versus 4.
Cortezio at full speed, gets out of the worst of the Armageddon, still alive to be a factor in this retake now. Trent down, Leaf has the tight little angle, but Artizine's able to trade it out. Jonah P, the Professor, sticking Cerebro on his noggin, is able to see through the wall and no Artizine is waiting. Now it's a 1v2, time! Time is short, but his shots aren't hitting at all.
Shit, लगा नहीं.
All of a sudden, MIBR back in the lead.
Economy
क्या मैच हो रहा है भाई?
is looking strong for them. They got ults out of G2 on the last 2 rounds.
दो controller without sentinel play बताओ ना.
Things are starting to look
also
good for them on their map pick.
Util फेंक रहे हैं.
Valen frustrated that back-to-back rounds, he was this early first death for his team.
Great shots on Jonah there. He is unfortunately not able to connect the one shot he needs. Kills the diffuser. That's it.
पे मैं क्या बोला भाई? अक्सर में निकाल सकता था G2 ये.
Driver of the excitement, the hype for this MIBR team.
भाई वो लोग को ऑप के बारे में पता नहीं है.
The op, bringing something new into the fold of defense.
Coming to play as Cortezi was the top rated player at MIBR for a while, even above Aspas.
Cutting through.
This has been a bit rockier for him. The pressure's definitely been felt. And the start of the series wasn't the beginning he was looking for, but now, starting to purr along.
All right, G2 have gained some mid control. They're letting Leaf.
That will come to just
contain over towards A. They're making all of this sound pressure towards B Heaven. Well, the intention is to work into this A split.
Cross-map smoke there over towards Heaven side.
They threw a smoke, a paranoia, a clone up there to try and sell it. MIBR, both players, they're being forced into the back site. They have to double up.
मजा आएगा अगर ये लोग ऐसा करके बेंच से भी
the defenders to come back and fight the Heaven
जाएंगे नहीं साइड ही जाएंगे.
Shed, I'm experiencing that right now. Oh, he's too low. Vulnerable from the snake bite and taken down by the salvos. Cortezia just slammed. Instant dink. Leak finishes him off through the screen. And Aspas is too far away to do anything about this right now. Having to retake with an op.
Yeah, split किया ना? Nade or split on point.
One of those
G2
players offers themselves up to a fight, but it's just not going to happen. You rarely ever see that from G2. They're just too disciplined.
Crisp. Far too crisp. Verno's been issued the challenge. He'll take it. Win it out. But really at this point, you're trying to salvage some currency out of the round. Aspas says, I'm keeping this shiny boomstick. I'm gonna go this way.
Just a nice mid-round pivot from G2. The plan
Omega मतलब वो लोग का previous groups का नाम है, group A और group B वैसा.
And then they send the clone, smoke towards B, paranoia into B Heaven, make all of that noise. Leaf is controlling it.
Guys, back stream हमेशा W लगते. Love you, Sardan bye.
It's a nice round top to bottom from G2 to tie things up.
Already ping किया था उसके बीच हो सकता है करके.
They kind of knew they'd forced those two defenders to anchor into the site. And they made it hard to retake Heaven. Pretty standard smoke there. Just kept MIBR out of it. All right. Now we're starting to get into the back and forth part of this half. 18 rounds in. We are tied.
उसको fight नहीं मिले. Last 3 rounds से उसको fight नहीं मिले.
This time it looks like he wants to post up towards the
मेरा chat छोड़ के सबका chat पढ़ रहा है. ऐसा नहीं है 100.
G2 opt for some early B main control.
मैंने ले रहा मेंबर से फिर से कास्ट बस वाला लो मिस नहीं होता उसमें ज़्यादा.
Mid might see some movement now as Aspas I think is positioned ahead of that mail room smoke and posts back up on it.
Skin का भी फर्क पड़ता है क्या स्टिंगर में नहीं.
Oh god, he's going to get flattened by all this util. Brother gets out. Flash though. Saw the gate crash into ropes, and this forces Aspas to back up now as well. He's in a really uncomfortable spot with his op.
Just trying to jiggle the corner. He just doesn't have an angle. Rolling Thunder coming into the site, connects onto Cortezia, who's forced to teleport away to safety.
He teleported into it just to get back into towards CT, but he's safe for now, at least.
And it's
Jaw will be the doorman.
He's trying to get into this smoke.
Little 1-2 action. He's about to see Cortezia on his left. Aspas no longer with him. He circled back around through mid to Heaven. Cortezia patience almost paid off. It ends up being a trade at best, and MIBR are all grouped in Heaven. Trent has the timing. He has an opportunity now to tear it all down. The flicking no-scope is there for Aspas.
Yeah.
And now it's just him.
Enemy remaining.
The human tornado versus the professor. Time not on Aspas' side, but there's a moment, an opportunity to open this up.
Oh, he just thinks that he's wrapping around, but Jonah has been patient at Pillar the entire time.
Unmoving. Stoic. And now he's heard it all. Jonah knows exactly how to play for time right here.
Jonah.
Here's another tap. Still falls. Because he's going up against the raid boss. But he's played the time to perfection. It's a Pyrrhic victory, a round take for G2.
All about the smarts in that situation to clutch up for Jonah. Get G2 back into the lead. On the third, just close banger map. What the hell is this? He's just gliding down. No scopes Trent, close range.
It's casual. Very, very casual. Nicely done from Valen. That is very tight.
That was sick.
क्या गलत मारा भाई.
I know. That's what I would have said if I wasn't being paid to not say that.
What did he say?
Ah, just, you know.
सबका reaction same ना.
Oh, okay.
जब ये आसपास मारता है.
MIBR taking the time out.
सबका reaction same होता है जब ये आसपास मारता है.
G2 able to string 2 attack side rounds consecutively. The dimensional drift one orb away. For MIBR, it's a bit more of a complicated problem because
probably
distribute enough weapons. No huge ultimates on the horizon either. G2 have been mixing it up a lot.
That one round win from MIBR on the eco where they recover the rifles has given them an infinite money glitch. They are still able to buy, and these have not been. They've been round losses. There was a win that was not particularly clean, and they are still good to go on this defense. Making it as tough as possible for G2 to try and close out this game.
Crazy.
Jaws one away from the
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
चैट जो लोग स्ट्रीम पे अभी भी आए हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो 2K लाइक्स के हम नजदीक है.
Gives you such a distinct edge.
धीरे से बोलना पड़ता है. पिंकी सॉरी है ना. 6 बजे जगह ना था 6:30 बजे.
Fault line. Was being set up there from Arzin, but it's Jonah who lets his rattle off so that control can be taken. Valen eats a lot of damage. That was just some initial spam. Maybe coming through the corner of the wall that clipped onto him from Cortezia, who's now backed off into default site.
Again, much slower here from G2.
I don't support betting with
MIBR. No explosion, no burst onto B. Enough to drag a third player onto the site proper. So little do they know, it definitely opens up this like mid
ये round कुछ भी करके MIBR को जीतना पड़ेगा वरना match point है.
Now later in the round, the fault line is being used by
वरना 100% का match point है. Next round Leaf का भी ult आ जाएगा.
Valen might take Spike and potentially TP over if A gets opened up. No, we're just going to go the old-fashioned way.
Joggo ult करके set entry
boosted up over on A ramp the entirety of this round. Now actually trying to push forward. There's that teleport that you mentioned. It's going back B. The dimensional drift is going to spot out Osbos, who now needs to get the hell out of dodge.
He's got the mobility to avoid any swift reprisal. Chogomo just drives by.
Cortezia's also ultimate is to TP backside on A side.
G2 are committed though. This is not a fake. They've got to end here at this rate. Let's draw Osbos down. Cortezia with 2.
How did he get 2?
Stunning little brace, but there's more to be done. Jorg playing on the side in an elbow. Verno is extracted.
GG.
Artisan.
Trent and Valen down to no HP, able to survive. The G2 IGL has hit some stunning shots in these last couple rounds.
Sneakily topping the scoreboard. And that's an easy one, a big 4K for Valen. And G2 finally open up a bit of breathing room. The money for MIBR is looking a little dodgy.
ये वाले में बहुत फर्क है.
They finally got, I mean, I say that, they're still probably going to force into this. Valen gets that initial kill. How on earth did Cortezia find 2? I do not know. That kill onto Shenum.
Do you think Valen predictable for
18 and 13 for Valen. Top in the server.
Game है भाई.
Another game here where MIBR
betting कभी वो नहीं रहता भाई.
He's in it. He's
definitely
performing.
इतने stories है भाई लोड़े लगे बड़े
on his hands right now.
Interestingly enough,
करते समझ में नहीं आता.
It's like the least impact Osmos has had is when he's got the AWP. When he has the Blade Storm, he seems to find it every time.
Speak of the devil.
When in doubt, remember you have Aspas.
D-man control taken here with the Blade Storm. What a great start to hit MIBR with like a really, like I said, teetering econ. Half armor for a lot of them.
Race park आ गया बे सर से.
We walk. Artisan says, you know what, I'm good actually.
सर से direct park आ गया.
I'm going to play it safe.
Look at this.
अब एक चीज कर सकते कि
drop down and he's cracked it open.
Leaf, just like he drew it up, it's a Viper's been deployed to make the retake that much
more
awkward. That covers screens, gets in the elbow. It's everywhere.
That initiator duo so unaware that they had missed a timing that Leaf caught. And now Trent positioned in main alone, playing passively, biding his time, doesn't need to make any move just yet.
Just is unclear this if you're the defenders. You don't have the bandwidth for it. You've got such a big problem to try and solve here. And here comes Trent into the backside. Aspas might have saved them. It's just Trent. The Viper's pit is now down. Viper dealt with. Trent, so cerebral, so consistent. Reliable player here for G2 is playing it safe, as only he knows how. Salvo comes in, Cortesia falls, and this complicates it for Aspas now. It does get to half, but it's going to take more than that. And Trent's got to find the timing. The spray is not there. He leaves a smoke in his wake, and Aspas uses it to convert.
It lasted just long enough for him to be able to fully defuse that second half as well. Aspas opens the round with this phenomenal 2K. That swing from Valen was just torched by an insta one-tap.
We know that one could have gone either way. Possibilities branching out from that moment. And Aspas is not grazed by the bullet. One round game. Both teams now.
This
is G2 with a pseudo force.
क्या खेल रहे हैं ना दोनों टीम crazy हो रहा है
iconic Artsin split the judge. That's an iconic trio. Oh my god, Jaws just plucked Verno out of vents. Just open up this side of the map.
Just when most players would start playing safe, he just goes up a level.
Artsin, you're in trouble, buddy. He's trying to figure out where to go with the judge. Look at the angle he's holding.
Very exposed.
He's cooked.
Like a pimple on the tip of your nose. Artsin, oh, impotently tries to shoot in the direction of rafters. It's a mismatch and he knows it.
इससे अच्छा बात क्या elbow ही जाता लेकिन elbow पे भी using
pivotal round in the game.
And it's wraps for this one. MIBR are going to have to sadly retreat and play this for OT.
यार मैं नहीं देख सकता यार आसपास का ऐसा
and now put themselves on match point, 2-round lead. MIBR with a weird force coming, I'm sure of it. Nothing huge outside of the Armageddon potentially to work with in the next round. Shenham here just needs to hope, pray he's allowed to keep the rifle. G2 don't want to take any risks of their own here. Leaf didn't think he was anyway, but Aspas will wrest that gun from his grip. Jonah's in position though to recover it at least.
Could have been awkward for Aspas.
Maybe.
Get away.
क्या player है यार आसपास यार.
MIBR won't have the worst buy for this final round, and as you mentioned, Verno.
जोगो में ना clean entry लेता, लेकिन bench आसपास है ना crazy मारता है.
That can certainly get them this round win, continue the game, despite the fact that they're not going to have the ideal buy here.
This round certainly now represents a tipping point in this series. MIBR have not won Ascent this stage. And G2, of course, it took Sentinels to unravel them on that map. To take Split away would put them at a massive advantage. And now map 5 Fracture has been the permaban for MIBR, so God knows what happens there.
भाई देखो टेक्निकली अगर बोला जाए ना, अगर ये लोग ये राउंड जीतते हैं MIBR, हाँ, तो क्रूशियल अल्ट आ जाएंगे जो ये लोग को ओटी में लेके जा सकते हैं.
It's not going to be the case.
समझ रहे हो? वाइपर अल्ट रहेगा, ये लोग को मिड का टेंशन नहीं है. A और B खेलने का है.
Ready to play off of anything that might come Aspas's way, but nothing will.
समझ रहे हो?
G2 slowly clearing out every corner of mid. We saw Leap find success on this exact same off angle that Shenham is trying to play now.
Basically, technically,
what will it take to get the Viper to give it up?
ये राउंड जीतने का बस MIBR.
May never know. G2 have eyes elsewhere on the map.
ulti है.
Very deep through that A side of the map. That's
और
a
इसका
potential
ulti है.
issue.
Zenom ulti है.
Or is this just a fake sell? Okay. The irony of this could be pretty delicious. There it is, Jorgamo says, do not dare impersonate me. Verno trains it though. The Guardian rings
through. Oh my god, that Armageddon is connecting onto everyone. Well, it's forced them into the corners at least. That could have been extremely dangerous.
It does throw things a little haywire for G2. But they're better armed.
MIBR, they don't know where to rotate. They were scared about someone being up through spawn, and Shannon on site has been dealt with.
एकदम वो है ना indecisive.
No current mid info to work with. Now they're going to try and test this from heaven.
Yeah.
And Aspas has been everywhere this round, but
Aspas
where the
अकेले पे था
action
भाई.
is, star player conspicuously absent. And now he's going to try and
क्या
drag
dodge
them
किया ना
back
G2
from
ने
the
इसको
brink.
लेकिन.
Split hangs in the balance. Verno's going to be forced off by the fault line. And Aspas goes looking. Dive into the cloudburst, expecting someone in Mal, but Leaf is too canny to give this one up easily. Not for free, or not at all, he says. Now we're in for a penny, in for a pound, but Aspas is out of the game. And G2,
बुरा लगा यार.
a pivotal map win in the mid-series.
Kushal Raj, bye. Thank you for the 29. मेरी जान के टोटे.
They steal away MIBR's pick, and now back-to-back have dealt with some of the top America's teams on this very map. And back-to-back, MIBR, they have faltered here, unable to close out a tight game against Sen yesterday, and unable to close out another close game against G2 today. So as you mentioned, we are going over to Ascent next, the pick of G2, where MIBR have found no success so far in 2025. This is the best shot that G2 has to close out this series. They're now up 2-1.
And I think MIBR are being reminded of just what it takes to stand at the top in this region. Aspas was firing. He was leading from the front on this map. But G2 had Valor going huge. Jorg with some ridiculous rounds. Jonah with crucial clutches. And then Leaf getting deep with some nasty works to turn the rounds around. Everybody on G2 steps up when it counts.
Upset हो सकते हैं भाई अभी भी. सारे matches close ही जा रहे हैं
वैसे. Some very curious maps. Ascent and then Fracture still to come. I hope I just break that down. We're going to take a quick break and our analysts are going to get us prepped for what could be a wild map 4.
Bye-bye Smith, bye. That's why I love NA. उसमें मुझे हर्ट हो रहा है. क्या हर्ट हो रहा है? NA मैच वर्थ इट होता है. हाँ. शायद से कल पैसिफिक मिस हो सकता है. शायद से. Not sure. देखते हैं. कि मेरे को एक शूट भी करने का है. अभी मैं स्ट्रीम के बाद करूँगा. स्ट्रीम के बाद करूंगा या कल सुबह पता नहीं. निखिल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 29 मेरी जान की टोटे. 30 मिनट्स में जगाने का ठीक है. लेट मी गीजर द ओन. गेट द वाड़ा.
Tentar domínio, Aspas passou muito cedo. O Artezinho consegue a tocar. Artezinho, é sempre ele.
Coming through, G2 Leaf pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Welcome back, everyone, and we got ourselves a 2-1 lead in favor of G2 Esports after that pickup on Split. And there you can see G2 as they get ready for their next challenge up ahead. It's going to be Ascent, and we'll, of course, see how MIBR chooses to respond here. Golden Boy alongside Sideshow, Mimi, and Bren. Lots to talk about because, I mean, I think, like, really, well, the thing that we were focusing on going into this one was how does Valen handle the aggression from Aspas, all that that stuff. We saw some mix-ups, we saw some changes, but overall, Sideshow definitely say, like, Valen put up the numbers he wanted.
I mean, actually, it was a great map from both of these players.
Very true.
Valen had great individual performances. He was up at the top of the scoreboard for his team a bunch, and you saw so many big moments from Aspas. He was all over the map, and they still couldn't quite squeeze it out towards the end. But I think it did play out much how G2 would have expected it to. MIBR got a lot of nice moments, things that they wanted, early picks, but they weren't able to close it out in the final, like, the ridiculous clutches of the last, like, 5-6 rounds.
You were the sole member of Talent Brand who predicted MIBR to win this series. And one of the big points you were making was that they were going to have a prep gap because they had time, they played the first series. But what I was really impressed with was G2, I think, changing a lot of their defensive setups and protocols to counter out the way MIBR played last time, which was super successful in that first half.
I mean, they definitely were doing that, actually. That tenacity, I think, is what makes G2 such a fantastic team, is despite the fact that MIBR got openings with, you know, I think Fred was talking about in one of the interviews that we had with him, that he wants to get off to strong starts in their maps. A lot of it comes down to these preset ideas where they try and hard target an individual player with a defensive setup, and they usually do preparation to try and find these players ahead of time, and they took it in a different direction with the opening pistol, but it's the same kind of strategy, I suppose. Just a fast exec, really empowering Aspas, ensuring that he is the tip of the spear, and he's always going to be well supported to get those openings for them, with a little bit of luck involved here and there, of course. But listen, the point still stands that despite this, despite MIBR getting off to these strong beginnings, G2 still have that extra element that makes them so damn dangerous. It doesn't matter that they go down in rounds. Every map is still winnable to them. They don't play like they're down rounds. They don't play like they're scared at any point. They were able to claw it back in every single essence, despite the fact that MIBR always open up strong in these maps.
And it was clear to me watching that G2 put a priority on, like, knowing that the attack side protocol for MIBR was these stun dash plays that they're doing all the time. They got caught off a couple in early rounds, like you showed, but towards the end of that half, they started changing setups, playing further back, and putting a big prio on fading that stuff out.
Exactly, Jorgamo in the spot where those smokes players would normally be playing, so we can TP out, just in case they do those trap plays.
Well, I wanted to take us to round 4, actually, as well, really dial things back to the early part of the map, because one of the things that you'll notice they're doing all the time, G2, is getting heavy flanks off on these defensive retakes. Look at Leaf right now going all the way through sewers. We've been treated to a bunch of maps now where neither team's really playing a hard sentinel role. We've just come off the back of Lotus, for example, where Leaf is pushing out on defense constantly. Cortezia was trying to do that on Haven, right? And he was getting shut down a little bit. Both teams were trying to do it on Lotus. And then in this half, on the defense, G2 were getting a lot of value out of playing those retakes where you have the defense flanking and taking a ton of space. Now, I think that's really important as we move on to Ascent too. Because if you get people getting active and you have these big, like, mid-pressure rounds where you then get a wraparound towards, you know, an A retake or something, for example, then that's going to be another area where the Sentinel players are going to get super tested.
We're heading to Ascent now, and the back 2 maps of this series are the weirdest place for MIBR. They've only played this map twice, and both times they were playing this old default comp with the Cypher instead of the Killjoy, in a world where everyone else is innovating. You look at a team like G2, who's playing the Waylay, who's playing the Vice, who has been really creative on this map. I'm super interested to see if it's going to be the same comp and the same ideas from MIBR, because thus far, I've been disappointed with their Ascent, but it's been a while since we've seen it.
Okay, but on the flip side of that, are we going to see the same thing from G2?
Yeah, because they did get countered by Sen.
They got hard countered by Sentinels. The Waylay has to dash out through choke points, and the Waylay can't have the gun out at the same time. It's not like playing Jet, where you have the gun, you prime the dash, and then you go in. Instead, it's much more like you're like holding your hands as you dash out into the site.
Doing some theory crafting or some thought process. Could maybe you bring back the Yoru into the fold if you're like Jogamo?
Yeah,
maybe
they totally could.
Yeah, what are the options here?
You could literally one-for-one sub the Yoru or the Jet in instead of that Waylay.
Gameplay is so fucking godlike, but वो return हो गए ना? These Waylay comps we saw when they tried to play Fracture most recently as well, when they had to play Fracture as that map on Ascent most recently as well, with Jogamo being kind of the first player in for them. I think the play style really relies on Jogamo kind of being not self-sufficient, I would say, but he doesn't get as many resources.
इसकी माँ का कैसे मेरा चेहरा आगे क्यों नहीं आ रहा? ऐसे हालत में शूट नहीं गीजर ऑन किया ना दो के करूंगा
Think about it. It makes sense, though, right? You got a guy like Jogger,
high impact,
explosive player, and yes, you could throw a lot of resources
Oh,
behind
ऐसा
him,
देखा
but
तो ऐसा
you
लगता
also
है
have all
कुछ
these
तो
other
है
layers
माथे पे
behind, and this guy could go and get
ऐसा
you one
देखा
every
तो
single time. So I think it just
बाल
speaks to
की
the
लट
absolute talent that we see on G2 side. But
बचपन
of
में
course,
करते थे ना पीछे से
MIBR
देखा
nowhere near out of this one. Yet Ascent coming up
तो
next.
नजर आया
Is
सामने
just
आके
gonna
देखा
get
तो
all over everyone? We'll find out after this.
जुल्फे दूर से देखा तो टीबो नजर आया पास आके देखा तो हाथी का बचपन में यही सब जोक्स होते थे भाई ट्रिब्यून 69 अभी रोज वीसीटी ट्वीट ही करेगा लग रहा है हाँ हेटर से वीसीटी ट्विटर
We're here live still at the Riot Games Arena, 3 maps down in this series, and G2 a crucial win
Rude?
on split. Now sends us into
तुम्हारे
kind of
फाफा तुम्हें
unknown
छोड़ के
territory
आउसी गए
if you're
हैं
looking at
वो
MIBR.
रूड नहीं
A
है
team that we haven't seen a ton of in Ascent, and last time I think they were on the classic, the old style comp. What have they brought to the table?
Hey,
What
कभी आ
has
रहे हो
changed
वापस?
since that match?
Yeah, last time they played this, okay, and they are changing, thank God, because they lost to Furia running the old comp, and I honestly thought because they had already
Bro, you
lost
should
the
be a
playoffs,
caster
that
in
they were
VCT.
saving
Your
their
comps
real
are
comp
same as
for
them.
the
वो लोग
playoffs.
स्ट्रीम करते
Maybe
रहे
that
मेरे
was
को
the case, or maybe
मैंने
that was
कितना बार
just
बोला कास्टर लोग स्ट्रीम
the
करते मेरे को
kick that they needed to figure out
अगस्त
that we
में
should
बोला
leave 2021 behind and live in 2025
Okay, we're
and
doing
start
this.
playing some Teo
Good morning,
Rice.
Dishita ji.
G2, they're sticking to the waylay. The desk were
नहीं आ रहा है
theorizing about the
वापस आएगा
potential
वो
for Jaw to just switch over to Yoru, maybe go to all reliable.
भाई इतना
Jet.
इजी
This
नहीं है
is
बे
the
उसके
map,
लिए वो
but sticking it
अपने
to his
टाइम पे
guns
स्ट्रीम
with
करना
Waylay.
ना
So
वो फिर
perhaps
भी
what
कर रहा है
happened against Sentinels
W
is something
W.
that G2 felt they could fix on their
W.
own. It wasn't just them getting exploited,
W
the way
match.
getting
This
exploited, not
a
having
W
the
match.
gun up speed that Jet boasts. So they're stuck to their guns. They're going to bust them out here as we head into Ascent. It's 2-1 in the series so far. The back half of the series, as Mimi pointed out, it's odd. Don't know what to expect for MIBR. Surely, Wyatt, surely they've been cooking up on this map now. As they tweak their comp.
This is one of the maps these two teams faced each other on earlier in the season. G2 won that affair 13-8. Here, it'll be back-to-back
But से 10
America's
साल का
grand
man.
finals for them. Another shot
जैसा
at
है
a trophy.
जिधर उठी कुरे
And that crucial top seed heading into Toronto. Aspas meet drone. G2 though very heavily concentrated on the outside of the map.
Wide swing from Shenham, and he's punished for it.
Looking for that info again. It's like Haven all over again.
दरवाजा बंद करने के
Door
लिए
comes down. That is going to cut Artizine out of the action. You better believe Jaw's
Extra
already got
dash?
to a commanding position. Pounced here by Hell.
पिछले एपिसोड में इमॉर्टल जा सकते हैं
Now
जाके
reposition
करोगे
over
क्या
towards
लेकिन
Jen.
Couple
Esports में
connections
जा
on that
सकते
0 point, but Jonas still just has that full kit array.
इमॉर्टल जाके करोगे
Initial pop flash
240
thrown into
fps
heaven.
minimum
Spice,
for
a bit of further delay.
any
Valorant ready to
gamer.
send out the paranoia. Even more delay.
Device
जो
util at
एंजॉय
door.
करता है गेमिंग वो
Already
भी
delaying on
जिसको
top of that.
स्पोर्ट जाने का है वो भी
Artizine can't move through that. Arcrow's triggered yet again. Artizine low, has to peek out. Needs to try and extract something out of the round. And Aspas is set up on Heaven. Verner's gotten deep over towards Jen now. Jaw has a lot to look at. Goes down but gets some good damage. Time is a big problem. And of course, ever reliable Trent delivers a death blow. Verno's got nowhere to be.
And he's not going to give them another orb by swinging out. Even on a pistol round, you can just see the dense amount of util.
रणवीर बंक्स बाय $30 वाइट के मुंह पे फेंके दे रहे हैं
map to keep retakers stifled. It's too overwhelming.
Jeez, I mean, Shannon just walks that.
Yeah, that was a
कंचिश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40 कौन सा 30 एमएबीआर हुआ एक्सक्यूज मी निखिल राजपूत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 29 मेरी जान के रोटे
All right, we're feeling chipper.
पहले मोबाइल खेलेगा हां
No hand to forehead this time for your boy
और
Josh.
आपको 144 पे हो नहीं into 40 है मेरा
Yeah, he looks, by comparison, he looks
उधर टी-शर्ट काट लिया
elated.
केनपाची करके कुछ
At this point, we'll take it.
Aspas on the catwalk with Sheriff. Dash available, wants to take
Oh,
advantage of it.
दिया बे
That was a
headshot
dink through the wall.
headshot
Waiting
दिया
for that. Now, mid-control. Should be elementary. Shannon also step up, get knocked back down. He is low. And here comes Jaw to finish what he started. Easy clean.
एक तुम लोग को समझ में आ रहा है द लेवल ऑफ टीम वर्क कि बंदा स्पॉट हो गया, उसको जाने का रास्ता ब्लॉक कर दिया नेट से और सीधा डैश करके मार दिया।
Two Bulldogs, Sheriff goes to go to work with.
मतलब तुम लोग को वो लेवल ऑफ कोऑर्डिनेशन दिख रहा है, उसको बोलना नहीं पड़ रहा है भाई आगे नेड कर। वहां से ओमिन निकल भी नहीं सकता था और कोई उसको सपोर्ट करने आ भी नहीं सकता था।
They lose the BO5 3-1. They do not want to exit this tournament in the exact same
गलत
fashion.
level
They
of
know
team
they've
play
gotten
by
better since then. We've seen that they've improved so much since then, but the competition has remained so stiff. I mean, G2, they've really not skipped a beat, I feel, while Sentinels have ascended to a totally different level in this last week or two.
आज तक किसने मेरा कमेंट नहीं पढ़ा, आपने बोला तो मजा आ गया, थैंक यू, लव यू।
They don't want to exit this stage with
6:30 को
another
उठाना
third
याद
place
है ना?
finish.
हाँ याद है।
You heard Cortezia say, we're not just thinking about Masters, we want to dominate this region and then the world.
This team is the hope of Brazil.
The best they've looked in a long time.
Getting onto their first bye round against the G2 bonus. Outlaw.
भाई कुछ भी बाई नहीं है लोग का, कुछ भी नहीं है। ये क्लीन जीतना चाहिए MIBR 4 गन्स के साथ, समझ रहे हो?
There is a vice wall there. Interesting spot for it.
Jump peeks onto
वो लोग को पता है बिग पीक लेगा।
swing! Oh my god!
That's about as good as it gets.
खड़े थे वो लोग।
Aspas, again, just doesn't look back at explosions, apparently. Off to a different part of the map, this time resurfacing in mid. That was carnage.
I am stunned at that. We'll need a replay on that in 0.25x speed, please. Is on the angle with the dash. Could have gotten more, but Verno just picks it up from Switch.
That's an important round. A clean gun round for MIBR. His Aspas kills 2 birds with 1 stone early.
I saw their undoing
PC games
before my
को
eyes.
G
I
और
was having
Soul ही
a vision of the future
कर
where Aspas
सकते
is
हैं
swinging
अभी
out into
के
5
टाइम
players,
पे,
dies,
बेटी
and then they get bonus rounded and
और
they get flattened on this map.
इसमें गेम चेंजर का नाम काम कर सकते हो। बेस्ट PC गेम प्लेयर इन इंडिया। नहीं
Oh my word, man.
मैं अच्छा एनालिस्ट बन सकता हूँ।
The moon was in, or Mercury was in Gatorade.
प्लेयर नहीं।
And the planets aligned.
शायद कोच भी, but player नहीं।
Had to give him credit for that one.
कुशल राज भाई, thank you for the 89 मेरी जान की टोटी। Love you.
Good for you. Pop-off king.
G2 are trying to get into B main, but they're being slowed down by missiles from Verno. That's a great flash over the top. It's going to force him back to switch. He's isolated.
Verno waiting for the next wave. It comes in soon enough. Then they've got to play around this vice wall. That may have been triggered just now.
क्या हो गया वर्नो भाई? दरवाजा बंद कैसे करेगा वो इतने जन के सामने? वो दूसरा ऑफ एंगल पकड़ रहा था वो लग रहा है।
Should be 1 ping off the 0 point. And I think seeing Leaf there is probably the least surprising thing to them.
सेल्समैन भी, excuse me. पेड चैट नहीं है, पेड ट्विटर। 2 बार कैसे दिखाया रे? मैंने किया था एक ट्वीट। ये इस बैक करके नहीं दिखाया हरामी।
Mid control for G2 opens up a multitude of
ये हारा वो बात अलग है।
Cortezia is playing accordingly. And the shield wall is still there somehow. In we go. Light speed for Jaw. And up on that short, you're going to be looking for Cortezia. Arcro's out there. Suppression on Cortezia. This allows Jaw and Co to get in. Now MIBR's 2 anchors have to go ham. Not a bad start. There's Valen digging them out of position.
Just overwhelmed
Clean
by the numbers
by
of G2.
Spike planted.
स्कूल जाना है। जा जीत गया जीत।
And stairs at the same time.
Too strong.
Putting those players mid-sight in a vice.
No early round joy for Aspas this time around.
कैसे players है बे?
And I'm thinking
Peak
he's
तक
running
ले
short
रहे।
on options. Shannon
VCT चल रहा है।
barely even considered drifting over to assist. So MIBR without too much care economically. Able to build up a lot after a pretty ridiculous flawless. Can sit back on this, bide their time. But bear in mind, this is G2 that are getting some really important early attack side rounds with this waylay-led strategy. Not a position you want the attackers to get into.
कैसे काउंटर नहीं कर पा रहे वेले को?
Aspas would have been happy to take some fights there, honestly, to try and deal some additional damage. Despite being down.
I don't like G2 by they are actually too good. कभी-कभी EDG से compare कर लेते हैं. Just saying EDG qualify नहीं हुआ.
3 rounds handed over to the attackers.
There's often the duty of the entry, just jumping in and dying, so the rest of your players can scale on either side and find the kills on the defenders.
We saw that on Lotus, right? Especially with the Neon.
240 FPS होना चाहिए to enjoy your try sport. तो अगर बंदा 144 Hz में रेडिएंट कर रहा है, do you think he has potential? 144 Hz से जब 240 Hz पे switch करेगा ना, उसको गेम ही नया दिखेगा.
Forced to retreat back to Gen. Triple stack up here for MIBR.
हो सकता है उसको आदत लगाने में वापस टाइम लगे.
To play with there, G2 really spent util making sure no one could capitalize.
Now in the meantime, there's a stealth drone sent all the way up mid from G2, and you can see that Leaf has inserted himself over towards the market door pizza area.
अरे मेरे को बचा.
A little bit of a nervous moment there. Convergent pass coming into play, and here comes Jaw. Moving fast as heck, but Verno's having to stop in his tracks.
Smoke क्यों नहीं था?
Exactly what you needed, but guess who comes knocking? The Grim Reaper! Aspas cut down, and Leaf finds yet another one. Round is still live for G2, but Leaf somehow has to go absolutely bonkers.
Oh my god. Had a chance with Shedham.
Okay, Leaf on 3. Trying to show up the youngster.
Bro, aiming का नहीं मालूम पड़ेगा अभी.
Time started to become a concern. 33 seconds to play with.
Aiming का नहीं
These
पता.
MIBR players are hoping to play together, but Leaf might have a timing to slip past. Radazine checks his for info. Little shoulder out now from behind. Leaf knows he's going to get pushed.
W.
Not to be. And the pure stopping power of Verno on A allows MIBR to scrape another one.
I want to see what happened in main there after those.
Mr. Rajbhai, thank you for the 29 मेरी जान की रोटी.
Jaw was able to get in, but no one else could. I suppose there was that special delivery there. The precision with the Vandal, lethal from Verno.
अकेले ने guns गिराया बे.
This is kind of the issue with Waylay. It was discussed on the desk, right? She can't always fight for herself straight away after getting in. Needs pretty tight spacing from the rest of the team.
And also, there's no cloud burst for that Waylay to
exactly. It's way harder.
She is out in the open right there. All right, Aspas has pushed them really far and suppressed. Oh my god, this is so dangerous. If he gets one and gets away.
They have to know. There's 0 point tagging a Jet on Catwalk. G2 definitely going to play carefully around that. Steel Guard used over at Beaters, and Armageddon coming in, and there's Aspas. An unlikely scenario to extract the kill, but that's what he does! And somehow Jones not ready. Who could be? Fallon with a stinger. Gets his. And finds another one. He actually upgraded to the rifle. All of a sudden, G2. They thrust down the middle of MIBR setup, and now Aspas. This position's no longer relevant. It's no longer terrifying. Shenham has to fight for himself, and Jaw goes by the wayside.
This is turning into a mess situation. Leaf has worked his way into market. Shenham far more HP, but if he doesn't clear the corner, it's going to be a free kill for Leaf. But he's ready for it. Headshot dispatches him. 2 versus 1.
That was lol.
Fallon backside. Both players from MIBR are running down lane.
Cerebral cortex swollen like a beach ball. Fallon's got to figure this out, but Shenham just deals with him handily, in fact. Now the defenders start to build up a
that's a W round.
Start to string these rounds together.
Impressive work from Shenham. Aspas with the operator there, not to be denied. That initial shot onto Trent was fantastic.
नहीं player
ने just focused on pressure that was coming from the spawn.
push कर सकते हो.
Surely you won't be jumping down and flanking
new
with
viewers
the
and players आप ही ला सकते हो.
Just that.
Like you note, they spot him out really early with that 0.
I guess
they just assumed that he's holding a passive line, and they've already started.
Yeah, they just assumed. Yeah, that he's like back in tree basically. That he didn't. He actually pushed in front of the thorns on the ground, but they assumed he would just be behind.
Finals में कहने बता दे Sen.
Assuming makes an ass pass out of you and me, apparently. Come on, bro. I get 1.
I chuckled.
Jaw here pretty deep towards that CT side. Now that Util getting concentrated towards the Boathouse. Jaw steps up, knocked down straight away.
W.
It's the stinger buy for G2. Quintessential. At this point, MIBR are conditioned to it.
No real opportunity to get a shot off with the op. Cloudburst to safety, wants to get back on the angle. Cortesi on the swing, but it doesn't matter.
5 health, yeah, not much to work with. Fallon, a little stranded without an upgraded weapon either. What is the plan?
I have the spike.
Spike recovered, 55 on the clock. And he's headed in a direction with no weapons to recover. Do tell, Valen, what the game plan is here. We're circling back through mid.
Right.
Go through that. All right. The spike down over on A.
There's a caution ping there over towards grass.
Could try to get himself.
मेरे को लगा अगर वो सिटी जाके मार के आया.
Where does he want to go? Play hell, force them to swing onto him in close range, but also you're.
एक और स्मोक आ रहा है 10 सेकंड में, वो क्रूशियल हो सकता है.
Going up against a Tejo that's going to opt to use the missiles in hell.
And Valen doesn't even have the ability to TP out of it. Paranoia for Jen. That's cleared. I use air quotes.
मरनों को blind कर दिया.
Valen waiting, biding his time. Sting. Oh, they line up! Are you kidding me? Valen! Brain looked like Mojo Jojo out there. Punches his ticket to another winning round. A winning round that should not have been.
What a disastrous retake in that 2 versus 1. Positioning completely scrambled. I mean, it gets there in the first place because Nico's crazy with the classic.
Yes.
What is that?
Or same, he'll be better.
You like that play,
The asking was the minimum guys should achieve. I think Immortal is minimum.
To put in context,
Even in
that was off the back of what
144.
Leaf did early in the round. The classic. Doesn't make any sense.
Feels like absolutely none of that should have happened. Not one bit. MIBR still have enough money to buy up here, but their economy is
by
fully
play
on the line.
Play
That
देखो.
operator gazing down mid.
Little flash here for a bit of info. Jordan, yep, we're getting out of there.
Oh my God, was a distraction था.
Can't even trade because he's obscured by the smoke.
And where's the stall util? That's the controller down so early in the piece. Now, yeah, A is open. Come right on in, they say. Cortesi's able to find Trent towards the middle part of the map so that, you know, post-plant util drastically limited.
Leaf is ready for this. If Cortesia could win this fight, there's a chance at this retake. It's really the only opportunity.
Oh shit.
Steps, still guarded. Leaf says,
it's forced into the sight line.
Aspas gets there, that is wild. Just a pixel of him, I'd suggest. Valen again in hell, surely not twice.
Round 2.
Not again. Jonah moves out. Razorvine deployed, he's on the edge of it.
जिंदा
comes
कैसे
Verna
हैं
now,
ये
hunting.
लोग?
Blood in the water. He can taste it, and there it is. Valen dealt with. Jonah P on the side, riddled with holes.
बच गया भाई.
This time Verno's able to clean up. Man, this Ascent
Huh?
game is back and forth stuff.
Cortesia came up huge, finding that initial kill on Trent.
4-4 W.
From there, so heads up for him to just take that jiggle peek onto Leaf. This was a cool way
क्या
for
game
G2 to
चल
get
रहा है ना?
in. Shenum just forced to look to the left. And then Aspas in this moment, because of the steel garden, Leaf had to force the issue and run a Cortesia so he exposes himself to the sight line. That was a really
I actually
cool
think
play.
Leaf was trying to counter Steel Garden.
वर्णों को
I think he was
देखो
trying to use
बे.
one of his own.
12-4.
From the animation, he didn't pull a weapon out. It's unclear. Either way, Aspas was waiting for him, he was cornered.
Double flash combo from G2 to get into B main, a paranoia. And from the KO, Aspas just a bit short on that shot. Jaw to get away.
Defenders still in strong positions though. Jaw on a stinger. Stingers for everybody. Steel Garden now for Leaf. Held onto it the previous round. Arzine trying to back away. Caught up, snarled in the liquid metal roots. And Jaw gets 2. Pushing out towards CT.
अरे गन लेने जा रहा था वो.
This haphazard to say the least, throws his life away. 2 players with stingers remaining for
आसपास को पता है
G2.
स्मोक
Leaf
थ्रो
is
पुश
trying
आ
to close
सकता
the
है.
distance,
तोड़ दिया.
get on an angle that he can play nice and close. Both G2 players are just completely separated from each other right now. It looks like they want to try
फिर से
and
स्टिंगर
get
से
into
तो
a
नहीं
position
हो
where they
पाएगा.
can swing off of each other.
जो प्लेयर उसके बैटरी से दे रहे
Adjusting, he knows someone could backstab. He had the info. Just too many angles to account for.
Valen's picked up a judge now.
Getting ahead of that Verno util. Paranoia doesn't seem to matter. Bam! He mows him down. Aspas though, low health. Valen has got himself an upgrade. Looking for the clutch. It gets to half. Valen biding his time, not respecting the fact that Aspas might be on this stick. It doesn't matter. runs it back again. All faith put in him by G2, and he delivers.
The 1v2, if that wasn't enough for you, how about a little 1v3 as well? Just within a 3-round span, picks up the judge that was dropped, gets in the dark cover. That is so cheeky.
Knife के बाद सब कुछ silence हो गया Binks में. हाँ ना, आसपास is not आसपासिंग.
Happiness,
It's a great
joy, finally on the face.
It's a great angle to display bicep gains as well. I mean, Josh knows what he's doing. I see you, bro. You ain't fooling me, brother. Getting like heat, pull them sleeves up a little bit. Pause here because, yeah, sleeves up all across MIBR.
Yeah, players है भाई.
Now, in their ears.
हाँ?
It's important to take stock at this point and note that G2 has just scored their 5th attack side round. On a map like Ascent, that is such a huge boon. And MIBR now have a round where they have an L command to work with. That could be pretty important to stunt those fast hits that G2.
और बता Binks भाई, how are you?
Again, the pace is definitely more up-tempo than the Yoru comp on split.
It certainly has been.
If someone wanna really try, how can you try? What ways? Maybe in chat many would have thought. For me myself, I wanted to know. Get to Radiant, back-to-back acts. Org will approach you. Get into esports. Very simple. But play in Singapore server, please. And solo queue, please.
Ready to go with the initiator ults. Aspas has had some sick rounds with the Bladestorm.
Lucky's with G2. कुछ तो है.
Might just rip that right now.
कुछ तो है भाई.
See if they can.
भाई वो लोग हर राउंड आसपास के अंगनेंच जाने का ट्राई किया पता है.
Up to the races, straight past the one way, disrespected as G2 know. Got a real gun advantage here. Artisan suppressed 4, caught by that 0 point, they're still going for it. Armageddon could be a bit of a wrinkle in the plan though. They'll move out of the way. Not quite in time, there was third with the Util and the Bladestorm.
भाई वर्नो को क्या हो गया?
They've done nothing to deserve it. And this one blows up in G2's face.
I love the confidence from MIBR to just let all of these ults loose.
They
know Jonas caught left. They know he's low HP. It's just a matter of cleaning this up. It feels like it's a matter of time until something connects onto him. And Cortesia on the flank makes light work.
Oh, there goes
remaining G2 player.
The
weight of reality hits G2. They're in a best of 5. They're only 1 round ahead. It's a long series. And it's still in the balance.
Verno gets a 15 and 5.
और
I mean,
अल्ट के आगे नेड देखा?
Kills with your abilities on that round. Armageddon used.
Nice!
And the missiles were put in the corners that it would have forced players into.
Yeah, a timeout here for sure.
If someone is not from Mumbai,
what was that?
His happiness,
is it
his
possible
smiles,
to
the
reach
distant
Radiant?
memory.
Yes,
It's
it
time
is
to
possible
pause
to
if
reach
it's gonna be
Radiant.
Again, like let's dial it back a little bit. They're obviously on a gun round.
Yes, sir.
MIBR sheriffs. They walk past the one-way, disrespect it. Okay, fair enough. They want pace, but they walk straight into the Teo trap. Verno is always playing that off angle on the A side. He's there somewhere. Armageddon is going to force your hand, force you into that util. 2 players go down to Teo util.
I tried, buddy. मैंने ग्रुप में लिख दिया था, नहीं हो रहा करके.
Love the guts to go for that on this eco round and not saving it for the.
तो क्रिश भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ अभी देखो पास का आपका $3,000 बच गए हैं समझ रहे हो तो अगर मैं मेरा ब्रो कोड बिंक्स बाय 50% ऑफ कोड भी डालूं हाँ क्योंकि सेम यहाँ पे लैंड वाला वाइब्स देता हूँ मैं वॉच पार्टी में समझ रहे हो
Right, so G2 chastised dually, I'm
sure.
And going for the force. Josh
is
advising them to go for the force.
जीत गए मतलब #1.
Look at their buy, it's shocking. Leaf has a sheriff. Trent just has the stinger. Jonah has a bulldog.
Dude, #1 baby.
Are they going to go for some kind of convergent paths Armageddon play? Maybe no, it's just an Armageddon straight up on A. Elite finds the opening towards B.
No, what's challenging this?
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
Good money being thrown after bad by both sides. The Benjamins lit on fire. Scattered to the winds.
Arjun is trying to make some sense of this round. If not for MIBR, at least do it for me. What the hell am I seeing, man? Osbos, aware that Trent is in spawn, it seems. Should be able to collect that kill. Does. Arjun caught by the convergent paths. Straw going to try to capitalize on this push forward.
The hint is pretty brutal.
No, they just can't. They were kept at bay by that molly.
All right, so that's sheer wall was just triggered, so they know Aspas is amongst
बेचारा
them.
दो
They might
बार
be
ये
able to
एंगल
stabilize
मार्केट
the
केला
round. Still have to fight this retake.
नहीं हुआ.
Saturate for Jaw headed over towards that speedway, but he does get pinged out by a 0 point. They know he's here. Okay, all
क्या काउंटर ब्लाइंड दिया बे?
Rather the paranoia.
I don't know if I want to see the replays of this round.
देखा मैंने. W baby. देखा मैंने. Just
Bizarre opening across
27 points total.
We are going to see the replay because we must.
Yeah, I suppose we must. Okay, I changed my mind. I do
वैसे
want to
कितना वो है?
Trap play here.
The Leaf takes this
कितना
fight
matches
against
है?
Cortez. He's forced out with the sheriff, but then
Elimination में?
he just leaps out there. I mean, they are
वो 300 का पीसी बिल्ड किया ना कल.
actually playing back towards spawn and just spraying for some kills.
Really,
but W Chris भाई W. W Chris भाई.
They've cobbled together what they can after forcing that round.
पिंकी देखो उठा. Half on दो.
Just a pretty standard fast hit here. This time, Jaw's going to have that backup if they try and go in. He does dash over towards Market. Enough time to get the gun up. It is a stinger, though.
उठा रहा पंकज को उठा रहा.
Staying committed to that logs position.
Oh, that's a mid push.
She finds an opening. That's the op removed.
Sheer wall got triggered, but it's going to be TP'd over, so all of G2 can be here at B. And there's the last layer of defense cleared from that site. Bizarre rounds. Hard to predict, hard to call, but bloody exciting. And that's Shenham after a high-octane sequence of plays.
We'll have a low-octane death awaiting him.
Will be, laboured. A flawless round for G2 to end the half. We're keeping it close here. Absolute bloody haymakers being thrown by both sides.
Some bizarre final few rounds. What is that kill?
Oh, he's quick with it, isn't he?
And then Cortezio was caught with the flash. His position on lane was just way too open for players that were going to be swinging out from main.
Eyes towards the future. MIBR must win this map. G2 get 6 attack side rounds. So much rests on the pistol, which we'll be seeing when we come back after this short break.
गाली खाया मैं 7 बजे जगह निकल. Bro had one job. क्या स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. Darsan bhai, thank you for the 29. Apex God, lineup got win. Yes, देखा मैंने. पहले चिल्लाया, अभी गलत टाइम पे जगह मैं गया बे, सच्ची गया मैं. कल पीसी बिल्ड करके समझ गया अपने लिए नहीं है ये चीज, रेडीमेड बेस्ट है. पीसी बिल्डिंग टास्क है. पीसी बिल्डिंग अलग ही एक वो है, जॉब है भाई. कम से कम 3-4 घंटे लगते हैं भाई.
Magnificent clutches from Valen to get
Darshan bhai, thank you for the 29 and 29 मेरी जान के टोटे.
I mean, it was a full force rather, with some bad guns that they win. A strange half of Valorant has left us at 6-6, with MIBR's hopes of making it to the grand finals hanging in the balance of whether or not they can win this map. G2 trying to make another grand final. It would be their 3rd in a row. All the tournaments that they played this year would have them in the grand finals if they could just close out on Ascent.
At this point in the series, you're fatigued, strung out.
चलो, क्या लगता है chat?
Sometimes all that remains is that hunger to win.
And there's definitely an experience difference between these two teams when it comes to
Darshan bhai, thank you for the one more 29 मेरी जान के टोटे.
With this core team over the years, whereas MIBR just have the one to their name, which was a loss to Sentinels in the lower finals kickoff.
How much is that going to matter? MIBR some pretty, complex pistol rounds in the past. This one is very straightforward. Let's go to A. Let's set up.
Master one roll. Depend करता है what you like to play.
Too early from G2. Aspas is weak. Dash across from Jaw.
Unharmed so far.
You'll get into esports only when you love the game.
But MIBR being very careful about this. Not overcommitting on the retake, but Artizine steps out and is shut down. Underneath, they check hell. Aspas is there, still gets a kill with 10 HP, as only he can. But now Berto and Cortesi have to spam on in. They want to push it. Oh, he's caught with util in his hand. Leaf, dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, dodging. There's Trent to finish the job. G2 with both pistols on a set. That's got to be a weight off the shoulders.
मेरे की गलती से non-loaded basis मंगाया लिया फिर एक बार order किया वो नहीं है फिर third time जाके
If MIBR can run it all the way back, that would be pretty sick.
Not even run it back. The fact they've seen this game is ridiculous to begin with.
They really wanted to play off of the arc
थोड़ा महंगा
the
पड़ता है.
Cortesia flash.
Time बचता है लेकिन.
Like you get the sound cue obviously.
Please, भाई, thank you for the 14 Canadian Australian dollars मेरी जान के टोटे.
But it was Jaw who got that free kill because of their willingness to aggress. And unlike
भाई
G2,
कुछ crazy करके MIBR जीत जाए भाई.
Of the second round force after getting the spike down.
Get to the side though, Valen there to meet them. Spectre rings out. Leaf gets a hand on it as well.
Leaf ने heaven से stinger चला के 3 मारा है.
Forced to look on, paranoid, and very dead.
Leaf just leaves 2 very fast rounds
Which
of valor.
needed. Roger भाई, love you मेरी जान के टोटे.
Garden already, and that could
Good
have
mornings.
some massive value.
Thank you for the 179.
Versus the full buy, if he can get 1 orb and get that off in a retake.
ये स्टिंगर कैसे फैंटम कैसे नहीं है?
I'm literally trick shotting on
भाई
them.
कितना स्ट्रीम स्नैप करता है ना कास्टर?
How do you have the levity in a game like this to play that way? Only Leaf, man. Again, shot back up to the top of the scoreboard. Yeah.
20-9. This
गलत मारा ना Leaf.
has been outrageous. I mean, Leaf was the star player in my eyes.
मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि अभी भी
he might be putting up crazier numbers than he was
अभी
during
भी
that kickoff run.
It's not just nonchalance.
आसपास
He's
जीता
giggling
सकता
like
है.
a school child.
मम्मी उठ के जाना पड़ेगा. बाय. Bye bye.
Fun. Yep. Can you blame him?
I mean, I don't know if that's a long series. I'll be stressed, but I'm glad he has the room to enjoy himself a bit. I don't know if he can say the same for his coach or his fans, but here we are.
MIBR trying to explore up cat with Aspas in this mid round.
थोड़ा aura feel हो रहा है मेरे को आसपास का. क्या?
They are going to have to put some effort into getting that sheer wall procced in mid. Shenham in trouble after being blinded up by the paranoia. Has to acquiesce a main.
W aura.
Finds a great timing. Won't get instantly traded, but is doomed.
No chance to get out of there. Frankman claims that Jonah wants more. Maybe
aura.
Yep, gets himself that Vandal. Here's Trent lining it up now. This is going to slow things up a little bit. And still Jonah is claimed. That's another kill through mid. Jonah hung around, insisted on fighting for more, and that's going to make the A push for MIBR quite viable.
Good morning, Pineapple. Good morning, Dheeraj bhai.
Time is dwindling a bit, but it doesn't look like G2 should be in position to stop this plant unless they really heavily accelerate. Trent doesn't even have missiles right now. Valen trying to hold down this cross, but he just can't do it. Walks into the stun.
Oh, there it is. Trent caught. Valen trades it. Now there's rifles to get. Valen might now have a window to pick it up.
This is my thank you for the 29.
Valen gets the Bulldog. Jorg still with the Stinger, but look, he does have the ability to get in. We just need the backup. This could be hard-hitting, fast play from G2. They're geared for it.
Valen upgrades again.
In we go! Jorgamo says Geronimo, and it's Valen to trade off him. Shenham low, Valen with 3.
HP.
And a miracle clutch.
दर्शन भाई thank you for the 29. Auto stuck हो गया लग रहा है.
Cut him down.
दर्शन भाई auto stuck हो गया.
Box as well on Shenham. So finally, someone figured out how to stop Valen in a clutch situation. Needed to happen eventually.
God, he and Leaf again are just running rings around it though.
613 है अभी 7.
Leaf have a combined 38 kills right now. 38 to the rest
of
his
his
team.
Thank you for the 29.
Yeah.
कोई 5 मिनट बाद एक साथ टोटल कर सकता है?
Absolutely absurd.
Net का exam में best of luck बोल दो. All the best मेरी जान के टोटे.
And now they're forced up into this with a couple Guardians, a lot of light armors. And Leaf keenly aware of the economic situation and the implications it's going to have on that buy. He's got the Outlaw.
So even though it was a losing round, G2 knock MIBR down a peg such that they can make some of these concessions and still have impact in the round. That is to say, the Outlaw is online.
चलो भाई ब्रेक खत्म अब जॉब पर जाना फिर से डांस इनक्रीज भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $2
Nothing in market, says Verno.
पिक्चर अभी बाकी है केरे दोस्त
As long as the wall remains in the
दर्शन भाई 179 अभी लूप पे अटकेगा लव यू यार
That 0 point. So they know no one's playing close.
iOS वाला 179 iOS वाले देते हैं.
Jonah can stall now. Sends a 0 point, gets more info. Aspas says we can't.
Love you Darshan bhai, thank you for so many 29 and 179 मेरी जान के टोटे.
Just jingle peeking at B main catches the lurk. Cortezi as well.
Aspas is just unhinged, unchained.
Crossfire too strong.
Earthly delight, he's brought down.
Spike down A.
G2 put a stop to this.
Excuse me.
All on Shen and
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाएगा दर्शन भाई सुनो
That's the only option.
Normal बातचीत करो.
The economy is thoroughly crushed for MIBR.
Thank you for the 179 and 179 मेरी जान की टोटे.
Someone to play off of this.
179 plus 179 279 हुआ ना क्योंकि उसने दो 179 किया.
Round for MIBR and a chance for G2 to derive one of the biggest leads we've seen in the last couple of maps.
मेरा भी नीट का एग्जाम है.
Jonah on that tight angle, and then the jiggle peek from Jaw.
बस मारा ना जोगमो.
A miserable way to lose 2 players. It's giving G2 so much info across the map, though, that they are taking those peaks consistently, and they have the sheer wall in mid that is never actually being procced until there is serious presence in mid from MIBR.
एकदम बराबर. Thank you.
Imply a B hit is coming, or B split rather.
Now this might look like a
language manners,
but this round 17, round 18 especially.
Remove artisan. अभी pause लेके remove करे. Robert
run away with it. They're easing in, getting comfortable on this defense side. Leap's cooking. Has that Outlaw still to hand. A weapon that's going to be just as relevant likely in this round than it was in the prior one.
Artisan.
Steel Garden. Should they be pushed? Fallon's been electric as well, 19 and 10.
बंदे टोरंटो जा रहे हैं रिमूव
MIBR, what do they have to hang their hat on? Verno's been the standout, but outside of that,
मुंबई में मीटअप करो.
For the hope of Brazil.
मुंबई में हुआ था ना कॉमिक कॉन.
So when we get back into this MIBR, they are going to be on a half buy round. So
मेरे बाबा आईएसएस वाले कास्ट दोस्त लेते 2000 का एंड्रॉइड वाला है.
And then on that next round, both teams are going to have almost all of their ultimates ready to go, and that will determine, or should determine, typically, if G2 are going to close out this map, get the win in this series, or if MIBR make a little run at a comeback here.
Love you, Darshan bhai. Thank you for the 379 मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you.
G2 disrespected the Thrifty on that attack side. Don't know if they're going to run that back again. Trent deals with Shenom, does take a face
Darshan bhai को छुपा दो.
Cutting the attackers down by 1. Aspas is also very low as he tries to get on in. One shot would be enough.
Oh, he can't be getting away with that. How is he alive?
Not one shot hit there from Valen. That's rough. Jonah, though, still tucked here. Steel Garden now comes into play. Aspas has the primary jammed. Right click, though, will do pretty well here. But he's in trouble. Guardian now back online. Up against it, though, now hindered out by that Saturate. Leaf brings him down. It's a 2-on-1 for Verno. Lightning doesn't strike twice for him today. And there it is. That's a 3-round gap. Well and truly opened up.
G2 are playing with serious confidence. I love the way that they're flooding back into the site there. They're taking the fights together. They are not easing up. Seriously concerned for a second, but somehow Aspas managed to get that kill at door onto Valen. 28 feet, nothing that was
Thank you for the 479 मेरी जान के टोटे.
G2 did not ease up. Leaf is still playing with the Outlaw right now.
And still relevant.
It's still relevant.
ना होए मतलब नहीं हो रहे हैं
ये.
ऐसा है क्या?
Yep. They're like light armor locked. Okay, Steel Garden to start things with. Gets MIBR in. Aspas with an uncontested rifle. He's on that B side. G2 playing off for the most part though, so no early casualties for the defenders.
Oh shit.
And the Razor Vine snarl Verno up. He opts to stand in place.
There's that no command paranoia now coming through. Cortezia trying to fight close, but he's blinded up.
Got one that's going to have to be enough. Genom recovers and brings
Bhai
Jordan
Genom ने
down.
crazy मारा.
Low though, he is stunned up, pinged out.
मरा.
Now clear from the corner, he's got no choice but to face the music. Now it's an even game.
Alt, opa.
command was active, and here comes that Armageddon straight down Speedway.
खुद हिलना पड़ेगा
knows
लेकिन.
it's coming.
Grenade.
Puts it to good use now. Artizine has to take this one.
1v1.
Verno finds Valen with some util.
Time नहीं है.
And it's the Teo battle. Trent v Valen. And it's old reliable
थोड़ा हो
again.
सकता है. थोड़ा time हो सकता
A
है.
crucial round. Gets G2 to 11.
This G2 team are too
Second
clutch.
chukna
All
tha
of those
bas.
situations have drifted their way this map. Whether it be Valen, Trent, it just doesn't
So
matter.
that नहीं हो रहा, block कर देगा
How
सच
Burrow
में
was
नहीं.
playing that. After the Armageddon, then getting the
Limit reach हो
salvos
गया
down
रहेगा.
onto stairs, the two remaining players for MIBR.
या फिर कुछ
fight
लिखा
together.
रहेगा जिसकी वजह से एरर, अगर नीचे एरर करके आ रहा है मतलब कुछ लिखा रहेगा जो YouTube अलाउ नहीं करता, तो उसको एडिट
Not
करना
about the
पड़ेगा.
raw number of them. Valen and Leaf have that taken care of. That kill, those two, worth way more.
G2V को वैसे तेओ ने उसके बाद क्या लगता है सारे टीम तो तेओ खेल रहे.
Are in prime position to close out this map. MIBR are forcing into this because they got the spike down, but that's resulted in Artsin just
Time
having
खेलना
the
था ना.
stinger. He has not been able to get things rolling on Ascent. He's had a great series up until now. So you're really looking at Ospas with this Blade Storm. Barely survives the cross. He has been fantastic with this ultimate. He's gotten so many crucial kills.
Here's that attack side null command. It looks like Leaf might have been affected, so that shield wall, yep, it's been nullified for now. One hurdle, literally. Jumped by MIBR. They're in the site, but Artizine is down. He didn't have a good weapon for it. He was looking for something.
भाई आसपास
goes low.
मारता है
That
बे.
was scary. Engagement against Valen. Can he actually win this out? No, Valen.
NT.
Headshot connects.
कोई नहीं है. Side में blind मारेगा वो.
Take for G2 to get to match
Fuck,
point.
side में blind और all.
They don't have the money to run this kind of round back anymore.
Oh my बंच होने वाला ये लोग के साथ.
Potentially clear the bleachers off the side. It's going to force MIBR in the speedway direction. Cut down their options to fall back. Verno's able to avoid damage that comes in, but here comes a speedway push. Verno stopping power. It's going to be Trent again. Are you kidding? Back-to-back brilliance from Trent. And that's match point.
कभी
Now
Valen
secured.
clutch करता है.
They won't
कभी
ease
ये.
up. This G2 team,
Limit
they are
तो
not
उसने
slowing down.
reach
They
किया
are
था.
way too
Breakup हो
clutch.
गया.
MIBR did so much.
Love you,
work and
Darshan
just
bhai.
did
Thank you
not
for the
matter.
579 मेरी
Skill
जान की
from
रोटे.
Valen is huge to open up B main, get them into that 4-on-3 situation, and it looked like
अमीर लोगों का भी breakup होता है.
MIBR playing around some of that vice utility they still had. Would have been enough.
What a round. What a crucial
इतना
one.
क्लच ना, ये भी टेक्निकली MIBR जीत सकता था. 4 क्लच राउंड हारे वो लोग. 4. वहाँ से 4 माइनस करो, इधर 4 ऐड करो.
Got another buy. They got the spike down. They're getting the loss
ये
bonus.
हवे में मारा.
Got to do it without the final boss
हवे
himself.
में मारा. भाई
4-player
100
squad of
टक्का हवे में
MIBR.
मारा.
Now, is it a snake you cut the head off or a hydra? Does another one grow back?
Bro, replay चाहिए बा. हवे में
Time to
मारा.
find out. Onto that B side, Shannon handles Valen. Jonah falls quickly, traded out now, numbers even. G2 with a respectful distance to the site, they're playing off of it. There is a sheer wall in B main by the looks of things, and if this isn't read into, Trent will be on the wrong side of it for a time.
Snappy from
इसके पास
Jaw.
ult है.
So fast. Has the convergent paths now. Let those loose on the site so the players from B main can get out, and that should seal it up. That should get G2 into another grand finals.
Here we go, trying to get in there. Oh, wait a minute, Artizine stops them in their tracks. Jaw has to go for it now, dash forward, 2 dashes, and it's not enough.
बाप रे क्या राउंड निकाला.
We'll keep them at bay for now.
Holy.
He has not been able to make his mark on this Ascent map until that moment.
Holy,
to
holy,
keep his
holy.
team in the game.
Doubles his frags.
And because these rounds have gotten so close, insane shot from Jaw, as was this follow-up that he hit later in market.
बेचारा हाथ में
But
यूटी था
because these have just
उसके.
been coming down to the one-on-one clutches, G2 are actually on an eco
We're out of
now.
money.
They're already out of cash. MIBR have an opportunity here to get to 9, but G2, they are the experts of the Stinger.
And it's a huge lead for defenders to have on Ascent. Just make that very clear. Cortesia, oh, that's ugly. That's a rifle, just hand it over.
क्या मारा है भाई.
How do MIBR respond? They just try to get into A fast. That's what G2 want them to do. They're playing
Tick-tock,
into their hands.
tick-tock.
This is where the vice is set up.
Leaf waiting on the other side of the door to greet the Artizine, riddled with bullets. Swiss cheese, litters the floor. And Leaf goes to work on them. It's up to Verno and Pell. The Steel Garden will take away his only advantage into the round. And G2 recovered 3 whole rifles. He called it by it. The masters of these thrifties, the Sting
भाई
Pies.
सच में
Inferno again,
मैं तो
like so many times before in this series,
hate to but
had to drag himself up the hill.
dedication.
No help. It's all on him. Special delivery backside.
Feeling समझा.
Is low. Dealt with Ferno.
Feeling
Finds it, but he's
समझा.
suppressed now. Valen swings it.
Hats off to your dedication.
It was a fear
Feeling
that might
समझा
all be
दर्शन
over.
भाई टेंशन ना लो.
Today, the realization that it's only just
Thank you for the
begun
449 मेरी जान के रोटे. Stay happy, stay blessed, buddy.
Against Sentinels,
Love
the only
you.
America's team that has been able to beat them in
EWC
2025.
बोलते.
This is going to be their 3rd grand final in a row. Their 3rd opportunity at another trophy. This G2 team are resilient. They feel unbeatable at times.
G2 versus
MIBR
Sen
had come
फिर
so
से best
far
of 5.
since the last time we saw them play against G2. Since the
सही
last
बोला था
time we
Binks
saw them in a
3-1
situation
G2.
like this in a
मैं
lower
always
final
right baby.
in kickoff when they lost 3-1 to Sen. And despite all of their good work, it was still not enough today.
I'm always
They
right
were so
baby.
impressive. They kept the game so close, but G2 are still a cut above.
And again in this last map of Ascent, it's Leaf and
अबे Binks
Valen
#1 है इधर.
combining for 50 kills.
दर्शन भाई
An
thank you for the
unreal
29
performance
मेरी
from the
जान के
engine room
चौथे.
of this team. Trent
Thank you
delivers
so much
back-to-back
for all the
clutches
dono.
in the dying rounds that make it feel like it's all
अभी
but
Sen versus
inevitable
G2
for
Sen
G2.
easy win.
And this is a team.
Sen easy win.
When you
Easy.
have a run like they had this year, people start to wonder, at what point does it come crashing down? The loss comes,
Good night बोल
as
जाने
it always
सुना है. हाँ,
does,
चलो.
but it happens at a time.
चलो guys. Good night, good night, good night. अभी जाओ. एक डोंकी स्ट्रीम कर रही है. डोंकी की स्ट्रीम पे जाओ और एपेक्स भाई मैं सच्ची डोंकी यूट्यूब में सर्च किया भाई. कर रही है ना. जाओ. डोंकी की स्ट्रीम पे जाओ और हमारे टीम को सपोर्ट करो. वैसा क्वालिफाई हो गया लेकिन सपोर्ट करो. और जो लोग अभी देखने वाले हैं पूरा मैचेस जाके हाई डोंकी लिख देना. ठीक है. ये लो. Bye bye guys. Adios. Steady me adios. Take care. See ya. Thank you Kushal Raj bhai. Thank you for the 89. Thank you Darshan bhai for all the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you Titis for the 100 big dollars. And thank you Surabhai for almost $100. Almost मतलब इतना close था. ठीक है. Love you. Thank you guys. Thank you. हाँ. बाकी पीसी बनाने वाले आपको भी थैंक यू. क्रिश भाई. लव यू गाइस. बाय. adios शेड में adios. टेक केयर. सी या. लव यू चैट. बाय. मिलते हैं आफ्टरनून को. ठीक है. अगर मैं नहीं आया तो आई एम रियली सॉरी. मेरे को शूट भी करना है लेकिन 99% मैं आ जाऊंगा. ठीक है. बाय.
I find you a star, and we could be